staring at you. So I'm crazy. Won't you bend that back for me? We won't stop. Got your feet both locked. You get to fly with me. I can take you down for a ride. I take you around my life. Jaywalking, crosswalking, lip locking with you. I know it, you know it, we make it. Got your feet both locked. You get to fly with me. I can take you down for a ride. I take you around my life. Jaywalking, crosswalking, lip locking with you. I know it, you know it, we make it.
Ride or die, I keep boys by my side. CJ Ack, now I gotta roll with ice. Cold, these brothers my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ack, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Cold, these brothers my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ack, now I gotta ride or die. ride or die.
Indeed Weaver, you've got that that mobility to quickly get there with Shakuchi, not put yourself in a harmful position. I don't think Sven really cares that much going up against the slider, right? Like, you've got the war cry, you're going to be
remember the feel of the air touch my skin. Am I real? 'Cause I felt something leave from within. I feel empty. Have I got nothing left to give? Am I living? 'Cause I only felt alive with him. I'm driving in the night, the hood down. It's when I feel alive, when no one's around. The darkness deep inside comes to light now. But it's alright, it's alright. I can break no heart if I got none. I won't break apart if I stay on the run. But sometimes in the night I miss the sun. Why did darkness come? I felt my body break, my heart give up. Why did darkness come? I felt the lightning shake me into hell. Why did darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I belong. Why did darkness come? Something keeps waking me.
Profit and, like you're saying, the flex potential. So that's another hero that I'm expecting to see a decent amount of so far. But for 1W, we get the puck ban. So they do expect that this is going to be a Quinn hero loss, and that will be the case. The Quap's going to be picked up, and well, you ban the puck, which is a pretty good matchup versus the Quap. You will not have that as a response now for Chira Jr. Of course,
Так, друзья,
there is potential for the Primal Beast.
у нас стартует сегодня за Интернешнл. Да, пока что Dota TV ничего не работает, от слова совсем. Прям не знаю, что с этим связано, почему. Будем пока что смотреть так, посмотрим, починят нам Dota TV или нет, что-то изменится или нет, кто его знает, я не знаю, так что как есть. Так, подождите.
Bloodseeker doesn't really fit into this draft at all. It's a great quap counter. Puck's already banned. Sure, why not? You know, just someone that's able to rotate around the map.
Да, видим, что у нас закончились пики, баны. К большому сожалению, мы все пропустили. Давайте посмотрим, кто на ком. Cloud, Primal Beast, Weaver, Sweden Strong, Enchantress Respect, Свен Мункуши и Шира на Фурионе. У гладиаторов Квин, Квапа, Эйс. Эйс на Слардаре, также Тофу на Рубике, Дурачье на ДК и на Чене еще, кстати, не пикнул. Не взял героя, не выбрал Чена. Да, меня тоже это напрягает, но, к сожалению, ничего нельзя поделать, потому что не работает Dota TV. Не знаю почему. Пока что будем смотреть так. Может починят, не знаю, друзья. Но не работает. Да, это первый матч. Параллельно идут еще 2 матча, если что. Так что будем смотреть. Смотрим мы ван-вин против гладиаторов. Да, Селеры все-таки пикнул своего Чена. Run over a game very early on. Do we feel like they have the lineup to do that? And do we feel like 1W have, you know, the 5 men that they can actually combat the early game strength that we see so often with gaming gladiators to get to the late game where you feel like they might be a little bit stronger?
The thing that's concerning for me a little with Gaiman is that Ace is playing Slardar, right? Which, you know, he's a very, very skilled player, but Slardar isn't necessarily one of those heroes that wants to be building Crimson, Pipe, Greaves. So where is that ongoing sustain going to be coming from? Obviously, Celery can go the mech for the Chen. He's going to have that plus the Hand of God, but it's a lot of other auras that you're kind of foregoing to be able to make this this sort of thing happen. So I still think that they can look to put a little bit more emphasis onto Ace. You know, obviously you've got a mid Nature's Prophet, so he's going to have a lot of levels as well to be able to make a bunch of those early rotations. And I mean, their lane isn't weak by any stretch of the imagination, right?
Ну что, начинается у нас карта. Друзья, пофиксят ли Dota TV, не знаю. Пока будем смотреть так. Возможно, что-то поменяется, возможно, нет. Во время паузы попробую что-то изменить. Так, подождите, чтобы не закрывать. Так, этого берем. Все четко. Да, есть в смоках одна и вторая команда. Двигаются в сторону рун. Интересно, будет ли у нас какие-то замесы до рун. Посмотрим. Так, разведывает здесь обстановку у нас Фурион своим эншентом. Есть смока от Gaming Gladiators.
So to me, the way this first 10 minutes of the game is going to go is going to be dependent on A, how well does Chira Jr. go in lane, and can he get into his ultimate.
Тяжело, это правда, очень тяжело это смотреть. Не работает Dota TV. Не знаю почему. Помнится, на The Интернешнле такого еще не было. Ну да, я с этим ничего не могу поделать, понимаешь, что комментатора слышно от слова совсем. То есть, возможно, во время паузы что-то придумаю, но пока что только так можно будет смотреть. Да, встречается у нас здесь Фурион против Квапы в миде. Кто фаворит? Я думаю, Гладиаторы фаворит. Хотя неплохой пик, что у одной, что у второй команды. Квапа, если качается через кортик, должен хорошо постоять против Фуриона. Да. Также Бисмастер, который хорошо стоит против ДК. Есть у него помощник Свиденстрон. За кого болею? Само собой, что болею за Ван Вин. Пока что тяжело, потому что ты не понимаешь, почему не работает Dota TV. Вот и все.
Do we feel like there's many that he could have chosen for, or at the moment, Chen, is there only kind of a couple, or this one in particular that you can go for?
I like this one in particular, just because it's going to make spamming out your abilities a whole lot easier with that mana regeneration. Also, going up against Sweden Strong, you just want to be mana burning the Weaver, because if it's a support Weaver without mana, not really doing all that much. You know, the change to making his level 2 incredibly busted, right? Having Geminate Attack and Swarm and Shakuchi was way too good previously. So now that you don't get all three at level 2, you know, if he's got no mana, then you're feeling pretty happy.
Так, здесь у нас небольшой замес. Респект встретил Тофу. Ну, Энчантресс посильнее будет, 100%. Так, что у нас в миду? 13-0 против 12-2. Друзья, 3-я минута. Есть рунка для Квапы. Фуриону, в принципе, пофигу на эту руну. Так, что там в топе? Очень неудобно, согласен. Согласен. Может пофиксить, может что-то сделает. А что-то пофиксить не знаю, друзья. Прям совсем. Но не хочу провтыкать матчи, поэтому смотрю как есть. Нет, ни у кого не работает. То есть через Dota TV не заходит в матч. Сильно отвлекает, это правда. А так, как есть, так есть. Что у нас здесь в топе? ДК имеет хороший крипстат, 21/2. Primal Beast имеет 12/1, такое себе. Та самая хардовая селедка, это правда.
is having a bit more of a difficult time though on the primal beast. Only 13 last hits at the moment. Creep wave's in a pretty good position for the dino to be able to see us relatively well under the tower, but we do see he's struggling a little bit at the moment.
Sweden Strong has done a pretty decent job of keeping the wave pushed back. Again, like this is such a strong lane. I really don't.
Да, видим, что Шера делает паут. Неплохо так его Квин пробил.
Very tanky. Celery, he's just going to be able to give you the weight of numbers, and he's even getting a nice PP towards there. So now the lane is actually going to swing again.
Так, нападение здесь на респекта подняли. Есть танчик от Эйса, но пока что жив. Респект за счет своего хила. Хил у него мощный. Мункуша продолжает фармить. Имеет 22 крипа. У селедки также все в порядке. Имеет тех самых 22 крипа. Ну а здесь, видимо, будет умирать Селери. Да, это first blood для команды Ван Вин. И, возможно, заберут еще Primal Beast'а. Нет, не хватает дэмэджа. На 5-й минуте у нас первую кровь проливает команда Ван Вин. Меня тоже. Возможно, что-то сделают. Так, станчик полетел от Свена к Эйсу, так чисто подразмять Эйса, чтобы он не расслаблялся, друзья. Так, пошло нападение у нас на Эйса. Эйса неплохо пробили. Потерял он где-то 70% здоровья. Что, идут до конца или нет? Нет, пока что прессингует Т1 Тавер. Здесь виден Стронг в шикучах, довольно-таки битый. Напомню, что Селери уже один раз умирал. Захватил крипчика. Так, что там в Шире? Не хотят ли нам показать Нетворс? Что по Нетворсу, а? Не хотят ли нам показать? Обсервер. Так, Квин прыгнул вперед в соло, убил здесь Уриона. Так, есть нападение на Эйса. Опять хотят этого Эйса, друзья. Эйс пока что отстанился, но чисто крипа полетел. Станчик от Мункуши. Мункуши поднимает здесь Тофу, спасает пока что своего Хардера. Жив цел вроде как. Тяжело. Но ничего не поделать, я уже отвечал по этому поводу. Не работает Dota TV. Возможно, что-то пофиксится, друзья. Не знаю. Возможно. Ставится у нас пауза, кстати.
Maybe there's a play to be had as Cloud is also aggressively pulling this top wave. They were starting to ping him out. Don't know if there's going to be a potential for that, but we have seen so far though, 1W were really trying to put a lot of pressure onto this bottom lane on Gaming Gladiators, again using the Enchantress creeps, the dives, so maybe there is that potential like you're saying.
Не знаю, с чем это связано. Но игроки, видимо, в отеле пока что, ну. Помню, что на этой стадии никто не вылетает, никто не покидает турнир. Сейчас посмотрю, пофиксилось ли. Нет, Дота, к сожалению, не пофиксилась, друзья. Так, пишут игроки, что go, что они продолжают. Да, продолжается у нас матч. 5 пауза. Красава. И что, опять Квин хочет в соляного Ширу здесь? Но Шира сейчас уже не дастся 100%. Закрывает он его. Квапу. Квапа, кстати, не качается через кортик. Даже в единичку не взяла. Пока что Квапа в рунке невидимости.
Very late response though from 1W. Respect's gonna finally move over. The deep observers that they place though on gaming, they'll also scout out Sweden strong. So a lot of reactions from reading. This does mean that of course Duracho is free farming. This is a top net worth Dragon Knight.
Да, видим, что даже то, что Квин в соло здесь убивал Фуриона, в принципе, это никак не повлияло на итоговый нетворс. Там разница в 200 голды, это немного. А вот здесь поймали Селери, пошел ультимейт Фуриона, Фурион сам прилетел, и очередной фраг для команды Ван Вин. Счет у нас по-прежнему 2-1, 8-я минута. Видим, что ДК, керри ДК, топ-1 нетворс, хорошо себя чувствует. В принципе, Керрисмен от него не отстает, ну, не намного, прям, чтобы 600 голды разница, это не слишком много. И там дальше уже Фурион делит с Квапой. И дальше хардеры. Так, поймали здесь Тофу. Тофу, возможно, умрет. Есть Шикучи от Свиденстронга. Да, это минус. Хотя нет, есть еще стики, но стики, к сожалению, не спасают. Умирает у нас Тофу. Неплохо, неплохо стартует Ван Вин. Так, пошел прессинг. По Т1 Тавру прыгает Квин вперед, прыгает на респекта. Есть ультимейт. Он же Соник Вайп, но не хватает дэмэджа. И Квин будет умирать. Да, Квин умирает. Не знаю, прыжок в один конец получается. Я думаю, Квин не слишком довольный тем, что сделал.
Comment on it a bit earlier, but Chira Jr. loved the raindrops purchase, right? Like you're going up against Queen of Pain that has put 0 points in the Shadow Strike. It's all about that Scream of Pain. You're blocking so much damage, right? For only, what, 225, I think, gold to be able to buy it. I kind of want to see it on a bunch of these different heroes on 1W's side. It just feels like an incredibly good item for this game.
Так, обходят здесь дурачье, хотят, но одного промел Биста и видно, Стронга будет недостаточно. Нужно как минимум еще Фуриона подключить. Так. Есть Фурион, прилетает. Пошли жучки. Подцепили, улетает Primal Beast, ультует. И да, это минус. Хороший фраг. Очень хороший фраг для команды Ван Вин. Счет уже 5-1. Как будто бы гладиаторы не знают, что делать. Да. Сейчас будет очередной Т1 Тавер для команды Ван Вин.
Some heroes to defend the tower.
Strong though doesn't have a ton of mana to be able to play around with either, so it's really just trying to keep this tower up for as long as possible. Going to be once again hoping for a rune up on the top side, and they're going to get it. Cloud DD rune should be going his way. So they've been able to protect a lot of their real estate. They've gotten a bunch of kills. They've taken 2 tier 1 towers. They're basically playing the game in Gladiator strategy right now on 1W. This is a team that has clearly done their homework. Shout out to Achilles, their coach.
Let's see if this is going to be the advantage they need to bring them into an even mid game, because we do see that person that you were mentioning in particular in gaming is Ace, who was bottom of the net worth and has caught up relatively well. I mean, it's not Quinn that is fallen a little bit behind, but
Кто на заднем фоне? Это комментаторы англоязычные, не работает Dota TV. Так, нашли здесь Эйса. Улетает Primal Beast, есть жучок на нем от Вивера, но пока что вроде как жив, цел. Пока что. Рядом Квапа. Смогут, кстати, убить Свиденстронга, но нет, не стала Квапа давать свой Sonic Wave. А зря, я думаю, хватило бы, чтобы убить. Так, что там у Свена? Есть ПТшка, есть маска, делает сабельку. Ну, мом саблю. Так, Primal Beast. Есть фейзы, делает себе Блэдмейл, дальше хочет сделать Кримсон. У Чена, кстати, еще нету Меки. Ну, а Эйс все еще фармит свой блинк. Пока что только ПТшка плюс Soul Ring. Так, что там в Enchantress? Enchantress хочет сделать пивасик и потом уже сделать Solar Крест. Вивер нафармил свою урну, делает Спирит Весел, как раз таки против этого ДК. Так, Квин прыгнул вперед, жестко через Sonic Wave убил Вивера. Напомню, что Вивера не было. Не было таймлапса, так как он в прошлой драке юзал и еще не откатился. Здесь, кстати, только что чуть не поймали ту самую Квапу, но так как он раскачал свой блинк, успел свалить. Кортик все еще не качает. Согласен, согласен, это правда. Ну, должны починить, я не знаю. У меня нет информации по этому поводу. Что там дурачье? Нафармил он уже свой армлет. После ПТшки дальше, возможно, будет выходить в блинк, возможно, в БКБ, пока не ясно. Я бы на его месте делал себе сразу же БКБ. Ничего не могу посмотреть, потому что если буду смотреть, будет выкидывать. Уже после матча посмотрим. Да, видим, что нафармил Primal Beast свой Блэдмейл. У селедки появился блинк. С этим блинком можно купить какие-то смока, сделать какую-то вылазку, пойти кого-то убить. Например, Primal Beast, если хватит дэмэджа, потому что у него косарь 700 хп. Есть еще Блэдмейл, довольно-таки жирный и противный этот герой. Селерия. Самую малость осталось, да, есть у него уже мека. Должен ее покупать. Так, здесь прыжок на респекта. Через селедку и через квапу. Респект много живет, потому что раскачан у него хил. Последний хил. Хватит ли дэмэджа? Вот вопрос. Боже, как же они долго убивают. Еще тычка, да. Удается ему убить респекта в размен, правда, на тофу. Квапа ультует. Минус еще селерия. Там еще погоня за эйсом. И станчик от Мункуши. Кстати, Мункуши нету ГДСа, нету маны. Возможно, эйс еще умрет. Нет, не стали дайвить под Т2. Размен 1 в 2. Плюс, само собой, для команды Ванвин. Но видим, что Ванвин неплохо дерутся, неплохо делают вылазки, неплохо у них это получается, но по нетворсу это никаким образом не сказывается. То есть все плюс-минус ровно, все плюс-минус поровну. У Вивера уже, кстати, появился Спирит Весел. Такие дела.
Definitely would say even myself, I didn't know have as high expectations for 1W, and I think you said, you know, you feel like gaming the team that you feel like will come out on top here for the international, and we see at the moment 1W really bring the fight to them.
I did like the draft though. Come on, you got to give me some credit.
Yes, of course you did. Yes, sorry, apologies, you did say.
That's all right. Yeah, respect. Like he's literally like.
Так, продолжаем смотреть. У нас, друзья, 16-я минута, счет по-прежнему такой же. И есть смока от команды гладиаторов. Двигаются они куда? Двигаются они в сторону нижней линии. Там могут найти Ширу, у которого неплохой нетворс. Есть ПТшка, есть уже Майлшторм. Дальше будет делать Ротофотос, ну и закреплять все это дело Глейпниром. I'm Critic. Привет. Так, нападение здесь на Ширу через танчик, через блинк Эйса, который он только что нафармил. I'm Critic, как твои дела? У нас большие проблемы, не работает Dota TV, вот смотрим то, что имеем. Все очень что-то печально, не знаю. Почему так, но... Как есть. 17-я минута у нас на улице. Чё-то мне кажется, что сейчас будет тяжело Ванвин. Гладиаторы вроде как собрались. Что там Свенчик? Еще не планирует сделать себе БКБ. Эйс здесь нашел респекта. Ну, они в пятером его убивали там 1,5 минуты, а он хочет в соло. Ну ладно, подошел дурачью, есть еще Рубик. Удается сделать фраг. Не знаю, подзагулял респект. Далеко зашел. Так, у Primal Beast появился Вангвард. Видимо, делает себе Кримсон. Так, что там Фуриончика? Пока что все как и прежде. ПТшка плюс Мейлштром.
Micro on his tree in here to be able to scout that one out before it reaches him. So nicely done. Just those little plays, right? Not sending the tree in just straight to the neutral camp, using it as that extra scouting potential. He's dead if not for that. Так, Вивер хочет сделать себе агоним шарт после Спирит Весла, что он больше ничего не покупал. Смоки от команды OneWin пока что только Primal Beast плюс респект. И, кстати, могут встретиться, если пойдут на топ-линию. Кого они там встретят? Да, плюс Мункуши в смоках. Мункуши все еще не собирается делать БКБ. Увидели они дурачье. Пошел ультимейт Фуриона. Кстати, станом не попал, так как кинул на крипов. Но Тофу удается убить. Видят еще Эйса. Есть погоня за Эйсом. Хотят Эйса, но Эйс просто делает блинк и делает тп-аут к себе домой. Так что один фраг. Ни много ни мало, но возможно как раз таки пойти очень быстро убить под ГДСом Рошанчика, который здесь сам одиношенький. Стоит, скучает. Не знаю, знают ли об этом гладиаторы, но, видимо, знают, потому что прожимают смока, да, и двигаются в сторону логова Рошана. Только вот успеют, это уже вопрос, да. Только что неплохую тему провернул Свиденстронг. Он выбежал вперед, посмотрел, нету ли противников, видел, что противники есть, и просто на таймлапсе убежал. Все четко. Так, прыгает Эйс, поймали Свиденстронга, но это минус Свиденстронг, у него нету уже таймлапса, так что минус Свиденстронг, друзья. И плюс Т1 Тавер еще будет падать в топе. Да. Напомню, что в этой групповой стадии никто не покидает турнир. Никто. Ни один. Если что. Это так. Так, кстати, нашли здесь еще респекта. Постоянно они хотят убить этого респекта, но не получается. Много хпргена. Пошел у нас фокус по дурачье. Где-то там Квин за спины ультует. Соник Вейвом удается убить уже Фуриона. Пока что размен 1 в 0. Станчик по 3. Матейса очень даже неплохо. Дурачье все еще в форме, все еще под жуком. Убивает уже Квапу. Свиденстронг постарался. Там где-то в шикучах ее поймал. Есть фокус по селедке. Есть Спирит Весел. Мункуши все еще жив. И что, добьют? Ну, много, конечно же, урона. Убивают первый раз Мункуши, но это всего лишь первая жизнь. Это всего лишь Аегис. Получается размен 1 в 2. Видимо, плюс для Gaming Gladiators, друзья. Косарь 400 денег заработали в OneWin, а гладиаторы всего лишь 400. Ну, немного, согласитесь, правда? Очень даже немного. Так, будет ли стан, или стан, видимо, потратил уже Мункуши, улетает у нас. Селери. Да, это повтор предыдущей драки, друзья. Как нападали на респекта, как всегда. Есть нападение, не могут его убить, потому что очень много хпргена. Видим, как Квапа здесь в туза зашел, что, кстати, весьма неплохо. Станчик по 3 от Эйса. Хорошая драка была. Но, к сожалению, плюс для гладиаторов.
We'll see if he's going to be able to continue to have some success as the game goes on. What for him actually even in particular, how should he be taking this fight? Should he be TPing last on the outskirts? Do we want to continue to see him TPing so aggressively?
22 минута. Счет 10-7. Очень ровная у нас борьба, очень ровная игра. Какой призовой? Да маленький призовой. Там пока что даже, по-моему, 3 миллионов нету. Так, Вивер пока что в шикучах. Сносит там центрики. Здесь нападение на Эйса через глитнир, который появился у Фуриона. Много-много урона у Фуриона. Почти тавтология. И это минус. Минус хороший. Хороший фраг, хорошая вылазка. Поймали здесь Эйса. Ну как поймали? Стоял, фармил возле своей Т2. Была просто хорошая вылазка, хорошее нападение. И что, пошел фокус по Т2. Прожимает глиф. Гладиаторы не хотят отдавать. Не знаю, будут ли драться за Т2. Не думаю, что стоит без своего хардлейнера отдраться за этот табор. Сейчас он, кстати, упадет. Так, своровал здесь Рубика. Шикучи, это отличный скилл для Рубика, который, в принципе, можно своровать. И у Копы появилась Кая. Друзья, я не имею возможности, в принципе, ничего делать. То есть это просто готовая картинка. Плюс, что качество здесь в картинке очень-очень посредственное, друзья. Ну, потому что Dota ТВ не работает. В смоках Ван Вин двигается пока что по своему лесу. Так, двигается в сторону вражеской двойки. Там, кстати, могут встретить дурачье плюс тофу. Так как крипы кончились и парни отошли с команды Gaming Gladiators и будут на пригорке ждать или нет. Сейчас увидят тофу, да, увидели тофу. Тофу прожимает шикучи, есть просветка, есть жучки по одному только тофу. Пошла контриндикация, неплохой глипнир по троим. Есть мека от Селери. Шира, кстати, может сейчас умереть. Да, это минус Шира, минус Фурион команды Ван Вин. Пошел ультимейт по дурачье. Квапа Соник Вейвом по одному только Primal Beastу. Плюс танчик от Эйса. Это уже минус 2. И нужно убегать отсюда. Еще и Свиденстронга подцепили. Да, я респекта, блин. Эйс, конечно же, молодец. Да, респект также будет умирать. Пусть и долго, мучительно, но умирает без шансов, друзья. Опять станчик залетел. Кстати, закинули его на пригорку. Умирает. Минус 4. Минус 4 в размен на 0. Счет тут же у нас 11-11. 3К преимущества за гладиаторами. Мункуша делает все-таки свой БКБ. В ДК уже БКБ есть. После Саши Яши уже после БКБ еще и Кристаллис появился. Дальше будет делать Доедалус. Что делать с этим ДК, непонятно. Я думаю, что это ошибка, что он не сделал себе БКБ Мункуши. Да, видим, у нас здесь повтор файта. Очень круто все делали гладиаторы. Прям очень круто. При том, что они играли со стороны второго номера, да, нападали как раз таки Ван Вин, имели более выгодную позицию. Есть же Ван Вин, но получилось как получилось. Вернее, получилось как всегда.
Although you are going up against an enchantress, right? So you can dispel off the Crimson Guard. That's always going to be a factor. So maybe respect is just going to be holding that up until it's used.
Так, возможно, устаканилась у нас чуть игра. Ван Вин подостыли свой гнев, потому что поняли, что гладиаторы могут драться, могут отвечать, и нужно быть очень осторожным, потому что несколько таких вылазок, несколько таких драк, там 4-0 условно, и это закончится концом плохим. Так, нападение здесь всей толпой на Primal Beast'а, убивает Primal Beast'а. Команда у пятером была гладиаторов, так что Primal Beast'у без шансов. Стягиваются они ближе к топу, к Т2 табору, и пошел фокус. Пока что дурачье в форме. Есть у него уже доедалось, дальше будет сатаник. Когда сатаник нафармит, что делать с этим дурачье, непонятно. Как играть? Что, куда, зачем? Не знаю. Так, сломали это 2 тавер. Так, смока от гладиаторов. Пока что дурачье ломает Т2 тавер в центральной линии, пока есть еще форма. Респект нахватался здесь Лотус Орбов. Так, что там в Шира? дофармил свой Hurricane Пайк. Пока что не густо. 20-ка у керри ДК уже перевалила. Много фармит керри ДК. Да и в принципе отличные артефакты у Квапы. Видим Witchblade плюс Яша и Кая.
Trina's scouting celery. I don't know if there's going to be much they can do with it. It's not bad indeed, but the rest of the team's starting Roche, and it's falling fast. They need to go soon. What's the call? 1W Munkushi, can he enter the
У нас есть драка, нападают на Селери. Селери убивает, очень быстро убивает. Также потеряли Тофу. Неплохая драка пока что для Ванвин. Только вот что делать с этим дурачье, который в форме, который под БКБ, у которого просто тонна урона. Сейчас, кстати, убьют еще и Ширу. Да, это Шира. Пока что размен 2 в 2 плюс 1 байбек от Рубика. Потеряли керри, потеряли мидера. И что, потеряют еще респекта? Нет, респект за счет спонька пока что жив цел. Там убили еще Свиденстрон, готов постараться, который, кстати, байбекался. И опять-таки, ну, по бабкам у нас плюс-минус ровно, прям там разница в 20 голды, но понятно, что со стороны, да, того, что они забрали Аегис, того, что они выиграли файт, в плюс, само собой, для команды Gaming Gladiators. У ДК появился Аганим, офигеть, как много. Кстати, он передумал сделать свой сатаник. Решил сделать Аганим. Хочет иметь жирную форму. Почему бы и нет?
Momentum really starting to build for GG. Back-to-back fights. Duracho starting to get untouchable. Satanic queued up for him next. See how they're gonna. This is one thing about these players and teams that do not have a lot of experience. How are you going to be able to slow the game down and find a fight that might work in your favor? This is the fight.
Very clever by Celery as well, though. He was farming the camp inside of the 1W triangle and made sure to keep that Sato Banisher there. He wants to be able to get rid of that Crimson Guard if Cloud ends up popping it to try and survive himself.
Natal? It's just gone. River Quinn? Be able to get rid of the shield rune. Quinn's in a lot of danger, man. Look at this. All right.
Again, this is prior to the level 20 talent on the Nature's Prophet. So that is a big pick-off to be able to not only delay out that Aegis, but to get a lot more net worth and, more importantly, experience going the way of the NP.
Итак, у нас 31 минута, друзья. Счет очень и очень равный. 15-15 в смоках. Команда Ванвин. Кого-то увидели Эйса. Эйс на блинке уходит. Рядом есть дурачье, который на пригорке ломает дурачье варды. Есть танчик по Primal Beastу. Очень быстро убили у нас Рубика. Есть нападение на Селери. Это минус еще Селери. Зарубили. Просто Мункуши тонна урона имеет. Так что неплохо. Конец ли это? Да нет, не конец. С чего ты взял, что конец? Это еще совсем не конец. Да, забирает свой терзатель. Команда Ванвин это второй терзатель. Клауд получает у нас Аганим Шард. Так, Клауд делает себе Аганим. После БКБ, который только что дофармил. Есть у него еще Кримсон.
Do we like the AC from Munkushi, or do we feel like you would prefer a little bit more damage out of this one?
Да, Мункуши много, очень много. В принципе, драться может, если что. 32-я минута, друзья. Фурион тоже решил сделать себе БКБ. В принципе, денег он нафармил на Блэкенбар. Возможно, держит еще на байбек.
I guess with the Vindicator's axe, he can feel a little bit better about things. You know, that plus 20 armor if he's stunned, and they've got a few stuns on GG.
Stuns are starting to move towards bottom, swinging strong. A bit of a pest trying to shove up the wave. There is a creep that has made it towards the tier 2 tower. Duracho should make quick work of this objective. Still have ages for another 10 seconds, which will result.
Ломает просто в соляного ДК последний внешний тавр, который остался у Ванвин. 33-я минута. Видим, что игра очень и очень ровная. Заходит на ХГ по центральной линии и ломает уже Т3. Решил отойти, сейчас кончится форма. Нет, я ничего не могу контролировать, если что. Потому что это просто картинка, не работает пока что Dota TV. Не знаю. Починят, пофиксят, друзья, без понятия. Пока что так. Так, у ДК появился сатаник. Так, поймали в роту фото здесь Эйса. Кинул на него Sweden Strong. Спирит Vessel, это так, чисто.
We'll see. How do the fights need to look differently as well for GG? Because what the last one in particular was they just sniped Quinn, and then without the damage from Quinn, you were saying the fight just looked a bit different.
Yeah, I think you got to just dangle the right sort of heroes on the front lines, right? And it's really just going to depend what. Sorry, I'm looking at Tofu nearly dying to the Tormentor. It's really just going to depend on what tools you have. Like if Tofu has the Shikuchi, it can be him. You know, he's got the Dandelion Amulet, he's got the Solar Crest for himself. He's got a Chen to be able to help him out a little bit. You don't want the Chen to be jumped on first. You probably just can put the DK out there, right? And force them to commit onto you. I mean, you've already taken all tier 2 towers, so maybe.
Так, ну что, Френ, получается, не купил себе. БКБ купил себе по разуму, вроде как. Не знаю, мне кажется, это ошибка играть без БКБ. Что там Primal Beast? Почти 2 косаря. Хочет, конечно же, Аганим, но нужно оставлять. Там, по-моему, нападение на Sweden Strong в миду. Да, но на таймлэпсе уходит. От Эйса. Вейса, что там, блин, Кримсон. Плюс ПТшка. Дурачью дофармил сатаник. Офигеть, это машина. На ДК. Просто машина, друзья. Жесткая. Так, поймали здесь Primal Beast'а через арчит. В кого арчит? У Квина или у ДК? У ДК вроде как не было. Клад все еще выживает. Выживает много времени, выигрывает. И что, сделал тэп-аут? Да, сделал тэп-аут. Есть продолжение по респекту. Респект за счет спонька уходит и... Нет, умирает. Умирает. Много все-таки урона уже в ДК. Так, пошли жучки, чисто так откинуться. Не знаю, не знаю. Не хотят, видимо, драться в Ванвин без респекта, но могут они. Только без понятия, что делать с дурачье. Которого 5 КХП, 100 регена. 100 регена в 1 секунду, друзья. Это офигеть как много. Квапы есть Шива, да, что-то вроде есть. Так, прыгает Квапа. Ультует у нас Квин, но этого недостаточно. Этого просто недостаточно. Кстати, Квапу удалось убить, а Мункуши, да, минус Мункуши, но это здесь уже тяжело будет. Кстати, на последней ХП Sweden Strong успел прожать таймлэпс и вроде как удалось уйти. Но потеряли Мункуши. Напомню, что в керри команды Ванвин нету байбека. Без байбека у нас команда Ванвин. И что? Они сейчас догадаются об этом, что их кор без байбека и, возможно, даже пойдут в трон. Так, есть опять очередная форма от ДК. Какой же жесткий этот ДК. Так, Клауд ультует по Эйсу, возможно, даже убьют Эйса. Да, Эйса убивают. Клауд пока что под БКБ, еще 2000 полетело. Последний крит, это минус Клауд, друзья, минус Клауд. Еще минус вид настроен, да, все, ДК просто их похоронил. Байбек Бэбэк у Промилбиста есть, а вот у Свиденстронга нету. Что, не хотят пойти сломать третью линию? Так, пошел фокус по Шира. Блин, как же много урона в ДК, офигеть. ДК просто прожал сатаник. Несколько тычек по крипам и уже отхилился. Да, это будут мега крипы, они успеют. 100%. Да. Убивают все три линии гладиатора. И вот с мега крипами так. Мункуши здесь нашел дурачье, кстати. Убили пока что Селери, но, по-моему, на этом все, да? Вот если убьют дурачье, нет. Нет, без шансов. Дурачье уже и без формы просто разваливает кабины. К большому сожалению, это ГГ для команды OneWin, потому что без шансов. Респект, нет, респект также не уходит. Эйс на блинке прыгнул, застанил и без шансов, друзья, без шансов. Блин, как же тяжело смотреть просто через картинку. Не знаю, починят ли Dota ТВ или нет. Не знаю, с чем это связано, друзья. Причастны к этому ли ПГЛ, без понятия. Так, пошел ультимейт. Такой конечный от Клаута по дурачью. Ну, дурачье просто в один дефает троих. То есть ему вообще пофигу. Прожимает форму, что теперь делать. Прожал БКБ, прожал сатаник, жив цел. И респект пишет good game, well played. В принципе, согласен, хорошая игра. 40 минут понадобилось команде OneWin, чтобы проиграть этот матч. Такие дела. Так, сейчас попытаюсь что-то сделать, да. This is going to be a difficult run for them, and they really brought it to GG. I was quite impressed. So, what do we want to see out of them heading into this next game? Так, пускай пока что будет так. Блин. But is this just like, you know, it's just one game? Should I not get too far ahead of myself, or like, is this something that, you know, maybe is going to be on other teams' radars as well?
I think they just let it get a little bit too late, right? Like the DK is incredibly strong in the right circumstance, but it takes him a while to get to that stage, right? Not the biggest damage dealer early on outside of being able to take towers, but if you go that splash glyph, splash facet, if he's able to get into the Daedalus, plus, you know, it was the satanic really that turned the tide for me, you know, just being able to stand in the center there, not give two rats about about the outcome there. It really just meant that he could full on commit and finally force people to focus on him as opposed to the rest of his team, because that's what was given 1W a lot of their successes, right? Being able to take out Quinn, being able to take out Ace, getting rid of these Chen auras, the Rubik just being really annoying with sprouts and stuns and what have you. So yeah, it was the inevitable coming through from Duratio and silencing a lot of the haters in their first game.
Yeah, without a doubt. So let's see what they're going to be able to do with the momentum here for Gaming Gladiators. A very good start, and again, we'll see how impressive they can continue with this run so far. And for 1W was a good showing as well in game one. We'll see what they're able to do to kind of make amends where they feel like they went wrong and what they want to do to change things up. But overall, it was a good showing, and we'll see. And anything in particular, again, maybe in regards to the draft that we would like to see changed a little bit, or are we kind of nothing in particular?
Nothing in particular, really. It felt like this this Rubik was a bit of like a Weaver answer, but again, lowish damage was there from Gaming Gladiators, so I feel like the game could have been very, very different if a couple of those smokes just turned out differently. No, I think it was much more on like decision making versus anything to do with draft. Like Chira Jr. going for a little bit too deep of a TP in a couple of times. Again, just a bit slow with a few of the movements there from 1W. But overall, it was a good showing from both teams. GG showing the resilience to come back from a deficit, as well as a different overall strategy, right? In the lead up to this series, I said Ace was the one that you need to focus on. Duratio has shown now that if you give him the reins to be able to do it on the biggest stage of the year, he's the one that is going to be able to do it if you give him the right circumstances. So no, not so one-dimensional anymore, Gaming Gladiators, which is great to see.
Yeah, without a doubt it is. But it is just game one here for the road to the International. We'll send to a break. When we come back, we've got game two with 1W taking on Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators, last year's runners-up, are back again to try and claim the Aegis, and doing so they've already taken EWC on their path here, and I'm now joined by Ace. Obviously, TI, and especially big for you as is in your hometown. I mean, you're literally 10 minutes away. What's it like to play here?
It's something that I honestly never thought would happen, because like Dota has not been that popular in Denmark for quite a while now, but like it's like so amazing. Like it's been so chill. We also been boot camping here. Like it's just so chill for me. I just came here like 20 minutes ago. My brother just drove me.
Amazing. So are you going to be able to have all like your family and everything and your friends at the arena for the finals?
Yeah, I think like a lot of my family will come, and like most of my friends also, I think.
So obviously last year, you had a phenomenal run last year, game and were the team to beat. And this year, I think kind of people started to maybe doubt you or count you out, but then you just come back, prove them all wrong with a phenomenal past few tournaments. How does that happen? How did you do that? Was that like the game? Was it you guys? Was it, your opponents? How did this come about?
Kind of a mix, I would say. Like when you win a lot, the game definitely keeps like nerfing your strategies and your heroes. There's so many frequent patches, and whoever wins what they play the most will always get nerfed.
Yeah.
And this just kept happening and happening and happening. And after every tournament, you have to like find new stuff. You really have to try it again and again and again. And you keep doing this for so long, it gets pretty hard to like keep it going.
Yeah.
So I think people got a bit exhausted by like tryharding after every tournament and getting the motivation all the time.
Yeah.
So I think that was like the main problem. But now also after not winning so much for a while, I think we just kind of got a lot of the drive back again. And now then it just worked out for Saudi.
How do you think about last TI and especially those grand finals?
There's been so many tournaments, but like we had a pretty crazy lower bracket run.
Yeah, and the grand finals versus Team Spirit and everything.
Yeah, that year was just like pretty crazy because feel like we were pretty bad, and like.
Oh really?
Yeah, like we went pretty much like straight to lower bracket. I think almost like didn't we have like full lower bracket run almost? But somehow we just managed like to claw through games and then make it all the way to the final against Spirit. In that final, we did not play what we usually play, like in the semi-final, every games before that. That's also something we had talked a lot about and like worked on. Mm-hmm. That like why did that happen? Like what happened in that final particularly? And I do think it's something to do with some players. They do set TI, they regard it as like way above everything else.
Yeah.
That can easily create like this bit of pressure. Yeah. That can go to like choky mindset and this kind of just happened for us. So hopefully, like we talked a lot about it, but hopefully it's not really something that's going to happen when we're going to play in this final.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously it didn't happen or did it happen at EWC and you learned to kind of beat it, What was the...
Yeah, I mean, again, like we did like we've been in a lot of finals. I think we have a pretty good final win radio. But again, like EVC, it's not really a TI. TI is just a bit special and can create more pressure somehow because people really want to be part of the I have one TI club.
Yeah.
Get the rings or whatever you get, you know, all the stuff.
Yeah, hold
So,
the
yeah.
edges. Yeah, I mean, what would it mean for you personally, you know, on home soil nonetheless, to be able to win it, to hold that Aegis, you know, what would that be like for you?
As soon as I knew that TI was gonna be in Denmark, then I instantly thought, oh shit, man, like if I'm ever gonna win a TI, I definitely want to win this one.
Yeah, in front of your friends and family as well.
Yeah.
That'd be incredible.
So it means a lot.
Who do you think your biggest supporter is going to be in the crowd? Who's going to be screaming the loudest for you when you do get on that stage?
Usually it's the people who's like sitting with the GG boys, like the org, and then they usually have like the Giga fans around, and like they usually have some drinks and stuff.
Those guys are
Those guys, those guys you can usually hear. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, Ace, and thank you so much, and best of luck on this TI.
Thank you, man.
And we are back with the road to the international gaming. Gladiators able to get their first victory on the board. It was a good game nonetheless from 1W. Unfortunately, just not enough to get them over the finish line. We'll see what we have in store for us heading into upcoming game. Then we saw some of the bands in particular were what we were expecting overall in regards to some of those really strong heroes. And we mentioned like the Tinker, the Naga to be addressed as well. And just before I guess we get underway, we can even say some of the results that are going on the other stream, because we do have two other streams, and all those streams are going to have 5 best-of-2 games. So Extreme were able to get game 1 over Heroic, and then we saw Tundra take down Talon as well. So yeah, we'll see who's going to be able to get that first 2-0 on the board when we head into this upcoming game.
And that's the thing, right? It could have very well been a bit of an upset in the game 1 here on this stream. I think 1W, they'll be happy with against the reigning Esports World Cup champions, as well as TI Grand Finalist game of Gladiators, right? Like you just heard there from Ace that clearly they felt like their last TI wasn't even close to their highest potential, right? They wanted an amazing run here in the lower bracket last year, of course falling to Spirit at the very end, but how much of a buff would it have to be, by the way, just to be able to be playing literally 10 minutes away from your home? You know, if you're playing just as the hometown hero.
Yeah, I mean that would be incredible. I can only imagine where we've got a couple other your players as well, right? Where you always see them playing from home, and it must be a great feeling with having. Hopefully, they get to have family in the crowds as well, if we're able to get to that top 8, which of course is now crowned as the actual international. So that would be very exciting, and very much expecting Gaming Gladiators to be one of those teams that can make it at least all the way to that position.
Yeah, I would agree. You know, they showed me resilience in that game, right? And we're talking to like they haven't done this for, you know, years and years and years. But yeah, I was a little concerned about them. Yes, Esports World Cup champions, but in their tournament that they played recently, third party one for Fisher, they got knocked out pretty much instantly. So that was a little bit of a shock to the system. I was worried that maybe they hadn't adapted to this latest patch quickly enough, but clearly, you know, they're able to shrug off some downsides. Yes, it was helped a little bit by some indecision from 1W, but still, they've got the experience, they've got the know-how to be able to get the W when it really matters.
And overall with the draft though from 1W, do we feel like there needs to be, again, any adaptations in regards to like the playstyle we see from Gaming Gladiators? Do we feel like that and their playstyle early was pretty solid to be able to combat a lot of the tempo that we see out of gaming?
I think you could look to do it 2 ways, right? Like you can look to be counter-initiating against what Gaming are trying to throw at you because you know that it's going to come, right? Or you can look to kind of get ahead of the curve and look to get them before they get you. And that's what they did a few times against Quinn, right? So the fact that Quinn was even able to get the first blood in the mid lane, not first blood, but the first kill up against Chura Jr. was huge, but then again, they were able to catch Quinn a few times. They were able to catch Celery and Tofu a few times. They were able to nullify Ace's effectiveness for quite some time in a lot of those engagements, right? So I think they're clearly just backing themselves to be able to say, look, we're good enough and we play fast enough to be able to beat out GG with what they think is best. So I could see them doing it again. It really just, from one win side, comes down to decision-making. From GG, decision-making is all there in my eyes, but maybe just a tiny bit more damage for the early game is what I would be looking for from them.
Okay. In regards to 1W as well, like who do we feel like you just overall for the team are going to be looking at to be like maybe the main shot caller or like the decision maker for this team? Who do you want to lead them and stand out? Because again, this is a very inexperienced young team. You'd honestly probably say Sweden Strong is maybe the most experienced out of all of them, with his stint on Navi where he played at the last chance qualifiers. I believe there was Arlington Major as well. But how do you even go into a team like that and make discussions when it's very difficult to have that one person who has a lot more experience?
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot more experience. Who knows? Maybe the hierarchy in the team is based by age. If so, Cloud's going to be the one that they're all looking up to, right? Even though he's only 24. I'm talking like he's a freaking boomer. But, it's one of these things where it might just come down to a team that doesn't really have too many egos. Obviously, they've come together after TI-12. They've had a lot of good results on the board. They've made grand finals. They've beaten out a lot of the Eastern European mainstays to be able to get to a lot of these tournaments, and they're here at the road to the internationals. So I think it's just going to be another one of those things where it's going to be very hero dependent. It's going to be very timing dependent. Like I don't think there is a main shot caller. It might just be like a hype man, that they're looking to rally around.
Okay, maybe the coach can be that hype man as well, where you rally around him, and then I guess in the game he can't particularly help out that much, so maybe someone needs to fill the shoes, and we'll see which will be the case. We do have a draft actually getting underway very shortly, so we will see what the adaptations are going to be actually heading into this, and where the priority is overall with the meta as well. Do we feel like there is even a side that's favored, being Radiant and Dire, and again in regards to like first pick and second pick?
I don't think so. I don't think there is like a big favor in my eyes. I'm a second pick enjoyer, but I think there are a lot of kind of busted heroes that maybe first pick are going to enable you to get this time around. So that might be the thing that kind of swings it one way to me, that first pick might be a bit better here at TI-13. So we'll have to see how it all pans out. I mean, I think there are some like busted heroes, but there's also very team-specific bans that need to be done. Like Quinn's Monkey King is insane. I think, again, Celery, Chen Enchantress, you got to get rid of them in my eyes, or have a legitimate way to be able to deal with them, which clearly, again, they just got on the front foot and they were pretty successful at doing it, delaying the mech timing, delaying all of these different auras. So, I feel like 1W are probably going to look to go to a similar sort of strategy again. It's just a matter of, are they going to be able to execute it a little bit better this time? This is the time where the coach really earns his keep. If Achilles is able to just drill into them that you had that game, guys, don't feel down. Like, don't feel like it slipped away from you. But if you continue believing in each other and yourself, you can get the W.
Yep. We do have some cores that are yet to be banned out, some changes. We saw the Lena ban last game, the Wind Ranger and the Sniper as well. And we will get a couple of them left through the pool. And it's actually going to be the Primal Beast once again. So they felt like this was not their issue. This was their response to the Chen. And what I make of this is they feel like this hero is incredibly strong. You have the opportunity for 8th pick. You can get the most broken thing you want to. And they choose a Dino. So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily rate it quite as highly as a lot of other people do. You can see there Achilles sitting in the screen, making the decisions in Chira's seat. I don't know, like, BKB Piercing Ultimate is always going to be a good thing. High magic damage is always going to be a good thing. A form of initiation is always going to be a good thing. I guess eventually having Break as well with the Aghanim Scepter is really effective too. But I feel like there's more broken stuff out there, particularly with flex heroes, right? I think Sniper in particular. It can be played 1, 2, and 4. We're seeing a lot more position 4 Sniper. We're seeing a lot more people take the reduced duration, faster damage instances on the Shrapnel, and you can see here from Gaiman, they're just going to go down that sort of route.
Very intrigued to see where the little man goes. Support or the mid lane. Do you overall have a preference at the moment? Because I know a lot of other people are playing different roles.
I think if you've got a melee hero in mid lane that you're just going to crush, then obviously Sniper. But I think position 4 can work. People build it very differently as well. Some people look to go into like I see Bobika play it as like pretty much a carry. His first item is Tregs and then into a Mjolnir as a position 4 sniper.
No way.
So, yeah.
Oh my god.
Like and I think it's like a Daedalus after that he looks to go for. So some people like to go for a little bit more of like a versatile build up, you know, go into a few Wraith bands, maybe like a Glipnir to at least provide some of that control to the rest of your team. I think the days of the Kanda is kind of done with the Aghanim Scepter, but I think just that high amount of burst damage that you're able to provide from range with the facet, the non-ghillie suit one. I don't know what the name of it is off the top of my head, but it just feels really nice.
The scatter shot is what it's called. It looks like Tofu has got 6 matches with the sniper so far in Pro Chaka over the 8 days, and he has a 2 wins, 4 losses. So we will see. It seems like at the moment it is Trinks into Solar Crest. Sometimes he's actually gone Arcane into Solar Crest as well. So we will see if there's going to be any changes there for Tofu.
Yeah,
I think actually again, Quinn was also playing sniper, if I remember correct.
Correct.
Never mind. He is okay.
Yep. Absolutely. He is a big bully when he likes to be. So yeah, again, very, very different things that you could look to go for as this sniper, right? It can be mid, it can be 4, it can even be 1 in the right sort of instances. Although with this Wind Ranger, probably going to be the Duraccio hero, just because, you know, going up against a primal beast, if he can never reach you, he can never do any damage. I think maybe that was one of the weaknesses that I saw from the 1W draft last time, is that you do really need to put yourself in there to do anything. Once you're in, you do a lot, right? But it took quite a while for Cloud to be able to get into that BKB, which meant that his impact in that game, once, you know, a few more of the stuns, a few more of the group ups, as once people started like living through the initial burst, he really dropped off in effectiveness quite heavily. So I think they're just saying, you know what? We think our strat worked relatively well. We're going to pick pretty similar sorts of heroes. Of course, the Enchantress going up against the Wind Ranger feels pretty good too, just to be able to spill off the win run.
What do you feel like are some of the better ways to address a carry Wind Ranger drafted early for a team? Like, what are 1W going to be talking about here to try and deal with this hero?
I guess you are a little single target, although you can go the different facet, I suppose. So maybe just going into a lot more of this, like, you know, your Solar Crests or your Glimmer Capes, like stuff to buff up one person in particular, so that whoever gets going on, they're the ones that are going to get saved. 4 stars, you know, all the sort of things that I just mentioned, right? Or just being able to, like, lock her in place and not have to worry too much about the win run, about getting away. So maybe a puck is something on the cards for 1W. The concern, of course, is that then you're going to have potentially a puck into a mid sniper, and the sniper is just going to deal a ton of physical damage to you, and you're not going to get a ton of farm in the lane.
This is a sweet and strong classic, though, right? With the Marcy often getting played from him in the position 4. Trying to look at Cloud if he has any range heroes that he likes to play in the offlane, and it doesn't seem like there is particularly many for him. So maybe this is just going to be the Marcy with the Primal Beast. We do see the response from gaming with the Jakiro, so kind of nice, especially with the lane to be very frustrating against the Marcy, and you've got a triple ranged at the moment from GG.
Yeah, I mean, if it's dual melee as well, that dual breath is going to be very, very effective. We've seen a lot of actually success with the Jakiro over the past month, both in pubs as well as different tournaments. So I could very well see why Gaming Gladiators have gone down this sort of route. Just on the Marcy, 1W actually released a bit of a promo video for their TI 4A. It's called Rampage Battle for the Throne, and Sweden Strong is actually cosplaying as Marcy in that one. So give it a quick YouTube, help him out a little bit. Because and Munkushi's anti-mage, and he's got like the full bald cap and mohawk on as well. Looks great.
Okay, not bad. You're going to go all the way. You're going to do the content. He's all dressed up for it as well.
For sure. Conquer. Huh? I mean, yeah, feels pretty good just to be able to, if you're going to have all of these melee heroes that, again, need to get in to do the business, then, you know, having something like Conquer that X-Mark's really effective, Torrent really effective, you know, Cleave going to hit onto everyone. Feels like it makes a lot of sense to me. And you've still left things open, right? You've still left this sniper as a potential mid or a potential position 4.
What were your initial thoughts when you saw the changes to the Conquer?
I mean, obviously, I was very relieved because that was in a state that was just so gigabusted and it felt like you couldn't really do anything in the game. So I liked it. I'm interested to see who's able to get the most out of it, right? Because the Torrent Storm was the thing that would absolutely destroy a draft like this previously, and you probably wouldn't even go down a Marcy and Primal Beast route if there was the potential of a Conquer still being in the pool, right? So it's still going to be good. It's just not going to be as amazing as it used to be.
We get that ranged offlaner though for Cloud, so it's going to be the pairing with the Marcian. Primal Beast will go mid lane with Chira Jr. So we are still looking for our carry in regards to Mankushi. We're going to see some respect as well with the Gyrocopter getting banned out, which has been a really nice way to deal with the Eidolons. I'm trying to see what they would do though. Would it be Conquer, I guess, played offlane, and maybe Quinn would pick up the Wind Ranger? So is there maybe something else we could see for Daracha? We know he likes the Alchemist. We know he likes the Bristleback. Are there other carries that we now need to be considering because of the Enigma?
I'd say the Bristleback is probably up there for mine. You know, it's a lot of that unavoidable damage, so even something like the Enchantress with the Untouchable doesn't feel that great. Of course, like you mentioned, just deals with the Enigma quite effectively. I feel like they've got enough control with the rest of their heroes that it's going to be quite effective too. I would be putting that at the top of my list right now, especially considering like you could probably put a bit of extra focus onto the Cloud. I'm assuming it's a Cloud Primal Beast, just because he is going to be the one that has some form of break to be able to stop you from just running rampant, right? So that'd be my main concern right now.
Cloud or Chira Jr. on the Primal?
I mean, the Enigma could still be like a 5, and you could have a 1 Marcy or a 4 Marcy. I don't know. It's still a little open for mine. Like you were mentioning before, Cloud doesn't exactly play the most ranged offlaners, right? So this kind of stems into that sort of discussion.
Do you see Lisa? I think it's mainly ranged carries getting banned out for gaming, and the Weaver as well. I mean, can be flex, of course, which we saw previously. And we'll see what 1W want to try and ban out last year before their 23rd pick.
Just trying to see, like, they don't have a ton of burst outside of this.
Так, ну что, я здесь. Давайте смотреть. Да, Dota по-прежнему не работает, друзья. Прошу прощения, что такая ситуация. Не знаю, с чем это связано. То есть можем смотреть только вот с картинки. Чуть вроде получше с картинки, что-то не вылетает, но имеем, что имеем. Давайте быстро пройдемся. Что там по пикам у нас? Гладиаторы Ван Вин, Снайпер, ВРК, Джакира и Кунка. Это получается что? Кунка Хард, Снайпер 4, Джакира 5, это керри, что ли, ВРК, да? Получается, нужно мидера, если я не ошибаюсь. У Ван Вин уже попикали, да? Что они там напикали? Есть Рейзер, Энигма, Марси, Энчантресс и Primal Beast. Primal Beast у нас в Хард. Марси, Энчантресс это 4-5. Хотя нет, подождите. Непонятно, это керри Разор, правильно? А Энигма куда идет? Или это Марси керри? Что-то непонятно. Алхимик. Это получается... Алхимик керри, да? ВРК у нас мид пойдет. Правильно? Да, Энигма у нас... Хард. Это правда. Да, Enigma 3 Primal у нас мид. Да, ВРК мидовая. Да, друзья, к большому сожалению, еще раз повторюсь, вот спрашивают на ютубе, не знаю, что с дотой, реально, не знаю, нет возможности. Есть такая возможность. Вы зайдете на канал, да, на тот, где я заливаю записи, и там вы сможете нормально посмотреть полностью всю карту. В принципе, все матчи там будут. Вы можете заходить, смотреть. То есть там проблем не предвидится таких, как есть на стриме. То есть я все равно смотрю те матчи, которые мне нравятся, даже в таком формате, то есть как есть. Так что, но кто хочет там или не успел, или еще что-то посмотреть, да, ну, нормально, полноценно, без каких-либо проблем, в хорошем качестве, то на YouTube-канале, там где записи, вы это можете сделать без каких-либо проблем. Так, посмотрим, ничего ли я не пропустил. Вроде как ничего, ну, чё, как вам пики?
Understanding the Eidolon status, you know, because if Celery gets put out of position, even if he dual breaths and does whatever, he's probably dead, right? Similar sort of thing with the Alchemist early on prior to hitting onto that level 6. I can very much see them putting a little bit more emphasis onto making sure they're able to get out of that lane in a pretty good spot. But yeah, for GG, I think this game is a little bit more clear cut for mine, and I'm interested to see even what build Tofu goes for. You know, is he going to be a tiny bit greedier himself? Is he going to, instead of pursuing that like Solar Crest Tranquils build that he usually goes, maybe it is going to be like a, could probably still Tranquils into like a Boots of Bearing, but then beyond that go into a Glipnir for himself or something like that, just to provide that little bit of extra control.
Итак, друзья, у нас вторая карта, гладиаторы против Ван Вин. Первую карту забрали себе в копилку гладиаторы, да. Не могу сказать, что не получилось Ван Вину, все-таки посильнее, видимо, были гладиаторы на первой карте, чуть пободрее сыграли, хотя пик был хороший Ван Вин. Посмотрим, как будет на первой карте, да, меня все еще не покидают мысли, что делать с этой Dota TV и как полноценно и нормально смотреть матчи. То есть пока не знаю, друзья. Так что ну, посмотрим, что у нас будет. Мне нравится пик Ван Вин, если честно. Очень нравится. Мне не нравится Керри Рейзер. Вот, не знаю. Так, подождите, будет ли у нас битва за руны? Так что... Эйс Дурачо, Селери Мункуши. 3 руны получается, да? 3 руны за командой гладиаторы. Так вот, мне не нравится тройка Энигма. Всегда говорил и всегда не устану повторять, что тройка Энигма выполняет точно такую же функцию, как и 4 либо 5 Энигма. То, что у нее там будут чуть больше артефактов и чуть побыстрее. В конечном итоге эта тройка Энигма станет либо 4, либо 5. Потому что все, что нужно этой Энигме, это дать хороший блэкхолл, купить там себе условный блинк, купить БКБ или еще что-то, или, возможно, линку, если есть какие-то проблемы, что могут сбить твой блэкхолл. Ну и на этом все. Единственная твоя задача — это хорошо заюзать блэкхолл. Ни больше, ни меньше. Так что такие дела. Видим, что здесь Тофу разминает респекта. 4 против 5. Снайпер против... Энчантресс. У меня есть такой зритель, Ларкин Топ, он просто ненавидит снайпера. В 4 он уже, если бы был здесь, он уже бы написал, что все, это 1-1. ГГ уже проиграли. Посмотрим, как оно будет. Не, если честно, не могу собраться до сих пор. То есть, не знаю, почему не работает. Очень сложно смотреть, когда ты не имеешь возможности что-то контролировать, да, там, посмотреть то, что тебе нравится, включить нетворсы, байбеки, чекнуть артефакты. Этого нету. То есть...
Up a lot of damage, has a couple of tangos, but still with the hard camp pull from Tofu, this is going to keep the wave very close to the tower. So Ace is going to be...
Да, смотрим на Кунку. Кунка имеет 9-0. Друзья, неплохо себя чувствует. В принципе, Кунка хороший хардлейнер. Но... Не знаю, я думаю, что будет 2-0 здесь. Гладиаторы хотят темпом взять. Само собой, что в глубоком лейте гладиаторам будет тяжело, так что я думаю, им не нужно. И нет смысла затягивать эту игру.
200, maybe even 300 net worth lead from Chura Jr. just 3 minutes in.
Yeah, we see bottom Sriracha is having a really good time as well. 16-3, so dual breath along with the acid spray. A bit of an issue here depending on where the Eidolons are already getting stacks as well inside the jungle. So we'll see how 1W going to be able to contest this. Unfortunately, it doesn't.
Мне вот интересно, сколько смотрю, не вижу дропу, как в банах, так и в пиках. Дрока просто сейчас не в мете. И до этого все турниры, которые я смотрел, комментировал, я не видел ни одной дропки, ни в пиках, ни в банах. Так, у нас здесь есть нападение на Клауда через баночку от дурачье. Так, это минус Клауд, это сейчас будет ФБ. Еще 2000, есть, правда, стики. Нет, выживает за счет стиков. Нужно быть осторожным, потому что у Марси много очень урона. Еще одна банка, это ошибка от Клауда. Блин, он имел возможность уйти, да, и не отдаться на ФБ. Но он этого не сделал. Это ошибка. Так, еще можно второго. Еще тычка, да, это минус 2 для дурачье. Дурачье проливает первую кровь, заработает хорошо денег. Так еще и второй фраг сделал. Блин, ну красавчик. Красавчик. Но это ошибка от Клауда, от Энигмы. Он реально сделал ошибку. Так, здесь нападение на Тофу. Ну, минус Тофу, да. Primal Beast подключился, перетянулся с мида. Топ. Так, видим, что Квин имеет 30 крипов почти против 23 на 1. Да нет, то есть не все можно успеть, друзья. То есть это потом будет получше, потом будет поинтереснее. То есть я там подхожу под самый конец, потому что мне нужно еще видео загрузить, еще превью сделать. Это очень много времени забирает. Плюс не работает Dota TV. Я также в ушах слышу себя англоязычных комментаторов, но по-другому никак. То есть, я не знаю, я думаю, что вы можете зайти там на Twitch и любого стримера, который показывает инт, он точно так же показывает, потому что, ну, не работает Dota TV и все. Не знаю, с чем это связано, почему так.
To scale quite nicely for himself, and again, it feels like these are heroes that can be at very different.
Да, если бы нам обсервер еще подрубил Нетворсы, было бы отлично, потому что пока что Нетворсов у нас нету. Так, есть нападение на Рейзера. Я думаю, он не знал. Да, он не знал, что на самом деле на него нападает. Минус Рейзер, подцепили еще Респекта. Есть Айспас от Селери. Да, Респект жив, пока действует подхил, но ненадолго. Еще минус 2. Отличная вылазка от команды Gaming Gladiators. Все четко делают. И если на первой карте Ван хорошо держались, и даже там на условной 20 плюс минуте было плюс-минус ровно, то сейчас на 7 минуте гладиаторы сильно вырываются вперед. Видим, что у нас 6 уровень имеют мидеры команд, что Верка, что Primal Beast, ну а дальше там керри, хардлейнеры и так дальше, так дальше. Так, опять есть крест. Сейчас будет токен. Тычка. Подошел Респект. Будет разменять здесь Тофу. Разминать, прошу прощения. Но это минус Тофу. Но... 4 снайпер, блин, это ужасно, правда. То есть, когда ты нападаешь, это плюс. Тем более, что ты очень сильный на линии за счет аспекта на шрапнель, потому что ты кинул и очень много урона тут же нанес. Только вот что потом делать, без понятия.
Tofu coming up top together, really looking to try and open up this map a little bit, especially join the lane right as that level 6 comes up as well from Ace. And they want to get Munkushi.
Да, видим, что у дурачок все отлично. Это все-таки алхимик. 5к нетворса. Безупречное первенство по голде. Дальше идет мидер команды Гладиаторов. И дальше уже керри и хардер команды Ванвин. Тофу здесь в смоках стоит, кого-то ждет с эйсом. Так, есть нападение на Мункуши через крест, токен плюс корабль, но хватит ли урона? Так, пошла еще гранатка, вторая шапнель не хватает. Не хватает, нужно отходить. Сейчас будут убивать. Сейчас будут убивать, хотят эйса, да, эйса забирают. Есть еще первый блэкхолл от Клауда по Квину. Квин пока что работает, Виндран уходит. Подсейвил его Селери своим айспасом, но, видимо, недостаточно. Хотя выживает все еще Квин, еще живет, много пожил, но, к сожалению, нет. К сожалению, отправляется он в таверну. Размен пока что 2 в 1. Рейзер вроде как жив-цел. Пока что, да, пока что жив-цел. Так, пошел айспас по респекту, это минус респект. Чуть отправились. Команда Ванвин провела не последние минуты довольно-таки результативно, подтянулись. Так что более-менее налаживается. Видим, что и Рейзер подтянулся по нетворсу.
Who's going to be leading the charge with the double support. Celery does have the macro pyre online. Looking to try and combine with Ace, but 1W have been able to dodge this back over towards their triangle, which they are posturing on top of the stairs, and Sweden Stroke will run straight into them, give them the vision that they need, and looks like they should be okay.
They didn't reveal anything.
Okay, jumps a low.
Так, Свиден Стронг не самое удачное нападение. Квин пошел вперед, был ультимейт, отправил беста по нему, но убили уже респекта. Сбил Селери как раз таки своим айспасом. Ультимейт еще потеряли Свиден Стронга на Марсе. Минус 2, и тут же открывается путь к демонтированию Т1 Тавра снизу, друзья. Дурачье ждет руны, отдает он ДД своему мидеру. И Квин с этим ДД становится довольно-таки опасным для любого персонажа Ванвин, потому что под фокусфайером килл любого с дабл дэмэджем. Так, видим, что Кунка у нас будет собираться через Блейдмейл, так же, как и Шира, только вот Шира у нас мидовый, что-то у Мункуши, есть ПТшка, есть Falcon Blade и делает себе Мейлштром. Falcon Blade собрал себе на разгон, чтобы не иметь проблем с маной. Так, дурачье движется на топ-линию, где Мункуши есть. Да, собираться будет он через Radiance.
Nice scan though, really good read. Munkushi's going to be able to avoid the gank, and it could have been a very big pick-off for Gaming Gladiators, because we see, I mean, the involvement so far up the Racho, 4-0-1. That kill may have continued to put Munkushi further down in regards to the net worth, but he's able to avoid that. Does look like Tower's probably going to slowly go down unless there will be a response from 1W.
Так, 12-я минута, друзья. Счет 8-4. Есть небольшое преимущество в виде 3000 голды за командой Гладиаторов, за европейской командой. Квин под ДДшкой, которая только что закончилась, хочет собрать себе свой Мейлштром. Не хватает ему где-то косарь 300 голды. В миде здесь тусуется вся команда Ванвин. Ну, почти вся, кроме их керри. Так, есть айспас плюс привязка от Квина по Шире. Очень много урона. Макропира много наносит. Также патрон залетает по Свиден Стронгу. Это уже минус 2. Еще патрон в Клауда. Туда же корабль. Минус 3. Да, сильный пик. Очень сильный пик у Гладиаторов. Ничего не могут сделать. Команда Ванвин. Так, сломали первый тавер. Т1 тавер в центральной линии. Так, что там в респекта? Респект. Блин, как же мне не нравится Энчантрес, которая не качает свои импетусы.
Honestly, the whole team to be able to dish out their damage, but right now
Очень не нравится.
you know, they don't have any of those defensive auras that they're looking to try and play around. Gotta say, Ace doesn't have it yet either, but I think he's got a blade mail coming out to him very shortly. So, and again, that's another one of these ways where he can't be the one that gets static linked anymore. You're just going to end up taking out your own life if you're Mankushi.
Эйс подфармливает, сделать сам себе стак и вроде как принес, да, принес себе блэдмейл. Что там в Дурачье? В Дурачье есть уже Реденс, плюс двушка денег сверху, делает себе Яшу, потом Манту. После Манты возможно сделать себе БКБ, чтобы более-менее чувствовать себя безопасно в драке. В принципе, идти уже вперед, ничего не бояться. По КД юзает свой спрей, подфармливает. Это Дурачье, он умеет играть на алхимике, хорошо играет, хорошо понимает саму игру.
Bring the numbers and they will get lucky again. So only a regen. Kun will still be happy with that, closing in on the Maelstrom.
Так, Монкуши. Есть Майлштром, делает себе после Майлштрома БКБ, понимаю его. Нужно будет принимать драку, без БКБ никак. Очень много дизайблов, почти у каждого игрока. Там и айспас. Так, подождите, у нас здесь нападение на Мункуше через крест, токен и корабль. Просто один в четверых здесь Кунка, плюс Квин еще подошел. Прожимает фокус-файр. У него, кстати, аспекты на фокус-файр. Размен 1 в 1. Но я напомню, что они дрались вдвоем против всей команды, друзья. И сейчас будет погоня за Квином. Есть айспас от Селери, останавливает он Ширу. Есть привязка, не самая удачная. Ставится макропира от Селери. Убивает Селери. Не знаю, подзагуляли гладиаторов, они что-то сильно поверили в себя. Рядом нету Дурачье. Если бы Дурачье был все это время, я думаю, разложили бы на изи. На изи, но Дурачье, к сожалению, не было. Дурачье фармит и... что? Погоня за Дурачье. Он скинул банку в Ширу и вроде как жив-цел. Да. Пока что жив-цел. Так, есть нападение на респекта, его здесь увидели через крест токен, через айспас, через пауэршот, и он все еще не умер, все еще жив цел. Как же работает этот хил, бля, какая-то имба, реально, еще один крест, еще корабль. И что, убьют этого респекта? Да, убивает респекта, есть неплохой блэкхолл по двоим. Убивает еще Селери. Возможно, убьет Эйса, который под кораблем еще жив цел. В размен пока что 2 в 1. Потеряли тройку команды Ван Вин. Дурачье подошел, разультился. И теперь нужно убегать, глупцы. Потому что Дурачье без шансов. Да. Шира минус. Свиденстронг также будет умирать. Хотя нет, Свиденстронг пока что уходит. А вот респект, которого нету уже подхила. Пошла баночка, плюс токен, плюс тотем. Да, как говорится, пришел Дурачье, порешал все вопросы. Это правда. Видим, неплохо денег заработали гладиаторов, но и Ван Вин в стороне не остались, тоже косарик там подняли, какие-то бабки есть. Видим, что Мункуша, видимо, принесет себе сейчас БКБ или нет, или он передумал и будет делать Милнир, кто его знает. Что там в Тофу? Есть один в Рейсбенд, есть сапог, Клауд прыгает, ставит. Есть Малифайс, рядом Шира, но это минус. Это минус Тофу, без шансов. И можно отойти. Но вот сможет ли отойти у нас Шира? Здесь уже пришел Дурачье, есть банка. Минус Шира. Стоило ли оно того? Нет, конечно же, не стоило, друзья. Без шансов. Думаю, что этого оно не стоило.
Just because you are going up against the black hole, you're going up against the pulverize, you're going up against the static link. It feels pretty good against a lot of that other stuff. So, what do you even go? Like, is this a AC kind of game? Maybe.
19-я минута. Так, подождите.
Go the AC though after the BKB. Go the safer route at the moment. 9,000 net worth lead. Gonna look to go once again.
It really does feel like these cores are pretty much unkillable though, doesn't it?
Oh
It's a
man.
blink.
This time they found Munkushi. And Munkushi, when this is a carry razor. Goes down with ease. They're already looking for more. Respect's gonna be able to hold them back, but the righteous alchemist knows no fear.
Yeah, not even opting to hit that tier 2 tower. He wants to farm, he wants to find people. Down across the map as Chira Jr. just trying to farm as many waves as he can, try and cut them, force GG back as quickly as he can. Will Duraccio revealed on the lane, yep. So, they end up getting a kill, but they are still getting a decent amount of map control taken away on one win.
So this again, at least they will have a bit of a read that someone's on the high ground. Chira Jr. does try and snipe the wave, and you already hear in response, Ace taping down to the outpost. The Dino is being a little bit of a nuisance, but finally he'll be cut down. See what else they want to try and do on the map now. The waves are in an okay position.
It's the kind of thing that you have to do at this stage, right? Like, you're not going to come back playing normal Dota. You got to try and risk it for the biscuit. You got to go cut some waves. Maybe not have it be Chira Jr. be the one that does that. You know, Respect wanting to Enchantress, do a little bit of lane cutting himself. We saw how long it takes for him to be able to.
Извините, друзья, как всегда, кто-то позвонит, нужно отвечать. Видим, что только что забрали гладиаторы вражеский терзатель. Свиден... Нет, не забрали вроде, что ли? Или как? Или я просмотрел. Но видим, что убили Мункуша, убили Промелбиста. 11к есть денег за гладиаторами. Счет у нас 19-9, 21 минута. Сломали Т2 Тавер на нижней линии и двигаются в сторону центра. Кто там есть в центре? Есть Шира, есть Респект.
We've stuck with him through all the flames, through all the stuff. I mean, they've won countless tournaments, right, with this man, and I mean, he's showing them why he's one of the best carries in the world. And just taking enemy wisdom runes as well. Level 18, 21 minutes in.
Так, нашел здесь Квин Ширу. Привязал, есть фокус файр, но Шира прожимает ультимейт, плюс он под блэкмейлом. Хватит ли дэмэджа, блин, не знаю. Еще одна привязка, также патрон залетел от снайпера. Да, хватает дэмэджа, подошел еще Кунка, без вариантов. Но здесь Дурачье с Селери просто расправляются с керри командой Ван Вин. Пока что тяжело, очень тяжело. Так, Дурачье на блинке прыгает вперед, убивает он хардлейнера команды Ван Вин. Получается уже -3 за полминуты. В размен на 0. Видим, что у Дурачье просто 20-ка нетворса, получается почти по косарю в минуту.
Go for Roshan. I could certainly see them giving that one over to Quinn to enable him to also be a menace. And this is kind of what I was talking about with the committal heroes, right? It feels like you need to put yourself at so much risk to get any sort of farm or to participate in any sort of team fights on 1W, whereas not
Ну как, гладиаторы?
on Game Gladiator.
Не хотят ли они пойти на Рошана? Там Рошан стоит еще первый. Нашли здесь Виденстронга. Ну, с Виденстронг конечная. Не дали ему дофармить его БКБ. Без шансов. Минус Виденстронг.
Put himself in the perfect position, so. And again, down bottom, Duracho.
Так, дурачье. Нашел здесь Мункуши, Клауд. Не пожалел как раз таки дать в одного. Black Hole, ну, кстати, не смогли они убить втроем одного дурачье. А вот ВР-ку, да, ВР-ку убивают. Полетел корабль через крест на Мункуша. Это минус Мункуша в размен только на одного мидера команды гладиаторов. Сейчас и респекта убьют. Мне кажется, можно писать ГГ и идти готовиться к следующей. Я понимаю, что многие не любят, когда я так говорю, но здесь без шанса, без вариантов. Ничего не придумать. Это правда. Просто без вариантов. Ну что, зашли. Зашли команда гладиаторов на ХГ. Есть фокус по Т3 и Таверу в центре. За счет того, что дурачье большой, раскачанный. У него косарь ГПМа. Косарь. Косарь минуты, офигеть. Но это жестко. Так, Шира под БКБ своим ультимейтом ультует по дурачье. Пока что дурачье жив цел. Полетел корабль от Эйса. Ну все, второй корабль у Эйса уже. Аганим подцепили еще на крест Мункуши. Мункуши также здесь не выживет. Есть еще айспас такой, чтобы Мункуши 100% не ушел. И получается, что влетает, кстати, Primal Beast. Он хотел забрать дурачье, но дурачье прожал БКБ и вроде как отошел. Да, дурачье выживает, Primal Beast нет. И дурачье-то сейчас отхилится. Видим, что без дурачье, в принципе, нету дэмэджа по товарам, потому что 25-я минута только. Пока что очень-очень тяжело. Да, вернулся дурачье. Сейчас, конечно, демонтаж товаров бараков сильно увеличится, в разы увеличится. Ну что, ван-вин, будет ли последняя драка? Да, мега-крипов гладиаторы не сделают, так как еще стоит Т2 в топе. Блин, интересный мув провернул только что Шира, но Квин очень хотел за шейкл-шотить Ширу, но не удалось. Скрылся в тумане войны. И что, получается, осталась одна последняя линия в команде ван-вин. Так, дурачок опять в позиции. Там кого поймали? Свиденстронга поймали на крест и вынужден Свиденстронг прожимать свою первую БКБ, чтобы просто не умереть. Какие прогнозы? Ну, тяжелые прогнозы, если ты про команду ван-вин. Так, полетел булыжник. Ну, без шансов. Без шансов. На второй карте какое-то избиение. Рошан все еще не тронут. Это так, к слову.
The MO, honestly, for Duracho for a while, right? There was a lot of finding Duracho moments, but he was just playing them to such a fine line where he was making space for everyone else. Sometimes a bit too fine. Like you said, he knows. He has an incredible read on where people are positioning, and we've seen that really be the case so far this game. I mean, this has been a masterclass performance on the Eloquence. 11, 0, and 11. Well, he's only died once, right? He had that one.
Так, ну что, ломают гладиаторы последний внешний тавер, который остался у команды OneWin, и остается третья сторона, которая еще живая. Я думаю, что OneWin сейчас дадут последний бой, и если смогут перевернуть, да, тогда мы, в принципе, посмотрим еще. Если нет, на этом, в принципе, карта закончится. Так, ну пошел дурачок, просто бешеная скорость атаки под своим ультимейтом. Есть Кераса, есть БКБ, в смоках OneWin, и что, не хотят ли подраться? Ждут окончания ультимейта или что? Так, Свиден Стронг пошел вперед, но без шансов, без шансов. Шира топчется здесь по Квину, Квин прожимает Винран, прожимает БКБ, но Шира ультует, есть, правда, артиллерия Айспас. Есть один блэкхолл по одному Квину. Тут же снайпер сбивает этот блэкхолл, потому что в Энигме нету еще БКБ. Но выглядит все как будто бы без шансов. Возможно, убьют Силери. И то нет, убивают все-таки Силери. Шира умирает, Свиденстрон там уже умер. Также умер Мункуши. Поймали еще шеклшотом Enchantress. И это минус Enchantress, друзья. Такие дела. Пишут good game, well played, команда OneWin. И, в принципе, на этом матч у нас заканчивается. Ну что, поздравляем Gaming Gladiators. Счет 2-0. Не знаю даже, что сказать, потому что так или иначе никто не покидает группы, друзья. Ну, мы подождем следующий матч.
No, really, without a doubt, that was a great showing for them and how they would really hope to start their run here. So very impressive overall, and we'll see how they're going to be able to continue. Because again, I mean, gaming, you know, what's the group looking like? You've got Heroic and XIII, the other teams they have to go up against. So this is hopefully. I was going to say confidence builder, but I don't particularly know if they need to build the confidence. I think this team, without a doubt, has got that at the moment. So a good start for them.
If you can't be confident after winning the Esports World Cup, I don't know when you can. Like, that would give me confidence, I'll say that much.
Yeah, without a doubt, they're probably over the moon, and we'll see if they can continue to lead that into a potential success here. The road to the International and then TI as well. So we'll get to go through some of the highlights, but I mean, it's 16 minutes in, and we see Duracho, 13,000 net worth lead, and yeah, he's diving T2. So like, this is just incredible showing from him. Very impressive. Honestly, very intrigued on like how teams are going to look to address him overall with his hero pool, because it does feel like, you know, some heroes like the Alchemist is quite strong. The Bristleback at the moment, there's been some talk about how strong that is. We saw the Dragon Knight was first phase banned as well. Keep in mind in the second game. And I think also now I'll raise a question to you, because we were speaking about it when the Primal Beast got banned. Got picked in the second game. Like, do we feel like 1W maybe have a bit of maybe wrong is too strong of a word, but we saw both game 1 and then game 2, they first phased the Primal Beast, and game 2 they had the overall first pick. So do we feel like maybe they need to readdress this idea they have?
I think they just need to change where they place him in priority.
when I'm lonely in that I know you read me, yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love.
It's really refreshing to be playing with people like you right now. Definitely, and
what is second places and third places and stuff like that. What is it about a grand final that has made it so difficult for a Chinese team to win the HSC game?
it's probably not the thing related to the in-game stuff anymore. It's more on the outside game. Like you can see Team OG and Team Spirit, basically they are really friends when they're playing together. Like compared to the Chinese teams, I think we do handle pressure the way different.
I
spice in this one in particular. before. So
No, yeah. Independent's only like
5 knowledge of provenance. Throughout my life, you called me a renegade. Through all my lows, you said we could start again, but I'm a renegade of your love. But I'm a renegade of your love.
Been on the streets a few months. I'm trying to pick myself up. I may be living alone, but I still believe in love. And although my flaws had dragged me down on the coldest night, I'm still kicking around. And then I saw you back before my time was shortened. Throughout my life, you called me a renegade.
My shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is harder. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness. Lost all of your dreams, the night is harder. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness. Me in the darkness. My shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is harder. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness. In the I'm on my last straw. I'm broken and I'm woken up. I'm done feeding your lies. I've had enough. I can't run your place in this faulty game. And all the words you speak mean nothing more to me. 'Cause let's start over now. Rewind, and I won't let you go. I need you by my side. I'm gone, so don't run from the truth. You're lost, now I know you played me just like a fluke. I still can't believe you had me on a leash, cutting all my teeth with all the lies.
versus the Sand King as well. So, and if you can get on top of the Sand King at level 1, it can potentially really ruin his laning stage. But at very least, Sand King is very good. I do agree with you, but I'm not still convinced that he's just completely broken in competitive play, but I could be wrong.
I do like the Snapfire against the Sand King, because sometimes in the early game team fights, you just lack that damage, like some nuke to reach the Sand King, and with the Mortimer's Kiss, I feel like Snapfire is kind of like a really, really good way of killing off the Sand King before he snowballs too hard in the fights.
I will say it's less good now that people are going for the Dust Devil facet, because the Sandstorm will follow you, so you don't have to like stand in the circle and get hit by all the Snapfire abilities. Okay, there's the Tinker. Yeah, I would be surprised to not like to see this hero completely fall off. At the very least, I think it's B tier. And it's great at defending towers against, DK, drop down the march. Sand King will stand in the march as well, like in his sandstorm. Like I don't see
It's very annoying.
how you kill a Sand King with a Bloodstone and all of the Tinker spells on him.
Do you guys want to touch on the Tinker changes? Because I'm also thinking about people who haven't seen this hero in a while, because it wasn't even picked up at the last
range
major
nerf,
land.
the cost range.
No, she means long term.
Long term.
Tinker is a completely different
Yes,
hero.
compared to when it was played in mid to now, where we'll probably see it and why it sits.
The summary is like you can't rearm items anymore. So the flip side to this is that you now get built-in cooldown reduction to items, which is why people are building pipe greaves, these healing type items, because the cooldown reduction on them is pretty nasty. And then there's a facet that makes your March of the Machines, which is now back, heal as well as do damage. So he's a healer.
And you also have the shield, right?
Yeah, he has a shield, which gives status resist, and then
he's just a support now. Like he's kind of like an Omni Knight. You can look at him that way. You sit behind your cores and you keep him alive.
An Omni that can TP to fountain and fill bottles for free
And farm.
Yeah, I've seen people do that in my games.
It's good. It is good.
I mean, I was looking at Fly before coming here, and just some of the heroes he'd played, and Naga was played a lot by him, Omni Knight was played a lot, Tinker was played a lot, Shadow Demon. So these are all like heroes that don't surprise me, that even if they get nerfed, once you have that many games. And Beastmaster is a hero I've been wanting to see for a long time, to see if it's going to get back into the meta, but not the Ags build, but going more in for the Helm Dom type of build, and playing with auras, getting the pipe after the Helm Dom. And I think you 100% need a pipe this game. If you're Sand King Tinker, if you don't have a pipe, then it's going to be very difficult to take the early fights.
It's very good against Tinker in a way where I feel like when you're playing against Tinker, you need a hero that has like a low cooldown spell that can solo kill him, so you take care of the waves being shoved at you. And I think Beastmaster is like perfect for that.
Yeah, you can use the hawk, so you can see the Tinker that's blinking in the trees.
You see him and you hunt him, you solo kill him.
Is he still a Ags rusher or
Beast?
Yeah.
On Beast?
No, I don't even think you go Ags. It's Helm Dom 2. I think people were looking for ways to make that item work in general, because they buffed it so many times. Like the stats on it are pretty ridiculous on Universal Heroes. It's just a really high value item in terms of stats and how much it costs because of all the buffs. But summons were just not good for a long time, and the Beast Ags was just way too strong.
You did say this team, BB team, like the summons offlane.
Yeah, they do. I pretty much think every game they're gonna have one of these heroes, because all of Muro's hero pool is viable with summons.
Yeah, and they buffed the Wild Hunt facet from the Beastmaster too, which makes it even better, where it gives more attack speed for more units under his control.
Yeah, and remember, the birds will crash more the more attack speed you have.
Yeah.
So the birds are rooting and dealing damage a lot faster. Like, this hero is a spellcaster now.
I mean, playing against CK
Так, ну что, у нас бэтбум против Наунс. Да, проспал я чуть, я пикал чуть банов, все потому что много работы, много чего заливаю, много делаю. Плюс, если что, Дота у нас не работает. Друзья, Дота не работает, не хочет она работать, имеем что имеем. Так, давайте посмотрим, что у нас по пикам. ББ, ДК, Снэпка, Энчантрес плюс Бисмастер. Так, Бисмастеру хард. Энчантрес 5, Снэпка 4. ДК у нас непонятно. Либо керри, либо мидер. Скорее всего, это керри ДК. У Наунс eSports есть Санкинг, Тинкер, Дизраптор и Chaos Knight. Так, ну, Дизраптор 5, Тинкер 4. ЦК у них керри, и получается... Так, и получается... Санкинг у них хард. Нужно добрать мидера, а ББ также мидера.
Also fine versus Sand King.
I mean, I will say BB team is like...
And they need a mid.
Well, BB is one of the few teams that will...
Да, квапа появилась у Наунс. Так, получается, ЦК будет стоять с Дизраптором против Бисмастера и Снэпкой. Ну ладно, неплохо постоят, хотя Снэпка плюс Бисмастер сильная линия. На 3-м уровне Дисраптору будет очень тяжело. В принципе, ЦК им сложно будет убить, а вот какого-то Дисраптора подцепить, думаю, будет без проблем. Так. Декас Энчантрес. Правильно будет стоять против Санкинга с Тинкером. Блин, хороший пик на самом деле у команды Nouns Esports. Реально хороший. Даже очень. Ждем, долго думают. Команда Бэтбум.
I feel like they just need a hero to like play around the beast. They push towers with the Ench beast. You can lane against Quap.
Пока что ждем. Есть время у них, конечно же, подумать по этому поводу.
Yeah, it's fine. Really well with the Enchant lane, and it's good against Sand King. I would worry for the Sven. Like if I'm Sand King, I love playing into some melee guy that I can just keep stingering every time he walks up to get a last hit.
Sure.
Ursa.
Huh.
I didn't expect that one. I'm not entirely sure what.
It's probably just entirely for the lane. I think Ursa in Sand King. Ursa Enchantress in Sand King.
I'm not. I mean, I would.
Did Nightfall change his name?
Yes.
I see. Okay, that's why I was really confused. Like, who is that?
It is still Nightfall, but in the player registration, he has changed his name. So for this event, he technically is not Nightfall.
Да, видим, что Урсу добрали себе Бэтбум. Это означает, что ДК у нас пойдет в мид. ГПК будет играть на видовом ДК.
It gives you like 20% extra HP on them, which is nice. But in games like this where you can break, disarm, or silence an Ursa,
those are all good
they're
against
all
Ursa,
good
actually.
against Ursa, right?
Yeah.
Enchantress, you can break an Enchantress, you can break the DK. You can also break the Beastmaster passives too, which can be really good. I don't know if he'll change it up, but we'll see. But I think it's worth considering in this game. Why they picked Ursa? I mean, my only guess is they're hoping to get on top of the Sand King in the laning stage and just like 100 to 0 him, and every time he comes back, he gets just bullied out. But if they don't do that, it's not the best Ursa game of all time. CK, you buy Orchid on this hero most games. Ursa doesn't like buying things that dispel it other than BKB, and so that can be a little bit rough. And you also have different classes as well, so I don't know, not my favorite last pick here from Nightfall.
I do want to point out the Dragon Knight facet as well is not the red one. There's not a red dragon.
They lost then.
They lost. All right, well, look, either way, let's head on into game number 1 and see what's going to play out with our casters, MLP and John.
Thank you so much, Nat. We do get into it. Game 1 between BBT and, of course, Nouns. Jonathan, you've seen the drafts. What are you thinking, though? Who's got the better draft, in your opinion?
Draft-wise, it's hard to say. I will lean towards Nouns a little bit. I think this can be a little bit of a tricky game for Saika as it goes on. I'm very curious to see how much the Ursa can get out of lane. Feels like that's the most pivotal part here. And we do finally get voice lines. That was, very missing in the last time. I'm not sure if it was nerves for like Talon or if Thunder were all serious mode. First series of the day, they just kind of wake up mode for our esports players. We've got the voice lines all warmed up.
Так, ну что, стартуют у нас команды. Видим, что обсервер проходится по аспектам, кто какой аспект выбрал.
That was a very recent one as well, maybe a month back at most. So BBT has had a good figure into what Nouns likes to do. Maybe they can, because of that, maybe they understand how to ruin Gunner's lane with Saika's Ursa and just run down early on.
Is that how we're pronouncing it, John? Saika? That is Nightfall, by the way, in case anyone wasn't listening to the panel. Saika? Is that how we pronounce it? Is there a joke there? Miero? He's gonna cop a fair bit of damage here on this way out. It looks like they'll go for the boar instead. They don't care about the actual hero. It's fine. 3 руны за командой Бэтбум. Одну только руну и смогли отжать команда Nouns.
кто фавориты. Но я думаю, что BO2 фавориты. Но Наунс неплохая команда, я думаю, что-то себя покажет. Хотя мне пик больше нравится BO2. Намного больше. Они круто сделали, что отправили ДК в мид. И добрали себе Урсу на керри. Хотя Урса в каком-то лейте, в глубоком, ну и тяжело будет против ЦК.
Whether or not he just kind of skips out on Shadow Strike or goes more Shadow Strike and spamming it on GPK to make it comfy, kind of open. I've seen a few quad players go either or in what they prioritize here. Rune control, it's a bigger part for Copy for sure. GPK is going to be free to just completely ignore it if he wants. Denial from the supports is going to be pretty big, and they do have really strong support rotations to kind of complement that for GPK as well. So you can take a look at those other lanes. Over up top, you've got Miero and Save up against Yuma and Fly. And this one's a little bit interesting because you do have a lot of long-range poke coming out from Save. He did go for full bore. They nerfed the hell out of the little shredder, so you're not going to be seeing anyone going for Ricochet 2 nowadays. But the reach is going to be massive. You've got some good connections with the board down the line, and you've got the Hawk that can kind of chain control as well. So there's a lot of burst potential up top from BBT, and for Yuma, it's going to be a bit of a slow ride into that level 3, maybe even level 4 is when you start to become...
Нет, не работает Dota ТП.
Miero and Save are just going to have a fun time up top for sure.
Пока что не работает. Когда заработает, да, откуда я знаю? Возможно, когда-то починят. Так, видим, что у нас здесь нападение на Найтфола, он же Сайка. И да. Все-таки первый кровь проливает Бэтбум, Торонто Токио достается, убивает Тинкера. Но не хватило все-таки урона на Наунс.
There's a lot of AoE control, a lot of ways to try to kite around the Ursa. You have to be a little bit cautious when they do try to play aggressive, but that burst damage is always there. Get a couple of right clicks off, Psychic can just run you down no matter what, as long as Gunner isn't able to play off the threat of a Stinger turnaround. As long as it's away from...
Наставится пауза. Вот Кей пишет. Тинкер.
You're not going to make that same move right next to your creep wave for sure. Gunner does have counterplay once he does have that Stinger up. So until that point, you're not going to be too concerned about sticking around, but it's going to be a little bit rough, right? Like Tinker is going to be able to shove out like the panel set. There's a lot of AoE effects that try to just hold their ground, heal up, get some damage going. But in the lane, Psycha, as long as he isolates away the Tinker, it's going to be easy food here.
Remember when Tinker got changed and they brought March of the Machines back and everyone was convinced that I was wrong about this being the most busted hero in the game?
I remember.
You remember, don't you, John? They were calling me stupid. They said I had no idea what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Now look at him, Jonathan. Look at him.
Yeah.
Look at this stupid hero.
And the sad thing was, this was even worse when we were seeing Yoa play it mid. That's the worst part. It had like one moment in the qualifiers, and then it just got completely deleted. I saw like Wikram tweet about Tinker. The next thing I know, the next patch just deletes mid-Tinker. So it was crazy. At the last Pro, now we have it on support. Are you happy about that, Mike? No, you don't have to deal with mid-Tinker. Now it's support.
I never even said it was going to be mid-Tinker. I just said Tinker was back. And everyone just assumed I was wrong. I wasn't, Jonathan. I was right for once. I feel very proud of that.
Very good, Mike. A broken clock is correct twice a day.
Thank you, John. I'll take it. Fly, taking a bit of damage on his way out here. Save just trading. Been a pretty quiet game so far. 1-0, 4 minutes in. Both sides more than happy to farm.
Так, я здесь. Продолжаем смотреть. У нас 5-я минута. Счет 1-0 по-прежнему. Видим, что в ЦК дела сильно так себе. Бисмастер плюс снэпка, жесткая линия. Это правда, как говорилось в начале. Тяжело будет ЦК, но ЦК потом пойдет в леса, то есть и свое там выформит. Каких-то проблем у него не будет, 100%. Так, фейзы для Урсы.
Dominator, it's just going to be the standard ags. This is what I've been seeing in a few of the third-party tournaments as well. It's still pretty much old Beastmaster. Occasionally you would get Dominator, but they would always still stick on Beast mode anyhow. I don't think the facet, at least in what I've watched in pro games, it hasn't switched over yet. And you do have a smooth ride here into your ags from Yarrow so far. Already has the arcs up to keep that axis spam going. Although, save.
Going in, I mean, they want flying. They've just got so much damage between these two. Cookie will land as well, so Miero having the time of his life.
Нападение на флая. Минус флай топорами. Топорами Мьера достает. Нам показывает, что там нападение на Санкинга. Будет ли размен? Да, Санкинга убивает. 0-2 подрались уже. Бэтбум еще убили ЦК. Отлично, отлично. Все четко сделали. ББ 4-0 имеем. Просто 4-0. Очень круто все делает. 6 минута у нас. Счет по-прежнему 4-0.
It's just so much damage coming out from Psycho already. Like, Gunnar just got back to the lane, lost 3/4 of his HP, and now he just has to go back to his tier 1 tower. Like, it's just a very rough affair at this stage for the off-lane Sand King. There's mid lane, Lelis being hunted down by Toronto.
Нападение на Тинкера. Через Кентаврика, через стан Кентавра, плюс ГПК со станом. Нормально, нормально. Быстро убили. ГПК еще под дабл дэмэджем. Очень хорошо все делает.
Corrosive does have that push potential. GPK with the amp damage doesn't take too long to clear that out. Seeing Nouns trying to contest BBT's Wisdom Rune, but not going to go all in there with a scan coming true. And for Nouns, I mean, a 5-0 start is rough. You're 4K behind, 7 minutes in. You lost your mid-tier 1. This ward out from BBT is going to allow them to invade the triangle nice and easy. They can look for rotations up top as well. I'm not sure if Psycho will want to necessarily go through the gate, as we've seen in the last series. Certainly some potential there as well. Of course, the Battle Fury timing for Psycho isn't too far now either, already having at least a cornucopia up. And if this keeps snowballing their way, I mean... Oh.
Yeah, bottom lane, Waldring Ripper dragging him back, and Lelis just has no chance of survival's Toronto. Picking up his 3rd kill of the game already, and this is starting to look like a real kind of avalanche kind of game here, John. I mean, it's just the perfect start for BBT.
And it is. It's going to take a while for Nouns to kind of kick into gear here as well. And you've got Coffee still working into the power treads. Top network for his team, but that's not really saying much. He's at least 800 behind the next core from BBT on GPK. And this quap with the burst damage you do have with Masochist is great, but...
Gunnar in trouble again. Psycho's not backing off either. He wants the kill. Hands up, and there goes Gunnar. No chance surviving. The Ursa having the time of his life, and I mean, this is going to be a very fast Battle Fury at this rate for Psycho. Like, he's already halfway there.
Yeah. Not going to take too long, and again, that leads up to the Ursa rushing his farm, maybe looking for some movement across the map if there's an opportunity into Roshan. There's a lot of play coming out from BBT right before the 10-minute mark as well. 7-0. Camp Gunnar again.
Oh, Gunnar! Burrow strike into the high ground. He's okay. Oh, save. Surely they know. Surely they know he's still there. And they're going to check, and they're going to find him. What a trap by BBT. I don't think the camera caught that. But there was just casually 3 heroes standing by the tier 1 tower waiting for him to TP back.
They knew he was just going to head back down bot, get punished. He is buying some space at the least. I guess that's the one silver lining that we could maybe point out. Yuma's got room to breed up top. You've got Copy jungling. Yeah.
How much space could you possibly provide at 9 minutes in?
Look, I'm trying to find a silver lining, Mike. He doesn't have a TP. And I appreciate Gunnar going for this Burst Strike, Sandstorm-centric build, but up again, I suppose the melee matchup of Ursa is not the comfiest where you can leverage Stinger, and this will allow him to recover in the jungle, but
he's gonna need to. They need to find space for him. He's trying to rush into the blink. At least he's 1,000 gold in, so it's not too bad. But they already have this forward ward set up right between the tier 2, tier 3 on the ramp of the triangle. Saika saying sun into eyes.
You know, sun's good for you sometimes, Saika. You know, just these players, John, they see sunlight once and they get all upset every time.
Oh, I've seen this firsthand. Yeah, I think. Hey, what was it?
Wait till they hear about grass, John. Mid lane, fly. You'll be alright. Copy is there to try and help out, but Copy's pretty far behind in the net worth department. He'll be forced to blink north. And even with the spells you do have available, it just doesn't really feel like the Quap can get involved and set a tempo for her team. It does feel like now they're just stuck kind of sitting back and trying to secure some comeback farm here, but it is a very kind of secure position, I want to say, for BB team at the moment.
Yeah, the big issue for now is there's no one for these supports to connect with, really. Yuma's not ready, Gunnar is far from ready, of course, and these supports can't really do much outside of, I guess, Lala shoving away a wave with March.
8-0 на 11-й минуте. По-прежнему ведут бэтбум. 5к преимущества имеют команда. Парни слева. Так, нападает ГПК на Квапу через блин, через танчик. Так, видим, что Миера, Солянова разбирается. Подходит здесь сейв, плюс Торонто Токио. Это будет минус Т1 тавер в топе. Рядом никого из команды противника. Никто не стал защищать этот тавер. Продолжает что-то там Тинкер подфармливать. 6к уже на 11 минуте. Это много. Это очень много. Видим, что ГПК есть блинк. Уже давно есть блинк. Топ-3 Нетворса за командой Bad Boom, друзья. Топ-3 Нетворса.
Speaking of that Ursa, by the way, in case we didn't have the update, Saika did get his Battle Fury, so he's kind of farmed out of control already. They are going to spot him out, though. Keep in mind, he does have Enrage available. It's not the easiest kill. They're going to try.
Так, ставится ультимейт на Тайку. Но, блин, какой-то очень плохой ультимейт. Минус флай, сейчас будет умирать еще Тинкер. ГПК здесь постарался. Квапу поймают. Не знаю, у Квапы есть блинк. Квапа отблинковывается. Но у ДК блинк еще в КД. Так, пошла бабка, рыгает по Юме. Это минус Керецка. Просто никак под ультимейтом армлетом не сыграть. Да. Пока что так себе выглядит для команды Наунс. Хороший пик у ББ. Жестко давят. У Бисмастера на 11 минуте. Ну, на 12 минуте уже был Аганим. С этим Аганимом сейчас можно пойти. Ну, сейчас, наверное, еще рано. Хотя есть Урса. С этой Урсой можно пойти на Рошана. Забрать Рошана и просто идти, давить. Заиметь преимущество по товарам. Заиметь преимущество за счет Аегиса. Что, в принципе, они и делают. Только здесь как раз Урса в соло через Торонто Токио. Через ее пассивочку Энчантрес. Так что много Урсы. Есть Фейзы, есть Battle Fury, да, плюс Аегис. Теперь у Сайки 2 жизни, друзья, 2 жизни.
He's got the maxed out Sandstorm. There is some damage play here. If he can frontline, we'll probably need 1 durability item up before then. That's going to be the pipe. Still needs more time. And by that time, you're going to be giving out a lot. You know, Saika took Roshan, of course, as we were talking about earlier, going for the blink into BKB. A 12k lead at 13 minutes in, 11-0. If Nouns finds a kill, that's a 100% increase.
Так, прыгает ГПК на Гунара. Ставится ультимейт от Дизраптора. Умирает уже Квапа. Возможно, убьют Сейва. Сейв пока что жив, даже выживает. Убили еще Санкина. Ну, без шансов. Да, ГПК притпашился. Блинк Станчик, минус еще дисраптор, там Сайка хотел убить, видимо, Тинкера, но Тинкер смог удрать от него, так что более-менее. 13к преимущество за командой Bad Boom, друзья, 14-0, просто в сухую, Соляного. Блин, ну я не знаю, это либо наунс такие ни о чем, либо ББ подготовились или что, ну жестко, реально жестко играют. Я бы сказал, очень жестко.
You have a CK that also needs farm, and you have all the farm world for BBT. Like, we've been talking a lot about Saika. No, you got the Ags timing very early on from Yarrow. He's going for his own full pipe into the blink. He's got a lot of damage. And once the pipe's up, that's most of your damage here from now. So you're not going physical at all. Like, Yuma is not ready to apply some physical output here. So just this pipe timing...
Так, сейчас будет нападение на Санкинга, но Санкинг на блинке уходит. Скрылся в тумане войны. Да, у него аспект, этот песок, это имба. Имба аспект, если что.
In fact, mid tier 2 tower just casually being taken out by Toronto Tokyo's Dark Troll Summoner. Meanwhile, top, Lelis will be able to TP away just in the nick of time. But you now just don't protect this tier 2 tower. The mid tier 2 tower, I mean, a soft, gentle breeze would blow that over.
Прессингует Т2 Tower в топе. Команда Bad Boom жестко прессингует. Да, матчи Спирит. По-моему, после этого. По-моему, после этого.
From your Quap and from your Sand Kings kind of nullified down. Along with, say, this mech timing coming out for save to have some sustain on top. I'm really not sure what you do right now in Nouns. I'll be frank. This is 14-0 at 16 minutes. I swear to goodness, Mike, this is... we have not seen this in at least 2-3 years in our own games.
Так, ну что, получается, остался у нас еще Т2 Tower в центре, еще Т2 Tower в нижней линии, и, в принципе, на этом все. 15к перевеса. По фрагам 14-0. Блин, как же тяжело, Наунс, реально тяжело. Очень тяжело.
It's fine, it's all in the past. No one can verify this.
Shout out to Sam. We love you, Sam.
СК очень мало имеет, только ПТшка, армлет. Пока что, ну, даже не представляю, как драться команде Наунс. То есть они все переживают. И ультимейт Дизраптора, да, и ультимейт Санкинга. Это если прям все скомбинить, тогда может ставиться ультимейт Дизраптора, туда машинки, туда Sonic Wave, туда эпицентр от Санкинга. И тогда, возможно, удастся забрать как раз-таки кого-то из команды Bad Boom. Хочет арчит себе сделать СК. Я думаю, что лучше делать первым артефактом БКБ, а потом уже арчит.
I'm not gonna ask.
There's a really good manga. If I say the title though, I think it's I'm not gonna mention it. The concept is really good.
We're casting TI, John, for the love of God. I mean, even we have our limits to how low we go. Gunner, top layer, he's getting some farm here on the Sand King. It's still a 16k deficit though, sadly, here for Nouns. I mean, BBT are just in absolute control. BKB about to come up on Saika. I mean, I know you've told me you're not really sure how Nouns are going to make a comeback here, Jonathan. I tend to agree with you in that sentiment.
Так, нашли здесь ЦК. ЦК никак не уходит. Рядом есть бабка, рядом есть Торонто Токио. Ну, без шансов. Не знаю, как это комментировать. Реально, ты просто смотришь на какое-то избиение одних парней. Да, сделали телепорт на топ. Здесь Сайка нашел Флая и просто успел за время глимса убить Флая. Без шансов. Просто без шансов. Хотел Санкин их крип скипнуть крипов, но его вроде как нашли. КД пока что блиндагер, а вот в ГПК блиндагер не в КД. Был под формой, застанил, убил очень быстро. Квапа также ничего не имеет. Есть ПТшка догон, но мало. Большое преимущество, я думаю, это похороны.
What a lovely game of Dota 2. This is Dota 2. This is a match that you'd go into Overwatch and you'd find it. Then you realize it's a TI replay.
Так, попытка забрать свой терзатель команды Наунс, но приходит Урса. Не смог, кстати. Заюзал БКБ. Я думаю, не стоило оно того. Флай все-таки достался Ганим Шард. Есть ультимейт. Так, ну что, будет у нас драка. Да, есть станчик, есть подкоп от Санкинга по ДК. Ставится ультимейт от Дизраптора, но бабка рыгает по двоим. Санкинга уже убили ЦК. Также забрали Квапу. Глимсуют еще кого? Кого там глимсанули? Без шансов. Просто без шансов. Да. Третья руна мудрости появилась только что. Само собой для команды Bad Boom.
It's their first kill. They've done it. They just need to do that 20 more times without dying.
This is still better than Raygun's performance, by the way, at the Olympics. In case you saw that, Jonathan. You heard of Raygun?
I was so curious when you'd actually bring that Olympic performance up.
Oh, I've been very embarrassed the past month, Jonathan. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't want to bring it up, but you know, this is probably the perfect month.
Oh yeah, this is. I wouldn't disagree.
Так, у нас 22 минута. Все еще. Преимущество за командой Bad Boom. Очень тяжело. Прям, ну... Тяжелейшая игра, видимо, для Наунс. Ничто, они ничего не могут сделать с этим.
But it also takes away your early presence there for Gunner. Your other lanes don't really get that running start either. Roshan number 2 to be taken for free by BBT, as Nouns are probably in no position to come in. 20k lead at 22 minutes, 20-1. Another Aegis, in fact, Cycle leaves the Aegis for...
Второй Рошан для команды Bad Boom. Да, 23 минута, у нас второй Рошан. Все еще все товара стоят у команды Bad Boom. Как же тяжело Наунс. Не знаю, что они должны придумать, какое-то чудо или еще что-то в этом роде. Потому что пока выглядит как будто бы без шансов для команды ББ проиграть этот матч. Не знаю, как возможно это проиграть. Нет, никто не вылетает. Я, если честно, не понимаю, зачем. Ну, играть, да, играет. И так никто не вылетает из групповой стадии. Зачем это? Почему? Пока без понятия. BBT, at least for their part, aren't finding anything but a smoke. They are playing on the right side of the map here now and hugging the
fully controlled top area on the Radiant side, but high ground does begin in
Так, ну что, заходит ГПК на ХГ, по нижней линии он это делает. Да, есть машинки антипротивные, но ГПК пофигу уже. Видим, что Квапа крипскипает. Удачно крипскипает. Неплохо, ну неплохо, хоть что-то придумали. Да. Сейчас зайдут крипы по центральной линии. В принципе, можно будет побить еще центральную линию.
It's Nouns that have to make the jump in. There's no two ways about it. The question is it even going to matter? Like, there's just a couple BKBs up now. Everyone's too tanky. It took them a very long time to even just find GPK on the DK last fight around.
Задынаю, кстати. Гунар барак. Милишный. Минус центральная сторона команды Nouns.
Also numbers 20 to 1. You know, I feel like that's a bigger point there, Mike, but no, that is fair.
You and I definitely have. I can guarantee.
Бля, не знаю. Не знаю, как это смотреть. Просто какое-то избиение. Избивает просто прям жестко. Офигеть.
Oh boy. It's really that easy, John. It really is that easy.
It's the BKB4. What was that, Mir? Okay.
It's to send a message.
He was in smoke. They couldn't even see it pop.
He's sending a message, John. They'll see the reason.
Так, есть нападение на ЦК. Жестко ЦК пробивает. Так это минус. Минус ЦК. Сенкин байбэкнулся. Кастовал свой эпицентр. Бесполезный для команды Бэтбум. И, ну, видимо, конечная. Видимо, конечная, потому что байбэков нету. Да, пишут good game. Давно стоило написать. Хорош. Хорошее начало для Бэтбум. Крепкое. Счет 1-0. Ждем вторую карту. Combinations, just getting aggressive early on. Then you had Saika in his lane as well, just running down Gunner and Lelis, and there was just no recovery. It feels like this Tinker, if you lose your tier 1 towers very early on, you're not going to be able to hit this faster timing to stall out the game, to stop the push, start to shove out yourself, and start to get work done. Again, historically, BBT has managed to take out Nouns consistently in this past year. Game 1 certainly showing the results of that research. We'll have to see if they can bounce back in Game 2 here.
We certainly will, John. We'll head back to our panel and see what they have to say about this Game 1.
We're going to try our best. I mean, Jenkins, you as a Noun supporter, quite obviously, any silver linings for them?
I think the one kill that they got was excellent. They did a good job with that. The double deny from Gunner also was kind of showing that, yeah, you can take you can kind of take the game and win the game, and you can also have 25 kill advantage on us and a 25k gold lead. But hey,
at the end of the day,
you can't take our buildings.
Only we can take our buildings.
They're very defiant. They stood by that one. We were wondering where Tinker might sit in this event. TI, how is he? Because 2 weeks ago, in a couple of other events leading up to this, massive priority in the support role there. Finally, we see it. I mean, it didn't take too long for us to see it, but I would say paired with the Disruptor, it just didn't really do much. This support combo for me was very lackluster, Winter.
I mean, it's not really fair this game, I felt, because they lost the lanes so hard. Disruptor plus Tinker, maybe the idea is Tinker is not a hero that provides you with catch, so they wanted a partner that has catch with Glimpse, but Disruptor is not the greatest in the lane.
Yeah,
and I feel like Tinker as a position 4 kind of feels like a 5, because you are buying all the team items, you're not really like doing damage. You're just mitigating a lot of damage.
But I feel like even Disruptor isn't guaranteed either. I think
Yeah.
there were better fives that could have guaranteed better lockdown or better catch that could have maybe paired more. So I think it's just the mix of the two in
They
my
need
mind
a more stable laner. I felt like Disruptor is not a stable laner.
We honestly just didn't see much of anything from Nounce's game,
Yeah.
unfortunately. And I think it really comes down to play more than anything. They didn't pass the BB team test. For me, it's just like, this team is so good at laning stage.
I agree.
And if you lose all three lanes to this team, this is just how it's going to look. Heroes could be part of it, but it's mainly going to be play. They just kind of got outplayed this game. They did have the heroes to deal with it in some capacity. I feel like the Tinker against maybe this is why they picked the Ursa I talked about. Like, he wants to get on top of the Sand King, burst him before that damage comes out. Tinker doesn't help too much against that as compared to having like a stun. So you lose that lane, you're obviously going to lose versus the DK versus Quap matchup. The Quap isn't going to win there. I thought they'd do a little bit better with the CK Disruptor lane, because that lane is honestly pretty strong. It should be in theory, but unfortunately no luck there either. They just lost all three lanes, and against BB team, that's the one thing you don't want to happen, because they're just so good at snowballing games.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, I thought then there still could have been a possibility of coming together as a five and trying to get a pick off. It's not like, BB team, sure, they're really good at lanes, but we've also seen them time and time again kind of fall back into still wanting to farm up. They don't always necessarily just push and invade your part. They're not a team that's just like, okay, we win lanes now, let's take over triangle, move along over to their safe lane, and then to the racks. They're a team that does still like to eventually fall back and have some farm. And I think as Nouns, you could try and find something, but maybe that's also hopeful because of how bad the
They had one chance when the Disruptor smoked and he missed the combo into the Ursa.
I don't know. That was already, the game was like so over.
Yeah, but that was like the only chance.
I was thinking along the same lines as you, maybe not necessarily when it comes to like grouping up and five-manning, but like switching the lanes, switching the supports. Like maybe putting the Disruptor against the Ursa would look a lot better, but then you're playing a Disruptor into Enchantress, who is going to destroy you with creeps and right-clicks, and you're this slow harass hero who's playing into a hero that's going to heal through it, especially with this overprotective Wisps facet. So because of the Ench, they couldn't swap the Disruptor to the lane. So because of that, there's a Tinker now in the lane, protecting a Sand King with a dispellable shield that Enchantress can dispel. So both supports are countered by Ench, and then Sand King is countered by Ursa. That's why they last picked it. You just run them down a lane, especially with the Dust Devil facet, if there's no invis to
and they also swapped the DK mid, and they got a good matchup there, so they basically kind of just
did
all favorable lanes.
This is classic BB team. I totally agree with Fear. This is just the classic BB team. They win all three lanes. They just look like the superior team. The draft almost doesn't matter. Like, Nouns just has to, I mean, they can draft for better lanes, but they also just have to lane better. They have to make some move that is giving them some advantage against BB team.
Maybe Copium here, want to chalk it up to first game, maybe a little nerves. It just felt like timid gameplay all around. You're timid in lane and you lose them. Then you're not even really trying to make anything on the map for yourself, despite how difficult it is. I just want to see them come together with a little bit more aggression, something that I think has found very good success for them in the past.
They did come together in this game once with, we actually have a highlight here, replay.
Really?
We're going to go ahead and pull up. Computer, roll the clip. This is going to be the
17-0 right now, right?
Yeah, it's 17-0. Not looking so good, and this is how much they have to commit to just kill GPK here. He almost doesn't even go down, and Queen of Pain has to suicide in order to get that ult off to take him down through all of that. So that's just the position that they were in.
Yeah.
I mean,
nobody 22-0's America.
No, that's right. We get a American flag on the screen production.
We might need a little bit of time. Maybe if Nouns take game number 2, we can get that one going for you there, Jenkins. And it's a best of 2 for group stage, so they're going to have another chance here to at least be able to tie it up for themselves. We saw the previous series between Talon and Tundra. It was really rough for Talon in that first game, but they made great adjustments in their draft to be able to take some picks for themselves that Tundra had just done well on, and they were able to get that. Could we see similar for Nouns? Do you see any of those heroes having to be placed now in the ban phase, or even you go, okay, maybe we take that one for ourselves. Maybe Enchantress is going to be our support that we need to pick up first.
Maybe. I want to go back to like the talk we had before the game started and the Sand King. I said Sand King definitely has some flaws as a hero, especially in competitive. Whereas like ranked, it's a little bit different. And I feel like BB Team really exploited the Sand King. I think you really need to look at that Sand King again and be like, that really did not work out, and make some changes. Whether you change the Tinker support, maybe you put it mid, whatever it might be. But like, I think they need to start there. That was their first pick of the game. It went horribly. Gunnar had a really bad game. The Ursa just got too far ahead, and I feel like there's more heroes that can do that to the Sand King. So I would start there if you are Nouns. And you do have to start on the laning stage, because that's BB Team. If you lose all 3 lanes to this team looks like the best team in the world. And this is why a lot of teams, a lot of people put them in their top 3 every single tournament, because they see games like this, like, who's going to beat this team? And it just comes down to their superior, like, individual skill.
They put them in the top 3, but not the top 2.
Yeah. That's reserved.
Yeah.
I mean, they are definitely one of the best laning teams, and like Fear mentioned, I think I would try to prioritize supports that are better in the lane. Like if I'm going to open with the Sand King again, I really have to pair it up with something like maybe just get the Snapfire, you know, just make sure the lane's stable.
There's also an argument for comfort. Maybe if not necessarily better in the lane, but you just know the little tricks,
the details, but you're going to be limited by the matchup if you're opening a draft and with a hero. I think you need to make sure like the core has a lane no matter what, because you're already picking it as your opening pick.
Yeah.
So that has to be the top.
Maybe a mix of both, because I don't see Gunnar as a huge, like, oh, Gunnar Sand King. This is like, you know, I'm gushing over this. Like his, you know, off lane, I would say like Tusk, Wyvern, Earth Spirit. These are the mids that when he was a mid player for so long, he would play that were kind of
he also just
primal
stand
as well.
He also just stand. I feel like you're going really like Gunnar specific offlaners. You can't forget, like, he still does play the standards of like the Centaurs, potentially even the Slaughters, the Marses. Like, these are things that he can also play as well. Like, I do also see them fall in his comfort, so they don't have to go too crazy with the draft and the adjustments.
Yeah, you never want to over adjust.
Yeah,
for sure. Like if you can,
you don't have to all of a sudden be like, oh, Earth Spirit Wyvern, guys, look at infamy.
But I would argue that like Gunnar on Centaur to me is a very similar thing to Gunnar on Sand King. He's like fine at both of these heroes. Whereas if I saw Gunnar on Tusk or Wyvern, it's like he invented this hero. You know, like he was playing this stuff on mid before anybody else was. I would love to see him on that, just because I'm a Gunnar fan. If it wasn't obvious, but I do think like a mix of better laning and comfort would probably be ideal, and it probably comes from the supports, to be honest.
Well, let's talk about lane stabilizers and supports then. What comes to mind when you during this meta as well that you want to be able to see?
I mean, I think in general for Sand King, like his biggest weakness is his level 1 to 2. It's better than it was in the past, but I feel like you need to pair Sand King with a hero like a Hoodwink or something that can really just carry him through that first couple levels, right? And then if you do get free farm or you don't get punished in the first couple levels on Sand King, then you just kind of take over the lane, you farm everything, they can't really go into your Sandstorm, and you become a really strong hero. Tinker doesn't really do that. Like, you have one laser and you can drop the March machines, but Ursa doesn't care about that too much. So he's going to keep chasing you down. Tinker can't do anything. So maybe pick a pos 4 that can either punish you if you overcommit with like some Shouty and Poison stacks, or a Hoodwink with a Bushwhack and Acorn. Like, those things could help.
Yeah. I like that you mentioned the Dark Willow as well. I wouldn't mind seeing her.
That's good too.
The last time we saw her in... Oh, I'm not going to say competitive. I'm just going to say when we saw her last TI, at TI 12, she was actually in the carry position. So we weren't really seeing her picked up as a support. So I'd like to see her have
that was like to counter Muerta, right?
Yes. It was very hit and miss. Some people looked great on it. Other people, unfortunately, got knocked out of the tournament from it. So it's rough. Either way, would like to see it come back as a support. That's one that I would like to see, is Dark Willow. But you obviously have your more standard ones, the Hoodwink that you have.
I think Dark Willow is very similar to Snapfire. Like you're strong in the first few levels, and you're really good in the team fights. I mean, they nerfed the ulti, so you can't use it on your teammate. But overall, I feel like she still provides a lot of value in the team fights if you get a good terrorize off.
Yeah.
I just think it fits the same role as Hoodwink in terms of...
You would rather Hoodwink?
Very, I think...
I mean, Hoodwink's different because Hoodwink is like greedier. You want to try to play...
No, I'm saying in terms of what they would want from it, which is just a hero that will carry through level 1 through 3. Like, Willow and Hoodwink are, to me, like equivalent in terms of very few like 5s and carries can trade with a Hoodwink. Like, you can play into a complete counter, and the Dark Willow will just sit there, keep hitting you. You ever commit, she throws some brambles down. It does more damage at level 1 than like any other spell. If you run through the brambles, and you can play on top of them, so they have to run through them to kill you. So it's a similar concept. just not a good hero. Like I think Hoodwink's also.
That was a
not
lot of
that
words
great
to
of a hero.
say she's worse than Hoodwink.
But I think that's why.
I think the playstyle's just changed for Pos 4s. Like, these Hoodwink and Willows, they don't really build a lot of items for the team. Like
Yeah.
we're seeing more and more of. Or Hoodwink is, I'm just going to play for myself, be a bit more greedy. I feel like that style has fading out a little bit. Not entirely sure. I'm going to keep an eye on the position 4 hero pool. I think they're in a strange spot right now.
It's funny to say that, and then we see people picking up Sniper Pos 4, which I think is very...
Well, he can build auras.
But people are building auras on him.
True.
Yeah.
But
It's like
that's
he
not to say-
transitions from lane
Right.
winning to.
But that's not to say you can't do
So-
that in Hood. It's just traditionally you don't because...
That's the hero then. They didn't pick Sniper with Sand.
I mean, Snapfire.
But then we know that lockdown that we... in the test
Snapfire's
that we just
good. I
talked
feel
about.
like Snapfire's
I mean, he has the
great.
damage though. Like, you need one of two things. You either
Right.
need,
That's true.
if they go onto the Sand King with your Ursa, the Ursa needs to die before the Sand King, and maybe Sniper can achieve that, right? Because he has the high burst damage.
Or something to make the trade not worth it, which
Yeah.
requires some like really strong early game nuke, which I think Snapfire is great for.
That's good too. Yeah.
And she actually does.
But BB
build,
team had that hero.
She does build the team items. Yeah, and also the Enchantress we've seen win 3 games in a row on the mainstream.
We have,
Like,
yes.
This hero just seems to be, despite having the enchant just nerfed, where you're gaining less XP every time you take a creep, it still seems.
It doesn't matter, right? Because like she fits all the criteria of what you want from a support right now. Like strong in lane, builds
Buys
auras,
team items.
right? Not too greedy.
Does damage.
And does damage.
Scales, yeah.
So like, and then, like that's kind of where like the Hoodwink we just haven't seen right now. I gave Hoodwink because that's just like my automatic
Of course,
response
yeah,
of
we
how
are
to
doubling
win.
down on Hoodwink specifically, but you're
Yeah.
talking more broadly as well.
Yeah, because I think the meta has shifted and people aren't really looking at these type of Hoodwink heroes and Dark Willow position 4s that, strong in lane, but later on in the game, that's not the type of hero that you want on POS 4 in this particular meta.
I think a really strong offlane that would be like very this meta, at least today, we'll see how this changes in the next few days, is like SD Centaur. These are 2 very strong heroes. Currently, SD's
classic.
One of the, it's a classic like lane winner. And then SD plays into the
I mean, is this
healing meta
still a lane
incredibly
winner
well.
right now? I feel like SD Centaur is not as strong as before.
Yeah, that's a giga lane winner, dude. I would love to see what sort of safe lane.
I mean, SD, in my opinion, is stronger in the safe lane than as a POS 4, but still really good. Because like, it's just ridiculous. Like your right clicks
because you're really good at trading.
Yeah, you just like you really win any side like jungle type of trading.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
You can't go over there. You can't block the small camp because you're just gonna die if you do. Whereas a POS 4, you can stack more. That's like definitely good, but it's not as good for like just trading with the other.
But wouldn't you say that he works better with the offlane heroes right now, since they're all range heroes on the carry?
I mean, I personally am not entirely sure, but what I see in Shadow Demons, they're just trading with the other support, and eventually he solo kills them.
Yeah,
and that's generally like
that's what I'm
most
seeing
of
as
that.
well.
So he like kind of isolates it into a 1v1 versus 1v1 type of matchups, because like I think in general, like he doesn't add a lot to the actual laning stage itself.
Well, look, we're finally going to be seeing
yeah.
a Naga let through. I mean, this time round with BB Team having first pick, Nouns decide for themselves that even though they just lost on Sand King, they don't really have the answers for it. They think maybe BB Team is going to be able to do more with it. They take it out. Naga let through, picked up, and then in a response, it's going to be
This is definitely not a trade I feel good about. Getting a,
You know what's
a
really
stolen Naga.
annoying about this Naga support right now? The most
No idea.
annoying part about it is you don't know if it's a support. So you still have to counter it, right? You still have to pick like a lot of AoE, which the support Naga doesn't really care about that much. So you're in a situation where it's a flex. It can be technically a carry, but at the same time, it's a support. So you have to eventually pick like some gyrocopter carry or some Ember. And then if it's a support, all of a sudden this Naga's countering your Ember because he's going to sleep you and net you and root you.
Yeah.
It's just very bizarre. It's very hard to draft against. I
How do
feel.
you play support Naga differently to a core Naga for people who might not have
mostly the early game. Like you're securing your lane for your carry, and on top of that, you're giving your team like huge team fight with the song. You heal. You have a reliable catch with song and snare setup, and later you can shove out all the lanes, with your illusions and deluge. So you're gonna be fat no matter what.
Yeah, I also just got word that across all the streams, all the games that have been played, Naga has been banned in all of them. So this is the very first time that she's been let through. So I guess
Yeah.
that 100% contest rate's still there.
Yeah, I mean, I have like a
But,
25% win rate in my pubs, but
He's not. She's
I'm
not good in pub.
overall. But like when I played Naga, I went 10-0. So.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. I thought you meant just on Naga. I'm like,
No,
you're
no,
not
no.
building her up at all.
I have not lost a game this hero, and I played 10 games of support with it. It's
Wow.
incredibly broken. Maybe I lost one. Maybe I'm 9-1. Who knows?
Yeah,
but it wasn't my
you just
fault.
like give your team like too much in the early game. Your early game plus the first couple of team fights with a song. Like I always feel like I can never lose the team fight when I have Naga.
Yeah, because you just leave the fight if it's bad. You just press song and everybody TP's out.
Yeah, it's insane now. The song heals you for your mana and max HP. So if everyone's in trouble, you pop it. They're getting healed. The shard makes it twice as good, which is also really cool. And on top of that, like you're gonna have Greaves, so it kind of fits the meta of like healing type of synergy. And then on top of it, just the Deluge. It's a unique mechanic that only one hero in the game has, where it reduces status resistance. And that can apply to a lot of different things. Like the net will be longer, blood grenades in the laning stage will be longer, which is very strong as well. And you can pair it with a lot of different heroes. Alina stun will be longer, whatever it might be. Like no other hero can reduce your status resistance like that.
I mean, the real in also finally
It's
has
very
been
good.
buffed
And not to mention
enough times that it's good.
But the 40 mana that it costs at level 1, 45 mana.
Next to nothing. I really like, by the way, this progression for heroes. Is I remember when Marcy first came out and she just felt so busted because she had this repositioning sort of mobility toolkit that no one else really had. And over the time since we've had her added into the game, everyone else, every other hero is slowly getting either like a repositioning or a mobility way in their toolkit, whether that's through Ags or Shard or a facet or something like that. And I really enjoyed seeing now how you can place priority differently based on what exactly is needed to either counteract or improve your mobility and
Yeah.
displacement.
I mean, she has two unique mechanics, right? Like,
Yeah.
even Deluge caps your max move speed, so if you hit a Weaver or something, and Sakuchi's just gonna slowly walk away.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, impacting mobility in a very unique and different way. It's good. It's nice to see just how different it is. Snapfire, though, being picked up yet again within this series, but swapping sides here because Nouns thought it was way too difficult to deal with and something they want for themselves.
And that's what we wanted to see as well, right? Like, these two heroes are
A support duo, like
much
a
stronger.
more stable support duo, like plus Snapfire.
I mean, I personally don't think that Disruptor CK is a weak lane. I feel like that lane should be strong. I feel like they just got outplayed up there. They'll just have to tighten up some gameplay a little bit for Nouns, because I feel like a lot of it is, yes, of course, BB Team's really good and strong laning stage, but I feel like Nouns didn't play up to their potential as well in that game number 1. So having better heroes is definitely going to help, but they're also going to have to step up their individual gameplay.
Yeah, that lane is definitely not supposed to lose.
Yeah.
Disruptor CK is like some of the highest kill threat you can imagine. Do you think all three of these heroes the BB team has picked can be flexed to many roles?
Every role.
This isn't a very annoying draft to draft against.
It's like we could
currently.
potentially be seeing 3 cores here, you know?
These could be 3 cores, yeah.
We're not going to. That would be quite insane, but...
So I know Toronto Tokyo does play Naga and Bat a lot.
Yes, he plays both.
I'm not sure if... I don't know. Do you think they have any potential to play Naga 4? I have a feeling that Monkey will just be a core here.
I was thinking it's going to be a Monkey core.
Yeah.
Most likely.
I think if you're putting Bat in support...
Save is really good at Bat
Exactly.
support, yeah.
You want to put it on someone who has shown time
I
and
mean,
time
there are only
again to
few
play with it.
people that actually play bad mid. I think Thompson is one of them. Like with the arsonist
Okay.
facet, kill the buildings. I remember seeing him doing that.
It's underrated. That's actually good. It has a higher win rate than the other facet.
Yeah.
As a core, right?
Yeah.
Not as a
Not as a support. Good lord.
Could you imagine a support doing that?
How are you going to
Just backdoor the buildings.
scuffed Leshrac?
Yeah, I think
Or
it's either
NP.
going to go mid for Bat, and then if you put it on support, it would be 4, which would put the Naga on 5. And
Yeah, I think Naga is, unless you drop 0 AoE for Nouns, because it could still be a carry. Naga's going to be 5 or 1.
Yeah.
Monkey King is going to be either 4 or mid, I think.
Honestly,
Maybe 1.
A monkey plus Naga lane doesn't sound that bad. Like the real in with Monkey getting a bunch of
Yeah.
Jingu stacks, that sounds
I mean,
very
the
good.
large plus the
Jenkins,
plus the
how have you
slow.
not caught on with Ench being picked up for Nouns? Where do you think the Tusk is going?
Could still be a mid Snapfire there.
Of course, but don't you want to hype it up at the potential?
It's gonna be an offlane Tusk. I feel like Gunnar is he's making this call. He's like, just pick me the Tusk. I'll carry the team with it.
No. He's gonna say it's a carry monkey. I want to be Snapfire. I don't want to be a melee hero.
I think he doesn't care after that first game. That was a 20-0 scenario.
Yeah, it was really rough.
I mean,
there's what I'm saying is there is more flexibility on nouns than we might have let on when we only first saw the 2 picks. And then with Ench and Reza coming out, we're like, okay, the flexibility is also there for nouns on where they could move things. Snap as a support, as a mid, Tusk as an off lane, or as a support.
They failed the Naga test here. Like, you just put Naga carry now. What do you do?
You don't think there's a last pick that could...
I don't think so.
I also think Naga carry.
I think you can just put Naga carry now. Not a single one of these heroes is good. Maybe Snap later, but that's way later.
And that's if you take the Ricochet specifically?
I mean, he's going mid, so he's going to take it.
Yeah, everybody knows playing for hyper late games really good right now. So
It'll definitely secure you the win.
Yeah, that'll be it for now.
Batrider can... I mean, honestly, I feel like Monkey should not go mid. It should go pos 4. It should go pos 5 on Bat. Pick something. I mean, Monkey works well with all the Zoo heroes. That looks pretty good here, too.
Just go Beast.
Take your pick. Yeah, I mean, take your pick. Doesn't really matter. I think you do pick Miro's hero right here.
Beast into Ench. I mean, I like Ench in general against the way that BB team likes to draft for Miro. It's good against all the summons.
Time,
Visage or Enigma?
Visage, Enigma. No, not Enigma versus Ench. That's a little hard. Visage would be good, though. But they'll do Primal. Don't hate it. Not sure where it's going still.
Still don't know where they're putting their heroes.
That could be mid, that could be in the off lane. I'm assuming that's off lane because they don't have a way of stopping his onslaught here. So if you do get linked, you can just disengage that. And then, yeah.
5 seconds.
Well, that
can we do 5 Monkey? Is that a possibility?
5, I don't know, 4.
I mean, Monkey's pretty good versus Razor too. So even if they do Naga plus Monkey lane, I just want to see those 2 lane together, I think. And I want to see the Bat with the Primal, and I want to see GPK pick up the last hero here.
Yeah, Bat with Primal, I think is really good against the Razor. Again, both of you have a way to get away from the link.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
But what lanes for Snap? That's like kind of a difficult question as well. This hero is incredibly strong in the laning stage. I think they picked it to kind of like deny the Monkey from going mid. Because that's definitely not a good matchup.
I wonder how you're going to do this last phase of bans then, because if we're still having a couple of questions of where everything is going, BB team taking out Dragon Knight, Nouns, Weaver and Puck. I feel like 2 very opposite
They don't know.
They don't know.
Yeah, like that's an insane difference on what you're banning out there.
I mean, they're just highly mobile heroes, which they have no catch for, right? But they also have no answer to Naga illusions as well, so...
10 seconds.
I mean, there's still a Zeus.
They have last pick.
They could pick something like a Zeus to deal with it, if it's a carry Naga.
Yeah, but the thing is, when I play Naga,
Who makes the
one
moves?
counter isn't enough.
If they pick a Zeus, I would just be so worried about like who does anything in the Tusk that's against the carry Naga.
What about I was going to say Luna, but I feel like...
Yeah, they banned DK. I think they're setting up for this Naga to be
Kick going.
the carry.
Okay, well, BB team are going to have to show everything first, so
And Meepo?
Nouns have a little bit of
That's actually a really good
That's
ban.
good. That's a good.
It's good against the carry Naga. Okay, maybe
Alright,
not
but
carry
they go Troll.
Wow, they actually
Troll
banned,
into Razor.
They banned Meepo and then picked Troll, and Troll is considered one of the hardest counters to Meepo because you
And
destroy
Troll's
the Mega
also
Meepo.
considered the worst hero versus Razor.
Yeah, that's quite disrespectful. I'll say they're
They
gonna,
like to put all of your preconceptions about the game out the window.
they're gonna regret that.
Whoa.
So this is definitely what a monkey mid with a bat plus primal off lane.
Alright, how do we exploit this? Yeah, I think you definitely put Snap mid at this point. Razor's your carry.
Did you say how do we exploit this as in America?
That's like a panel, like
Oh,
our
I see.
collective minds.
Okay, well, yeah. How do we win this, guys?
Viper.
I mean, Razor could go off lane technically
No?
with a Tusk. That's not a bad lane.
Is there a...
So they could pick a new carry here. Is Lena in the pool?
Lena is in the pool, yeah.
Ursa, when in doubt.
Select
Ursa
Ursa
into Troll,
Ursa it out.
the hero that hard counters.
This is
What's
very
going on?
bizarre.
What is going on with these drafts?
Yeah, Troll, by the way, is the best hero in the game versus
Yeah,
Ursa.
so Troll, just to be clear, rushes Ags. When
Look, aren't you glad you hyped up the Tusk?
oh, it's Gunner
offlane?
Tusk actually. All right, hell yeah.
Which is
I don't
Good
think
call,
I
Jenkins.
don't think it's gonna work.
which is
I don't think it's gonna work
which
here.
is really bad versus Troll.
That's
I don't know anymore. Like so these guys are really good. They've been scrimming a lot, and Dota has been changing so drastically. It's very hard to keep up with. It's really, really hard. And all your ideas about the game, like, just get flipped on its head. Like, just last patch, it's like, DK versus Razor mid. I was like, Razor should win this. DK dumpstered him every single game. So now it's just, I'm just want to wait and watch and see what these teams have in store.
No, I like the adjustments. I feel like they're on the right track. Yeah, for nouns. I mean, they're trying to just pick heroes that can lane better, more stable lanes, and not try to be too fancy with their picks. I like it.
Even the Tusk offlane, you don't think is too fancy?
I think it's okay.
Okay. And very quickly, Jenkins, because you hyped up the offlane Tusk, I know you talked to Gunner about it. Do you want to give insight as to what you think he's going to build, how to play it out?
He told me what he's going to build.
I know he did. And you don't remember, do you?
No, I do remember.
Okay.
He said I mean, you'll see it in this game. He's going to get a...
Is it the same every time?
It's roughly the same. Yeah, it's like Blink Dagger, Pipe, that sort of thing. You're building kind of regular aura items and then into eventual scaling with like the Aghanim Scepter late game. So it's pretty normal offlane stuff mixed in with a little bit of the mid-tusk behavior.
Yeah. Well, look, it's only our second series here on the mainstream of day number 1. We've already got a bit of a unique pick coming out, so let's head on into game number 2 with Mike and John.
Well, thank you so much, Nat. We do get into game 2 here between BBT and Nouns. And Jonathan, I mean, our panel did seem a little bit confused about the way these drafts did end. You and I were a little bit confused as well. Who do you think came out on top? Like, do Nouns have a good chance in game 2?
They have a better chance than they did in game 1. I think that.
Okay.
That's a good start. That's a good start. Yeah, that's game 1. I think I've already forgotten. I think I'm with the NA fans. I don't. There was a game 1. I don't remember watching.
Never
that.
happened.
Nothing like a 24-1 score line. No. And that's exactly what Nouns should be doing as well. Just forget that game. It didn't exist. Try to play your game out here. It's a rather interesting draft. You've got the Razor mid for copy into a Monkey King matchup from GPK. You've got the Razor eventually to deal with the Troll, but then you have the Troll to deal with the Ursa. You have this Gunner offlane Tusk that we haven't seen in forever. We heard Jenkins would have built some like Blink and Pipe, a mix of auras and a little bit of touch of that mid Tusk in. I'm going to be really interested to see if Gunner has a much better lane than last time. There should be more play here. I mean, you've got a lot more potential to run down with the damage you have from Lelis this time around, so it should lead to a better time. And if Gunner has a game, there is a connection to be made here for Nouns this time.
It certainly is. A bit of damage being spread out here. Not too much to really write home about, as seems like most of that was Toronto Tokyo taking some damage out. Still, we can start as usual with the mid lane, of course, where you are going to have, Copy, against GPK. It's a Razor versus Monkey King matchup, so you'd have to assume Copy should have a pretty decent advantage.
Yeah, it should be pretty happy for the Razor. Obviously, you're not going to get too much static links off, but it's still going to cut off how much GPK can farm up. I'm really interested to see what GPK will do with a Simian Stride. Like if he's going to look for early rotations, try to leverage this for rune control, call his supports in here while he hangs in tree line for initiation. There's a lot of angles with core monkeys going into Simian Stride now as well. But laning-wise, Copy should just be perfectly fine. He can create spacing with a plasma field. He can always threaten if the jump is there with a static link. And that will make this a little bit more of a passive lane for GPK. More passive than I think a Monkey King would necessarily want. Although, you still have to watch for a little bit of that damage from the Boundless. There is still some play for GPK to just shove and farm up here safely.
Certainly is. Look at that top lane, John. You've got Psyker and Toronto Tokyo against Gunner. And of course, Lelis. And here we go. They're going to make the chase. Toronto Tokyo, he will land the delusion. Well, Lelis will survive this time around. The thing is, though, you and I were speaking about this while the draft was ongoing, and it does feel like the Troll Naga lane, it feels pretty busted in the right hands rather. And I wonder how Gunner will deal with it here with Lelis. It just seems like this should be a pretty scary lane if you are Nouns.
And it is, especially as the levels go up for Toronto Tokyo once he has the end snare to set up Get the deluge off, you get a couple of lucky roots out from Saika, it's gonna last forever. Of course, there is, again, more play here from Nouns. Gunnar with the early tag team, with a long-range poke that the Snapfire has this time with a Scatter Blast. It certainly is a lot more playable than last game with a Sand King Tinker. That lane just felt super passive this time around. Gunnar can look to pressure in, and it is making it slightly uncomfy for Saika. Every single time Toronto Tokyo's been walking up, with the Deluge, he has been getting blasted and back with a Scatter Blast and just prevents that connection that they want to play off of here for BBT. So just heads up positioning from Lellis to keep that back, keep that damage kind of tied in. Of course, for Toronto Tokyo, the one big thing with the Naga, with the illusions, is it's going to be really easy to manage this lane, get some pulls, get some stacks going. That economy build-up for Saika is going to ramp up real quick if you don't keep track of it here from Lellis.
Absolutely. And the final lane, of course, you're looking at it right now, Miro and Save against Fly and Yuma. For now, it seems like Yuma's having a bit of a challenging time, as Save is able to just kind of zone them out with all the sticky napalm spam. So Miro's going to be off to another great start. And the thing is, with the Ursa versus Primal Beast matchup, you know, usually the Ursa would be able to bully him out just a little bit. But not so much the case right now with Save on the Batrider, just ensuring that Miro can close the gap and secure that farm.
Gets a little bit awkward to try to play with, say, Enchant and Earthshock aggression onto Miero. Sure, he doesn't have Onslaught, but he gets a little bit more durable as you commit with the Uproar. There's the Flame Break to worry about from Save, and you don't really want to take that risk right now for Yuma. Oh?
They're going to try with the shards, but Toronto's coming in to help out, and well, they're not really doing enough damage. Gunner's going to be forced to try and run away, though Psychic is just getting right to work. It was a nice little attempt, but even with the level 2 tag team of Gunnar, the damage is lacking quite a bit.
And it is. They need to poke and prod from a distance a couple more times. They are racing all of Saika's regen. He's already out, as again, he was poked down earlier. And it's a rather interesting one as well. Saika doesn't get a value point in Berserker's Rage, just opting to focus on the Axis. The increased stat resist is nice for the added slow, the added mischance. Duration as well is going to be pretty big. So that is something to watch out for. If you do actually fully commit outside of your spells, Psych is not going to be the easiest target as long as Toronto Tokyo gets a mirror image out with the Deluge going.
So far 0-0, 4.5 minutes in. So pretty even kind of game so far between these two teams, at least in terms of kill score. Even the laning stage does seem substantially better than last game around, at least for Nouns. Copy's having a much better time on this mid-Razor comparatively to the mid-Quap he was playing last game. Meanwhile, GPK does take a bounty, or rather, excuse me, a water rune, and is going to make his rotation to the bounty. Meanwhile, Yuma does end up dying. Save able to secure the kill, as Save does eventually go down, but they didn't even need the rotation from GPK. Just Save gets it done himself.
He does. Do manage to get that commitment. Again, Miero does not have anything like the Onslaught, so they're just playing off the Batrider. Flame Break, and the spam, and the slows. They are getting a little bit of damage up top. Gunner's starting to drop fairly low.
Certainly is. Gunner still being chased down. The axes will slow him down just a little bit more, but Gunner's going to be okay. Toronto unable to continue chasing past the tier 1 tower. All things being said and done, even though the lane did seem a little bit challenging, Gunner still has found some decent farm. While that's happening though, down at bottom lane, looks like GPK is thinking about a rotation. And is making his move now. They do jump in for the onslaught. Yuma again being targeted, and he is certainly just dead. There is just no saving this Ursa. Saved to pick up another kill on the Batrider. And Fly, I mean, he's still being chased down, but it doesn't really seem like they care for Fly. It'd be a mission to find that kill. They'd rather just not waste their time.
Yep. A little bit of a chase over to Bounty Runes as well. Toronto Tokyo getting poked pretty hard from Lullas.
He might be dead. Image is out. He's alright. Lullas doesn't want to deal with it. So your one saving grace right now is Copy finding a lot of farm. On the Razor, and Gunner's not doing too bad either. They're going to try and make the play on the Psyker. Top lane. They'd love a Troll Warlord kill. He's still level 5, but he's looking for a TB play out, and he's gonna make it.
Oh, no.
So close as well with the Centaur Conqueror, but just not quite close enough. As now bottom lane, they know Yuma's alone. But Save not going to dive in, as it seems like Miero's a little bit preoccupied with a creep wave.
Dire's top
And he is. Getting some farm going, has the phase boots up, not quite at 6, so no pulverize up just yet. And good news for Nouns, even though they don't find the kill top, they will find the objective. Top tier 1 gone relatively early here, 7 minutes in. So they've got some extra room to finagle their way around, find some safe farm, contest a little bit further out, try to catch Saika off guard if he's not too careful here. I don't think BBT minds too much though. Again, they're getting steady build up for GPK. They've got the levels ramping up here for Miero. They'll be able to trade tier 1 bot now as well. No signs of defense coming out here from Nouns anytime soon. And you still need more items up anyhow from Nouns to really sustain. Like you only, I mean, we're at the point where everyone just has power treads. Can be, it's still relatively early to think about deep commitment. They are looking at mid though.
Certainly looking at mid. Toronto, Tokyo. This takes a bit of damage here from Lelis, but ultimately nothing to write home about. He'll be just fine to retreat. And it seems like Nouns are setting up for a nice little early push here in the mid-tier 1 tower. You've got GPK hanging around the tree line, but I highly doubt he'll be able to defend this on his own. No siege creep available, so it could just be a bit of chip damage to come out with this enchanted creep from Fly. Those savers rotate on the Bat Rider, and it seems like the defense is actually going to kind of work out. Bit of damage, but nothing to really worry about here for BBT.
Pretty heads up from GPK, just pulled away, cleared out safely away from these heroes. They spot out this rotation as well with some good defensive wards from the side of BBT, so you shouldn't be able to find Saika here either. And Nouns for their clump up aren't really finding anything. They are giving a ton of room out for Yuma to try to hit this farm timing with, say, the Battle Fury into the Blink BKB, but that's still a ways off as well. Our Ursa bottom network core, at the moment, only 500 gold above her Bat Rider support, so much more time before the Ursa becomes a factor in this game whatsoever, and which also means you don't need to worry about Roche anytime soon here for BBT.
Thinking about Yuma again down to that bottom lane, but Yuma's just too close to his tier 2 towers. Instead, they'll just secure their own stacks here. GPK and Save will go ahead and take care of their own. And net worth is still very close between these two sides, though. Just a 1k advantage is the way of BBT. Now, Yuma, I'm looking back at the Ursa's farm, like it's just not comparative to what we saw last game where there was a Battle Fury at the 11-minute mark. He hasn't even really got one component of that Battle Fury yet, sadly, on the on game number 2. Obviously, for Nouns, I think they're more than happy to play this style of game, but I think I'm a bit more surprised by BBT. I thought after game 1 they'd be a little bit more assertive about this.
Yeah, it almost seemed like it, especially with, again, this full last pick for Saika into the Razor, just almost a full confidence pick. Or just opting to ramp up. I think it's also down to their supports, right? Like, you've got Naga support, you've got Bat Rider support. Neither one can really connect that easily or start these fights for you. You need to blink up on save. You didn't have a runaway lane for Miero. It was a free lane, but not something that where he completely stomped and got early timing, still waiting for his full blade mail as well. So there is some waiting to be done. It's now into the field, it's a little bit itchy to find a kill. They've been playing aggressively on the opposite side. Gunner though.
Top lane, Gunner. Gonna be an easy target, it seems like, for the side of BBT. Try to snowball away, TP out, and there is no easy target. Gunner is fine. Very, very nice TP play out as now Nouns seeing the opening do try to go for that tier 1 mid tower. With the siege creep available and the enchanted creep, it should be a pretty easy tier 1 to take. BBT, they are desperately trying to get within range to defend this, but the tier 1's basically gone. Maybe you could hope for a bit of a deny here. Not even that though.
Yeah. Pretty heads up from Nouns. They see all of that commitment up top. They know, they know with full confidence they can use that space to clear out mid. They even up the map control a little bit more. They've bought a ton of room out again for Yuma, who is starting to catch up, equalizing with Gunner's farm at the very least, and can start to scale from there. It's building up for Nouns. You've got the Yasha up in the copy. So you can start to chase around, probably going for, perhaps just looking for the standard Manta BKB sort of build here. And once you have that, you certainly have your play lined up. It's a bit of a smoke out from BBT. Blade mail up from Miero, so he can withstand the onslaught here. Just need to find a target in.
They're gonna find Fly. Give in mind, that is an Ench you're trying to deal with. This could take a little bit of time. They'll pick him up and slam him down, and eventually Fly surely goes down, but he's still running, still healing. Meanwhile, Save, he's the one to drop. It's the classic Ench bait. They thought they could burst him down with so many heroes, but it just wasn't enough. Fly survives and Save will drop.
It's pretty big for Nouns. They commit a lot of ultimates coming out there from BBT. Wukong's down for quite some time here on GPK. The Monkey King doesn't quite have damage yet, just the Javelin Gloves. Needs a full Maelstrom to really start to get some some farm across the map going even faster, and some threat in the Wukongs. Right now, it's just not there. Obviously, you're still not expecting anything from Saika, as he is also going into Battle Fury into Yags, so not quite the full Axe Rush we've been seeing in a few of the qualifiers. I think we saw that a lot in, again, Wallachia Season 2 qualifiers. That was something that was featured quite a fair bit. So just falling back into some steady build-up. Do love Nouns' position. They are pretty far here, though.
They should be able to kill Fly this time. But he is, again, very tanky. It might take a little bit of time. They'll jump in with the battle trance. They'll get it done. Fly is gone.
It's a lot of space, though. Like, I really like what Nouns are doing. They're just stalling this game, dragging all of this attention away from BBT. It feels like BBT is like a very angry, I don't know, like a bull, and Fly's just getting the target painted on his back. Bot lane has been entirely safe for Yuma. Copy's been farming. Even Gunner's being able to work into this pipe timing to block off a lot of magical damage you're going to be pumping out here with Save and with Niero. So you have a lot of good answers for like this mid-game build-up that both teams are going for. Yuma, he's still not in the comfiest spot. Again, he's not that far behind any of these cores now. The margins are slim. And Nouns, if they can get into this Battle Fury timing, if they can get into Copy's Manta, take a fight into Roshan, that's where things start to really shine for Nouns and bouncing back in this game number 2.
I've found some ancient stacks here in the Dire jungle, or rather Dire triangle. Problem is Save has spotted this out. So they're very well aware this is happening, and in fact now the rotations do come in to ensure that none of the creeps will be handed the way of Nouns. Though no fight to really break out, so it seems like BBT unable to really close the gap to secure a kill. They'll still secure their own stacks though, so no problem. So, I mean, Saika's still staying ahead of the Ursa as well, so like, it just seems like the Troll Warlord still has that inherent advantage, plus the net worth advantage you're finding. And of course, Saika is just rushing the Ags now after the Battle Fury, and it's going to make life very hard for Nouns in terms of trying to deal with this Troll Warlord once he does have the Ags up.
Yeah. It becomes a little bit daunting as to how you try to actually burst down Saika. You can try to sap away his damage if Copy finds the angle down the line. And that's a lot of pressure on the Razor, of course, to get that perfect static link target, which might not be the easiest thing to find. At least Yuma has his Battle Fury. And again, considering this game, he's only about 900 gold behind. It's a huge improvement from game 1. I think at the least it's that. You're not too far behind. You can catch up through this Battle Fury. Again, with the Battle Fury up, now it should start to think about controlling the map a little bit more. Take some forward presence, try to set up for an objective or a fight into a kill as Mero.
They're getting caught out. Snowball will be there. This could be a pretty big pickoff for Nouns if they can catch him. And Miero, he's gone. They don't want to fight. No rotations to come in from BBT, so Nouns suddenly finding the highest net worth hero for BBT and taking him down quite easily.
Yeah, that's the kind of aggression they want here on Nouns. Again, they kill a high net worth target. They don't really manage to capitalize on the push, but they maintain control of the stop area. Like, this forward ward has been quite valuable for them. It's not going to be easily spotted out just yet by Toronto, although the courier should get that information down. They can start to open up the map, or at least prevent that deep movement from being as easy to line up here. Up top.
Gunner. And they've got the lasso. They've got the Wukong's command. They'll control Gunner for now. No Snowball to play with either, because he did commit it onto the creep wave, and he is gone. As soon as they saw that Snowball committed on the creep wave, it was an easy jump in, and sadly for Gunner, there was no way for him to buy time for his team to get there and save him. They are still around, they are still perhaps thinking about a fight, but BBT being quite respectful here and just backing out of there. Or are they? GPK still hanging around, will pretend to be a tree, but it's rather obvious when you're moving GPK. It seems like Nouns they aren't going to try and force anything. I mean, Yuma has already backed off anyway, so has Copy. Back to the drawing board. But it's still less than 1k net worth lead the way of BBT, so it just the game is so even right now.
And it is. I will say it's starting to feel like Nouns can start to think about this rush timing a lot better than BBT. Again, Troll does have a little bit of that rush threat as well, but it hasn't felt like they've really worked the map out. Again, there was this entire bot area that Nouns were very comfy with, and Nouns were also invading the top jungle quite nicely, although and they get punished once or twice on fly, but it's an enchantment, you don't really care. They are finding save now as well.
He's gonna try and juke through the Roshan pit, maybe a deny, but no, not quite. Copy will take him out. Another nice pickup here for Nouns, and now they can officially think about Roshan. Yuma's right around the corner, he'll just deal with the creep wave first. The question is, do BBT want to try and force a defense here for this Roshan play? I think the answer is probably going to be no. They may have just kind of accepted that against the Ursa they're going to lose this Roshan anyway. And it doesn't really seem like there's any urgency from BBT to try and get here and fight this one out.
Looks like they're kind of happy with just letting this go. Let the momentum carry through from Nouns. Their lineup does come online a lot faster in comparison to BBT. Like even with like a Naga support, Toronto, Tokyo needs so much more to really have some impact. You need the mech, you kind of want your shard as well if you can find that. It's still going to take a lot of time until these ore items are up in your Naga to sustain through these engagements. The Ags isn't done yet in Saika. You're still working on the Gleipnir for GPK. You're working on the Ags Blink for Miero. A lot of things still need to come online. At the very least, the BKB's there for the Crown Beast, so he is secure in pulverizing one down, but doesn't quite feel like he has the durability yet to tank through everyone focusing onto him.
Shards not gonna lock down the primal. I mean, Nouns, they are certainly hunting. BBT definitely looking like the team that does not want any kind of fights. I mean, you do have the Ags almost up on Saika. He's only missing the Ogre Axe, so once that's available, perhaps they will try to make some plays here with their Troll Warlord. And he's still substantially ahead of the Ursa, just by about 1k. Yuma himself going to go for a BKB pickup here on the Ursa. Pretty standard.
Already has a blink to gap close as well. Love this little play from Nouns. They shove in mid, they instantly smoke, look for a flank. Might be able to get this collapse up top while they're trying to slowly siege onto that tier 1 here.
Oh, GPK, don't move, sir. He's all right for now. Yuma looking to jump in, but no, it was all a bait. Never mind. Yuma gone. GPK. Here we go again. They'll try for Toronto, but the song is popped. The TP away is there, and well, that'll be about it. I thought originally when GPK moved, I thought Nouns would be the ones to pounce, but they just weren't quite quick enough.
No. Took the long route through the top jungle instead of running through the river. Miss out on that opportunity to collapse a little bit quicker, and BBT get a good read, get some good punish. Find a very important here to keep shut down. Again, Yuma, he's not that far behind, but he's not catching up and increasing or getting a lead for himself anytime soon here either. You still have this Aegis to play with from Copy at the very least. You can still frontline with a Razor, but honestly, it just feels like BBT does not care. They've got the full Ags up on Saika. Going for the Manta style next. They're playing tag a little bit up top, but Nera is fairly durable. Does have the BKB again to back off. And we'll just hold steady. In a prolonged match, it's kind of hard to read which way this goes, as Saika does battle trance clear out the Tormentor solo, as he's not fighting anyhow. But as it scales on, it's a little bit interesting in this match, as well, you've got the scaling out from Monkey King and the Troll. You do have scaling with Razor as well.
Oh, he got caught. I didn't quite see that, but I believe Yuma just guessed the right tree and cut it down. So very nice pickup. I mean, GPK, that's your mid core going down here to the pos 1 of Nouns. Another nice bit of gold influx here for Yuma.
Yeah, it's a important one for the Ursa to find by himself. That's going to lead to a very nice BKB timing for Yuma. Not the quickest, but still going to be on time and in a good time. It's still about the recipe away, 1.2 Kuei gold away. Again, a very even game, a very low kill game. And the opposite of game 1, Mike. 5-5 at 22 minutes with a 1k lead. Last time I think we were about 22-1 at that point, or 20-1 in game 1. So good news for now. Let's see if BBT can start to ramp up here with a smoke.
They want to go. Copy. Does he sense that something's wrong? It seems like he does. He backs off at the exact right moment. No pick off to be had. Not yet anyway. They'll try and roam up towards the top lane. Into the Radiant jungle they'll go. Yuma. Oh, he's farming that triangle. This could be very dangerous. GPK's keeping tabs. But this could be too far for BBT as well, don't forget. I mean, they are venturing pretty deep into Noun's territory. They'll go for that tier 1 top tower instead, but there is going to be a counter smoke now out from Nouns, knowing exactly where BBT are hanging about.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
But they've already found the tier 1 top tower, and well, this smoke, it starts to feel a little bit obvious.
It does. See if they can still get that collapse. I mean, Aegis is starting to fade here from Copy.
Oh, we'll find Toronto. I mean, it's something. It's not really that big of a kill, but if you're Nouns, you'll take it.
Yeah, you'll take what you can get. If you're stalling out, again, the Naga full aura timing. And the mech is up, but the Guardian Greaves aren't going to come out anytime soon. Aegis does expire, so for BBT, they do manage to hold up against the Aegis timing quite nicely. Dodge out that big power spike from Nouns, still keep that scaling. On Psyka has the Yasha up. Manta not too far off, going for the Lincolns as well, just to protect from perhaps some instant control with, say, the Snowball or the Punch, or even just the Static Link. There are some ways to pop, but this can give the troll a little bit more leeway as well from weaving in and out. Have your own auras up and ready on Nouns, full Guardian Greaves now for Lilith. See if they can... Oh.
Look how tanky this hero is, man. It's just unbelievable. The Fly is still being chased. He finally goes down. The thing was, like, if his team was behind him, the amount of time he bought to allow a way into a fight is just unbelievable. But at the end of the day, nobody was there in time. As now Gunner still hanging about, that the Boundless does miss, and he chops down the tree of GPK and pops the spray as well. Why the hell not? And once again, it's just run away. No fight.
It's been a good game of cat and mouse so far, although BBT are starting to get a little bit hungry here. Pressuring onto the mid, 6-6. And we're getting the opposite ends here, Mike, in terms of games. See if they finally find a kill this time.
Here we go. Gunner gets caught, and Snare will be there. A nice little shards block, though, going to make it very hard. And now GPK getting jumped here by Yuma, though the Enrage forced to be popped here by Yuma, as he does need to retreat. They're still trying for the MK, but Yuma cannot keep up, as now Copy. It's complete chaos in the mid lane, but Save is gone. They've lost the Bat Rider. They might even lose Psyka if the battle trance runs out, and it might very, very soon. But no, the song, Toronto, he buys the time. Psyka's out of there. Toronto, he'll be the one being left behind. They still lose 2 supports. It's not a great fight for BBT, but at least they get the big ones out.
Not they do bail out all of the cores. It looked like a decent fight that they could have started off of, but Nouns were very ready this time around. They had their saves ready. It's really hard to pin down Gunner with his pipe, because this Tusk is starting to be a little bit of a slippery issue. You've got 2 really tanky heroes that can front, that aren't like necessary for you to fully commit on for now. It's like if Fly gets caught, you don't care too much if there's no opportunity, because it's an ench. If Gunner gets caught out, he has Snowball with Blink to save himself. He has the pipe to sustain true as well. So he's not really at risk of just getting 100 to 0'd. I think BBT have to find a way to get bigger lassos out from Save. They need to be able to find these big targets. We are seeing at least some ways of kiting Copy around with the BKB Pierce on Pulverize. Not always the easiest thing to find here from Yarrow. And that is the one thing that BP has to play off of. It's Save with a Blink Lasso, and Yarrow with whoever he decides to pulverize down here.
Top lane, looks like they might run into Save. There is vision around this area though from BBT, so this could be a very nice fight to force, and they are going to try. Onto Fly they'll go. They want the Ench first, but Fly is just tanking through it once again. It's now GPK, copping too much damage. Still trying to man up here in his Wukong's command, but so is Gunner. GPK, he's out of damage now with that static link. He needs to get out. Still Gunner going very deep, but he will be able to blink out. Nobody dies yet. In goes Yuma once again on Toronto, but Toronto's able to walk out of there thanks to the boundless of GPK. And BBT now, the ones to retreat, as Nouns are still looking to force the fight. But nobody's... Oh, I say nobody's left. Yuma's still having a hunt around. GPK is still there, but they will not find him.
Rather unfortunate for BBT. They don't manage to get the big lasso target they'd want. Isolating Fly really doesn't do much. Like, this Ench has proven time and time again, if you're not connecting with your Primal Beast with a trample, and the Ench is just not going to die fast enough for you to capitalize. And unfortunately for Mero, and very fortunate for Nouns, he did get distracted by Copy's illusions, ended up pulverizing on the side to try to stun in the Wukong's AoE. I don't think it reached out for the most part. So, very good news for Nouns. They get the 2k lead on top. They get another Roshan for free with a banner. You can start to consider more aggressive plays going forward. This should allow BBT to reset their cooldowns. Song will be back up for Toronto Tokyo. He's doing a great job of just ensuring mid pressures there. So the Naga split push is there to at least stall out in some of these objectives despite having the Aegis. But Nouns certainly do feel like they are getting in control of this game. BBT, the initiation angles have not been clean. At least they have a source of break now with Miero. With the full Ags up, could help out if you are jumping Fly this time.
There you go. Down towards the bottom lane. T2 tower will be targeted by Saika. And keep in mind, they're fighting against the Aegis now, but Nouns are not looking to try and defend this. So Gunner's picked up his Desolator now, so you've got a lot of right-click potential here with the Tusk. Nouns looking ahead through the mid lane. BBT will see if they want to try and defend. So it seems like Nouns are going to pressure this tier 2 mid tower, and well, in fairness, the mid tier 2 is just about to fall anyway. So it is basically already gone. Nouns will go ahead and take care of it. Do you want to try high ground? I mean, you do have a Roshan banner plus an Aegis.
BBT's going high ground.
Oh, BBT's going high ground. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, we do have the creep wave at the top tier 3 at the very least, Jonathan. They'll back it. That'll be enough.
They do a lot of chip damage from that tier 3. If a full commitment does come in and Saika decides not to join in, with Toronto Tokyo just shoving one lane in, he could just make a beeline for bot and just kind of even out the game that way. I like that coverage out from BBT. Seeing the Roche, knowing that the mid tier 2 would still hold, knowing how fast they can push with a troll, does give them a little bit of an access point later on. Nouns looking for a smoke out. No forward vision this time to try to spot out BBT though.
Mid lane. They could go from Miero if he does show on the creep wave, but nobody wanting to venture that far for that farm. Gunner will reveal his position, so a pretty obvious smoke now for BBT to just kind of wait out. Line's being drawn through the top lane, so they might actually try to pressure this top tier 3 tower. But now it does feel like they really want to pick off before they try to venture to that high ground, but BBT are just not providing the openings. Like, it's still 8-6 with a 1k advantage, and we're 31 minutes in basically. No openings really being provided.
No. Again, it's the complete opposite of last game. 8-6. No one going double digits just yet. Half an hour in.
I may have just jinxed.
Smoke.
Happy days.
Oh,
here we
go. Good job, Mike.
No, I not. I double jinxed. Jump in. Oh, I triple jinxed it. Here we go. We're onto the race. Copy's gone, but so is Toronto Tokyo. Onto the end. Fly is also dead. Gunner. Chase is on. Gleipnir is going to land from GPK. Nice shards block from Gunner once again, but the chase will continue. Yuma's right around the corner though. He's thinking about forcing the fight, and he will jump in. They'll try for Miero first on the Primal Beast. Yuma, he'll pop the BKB. Still trying. Gunner somehow still alive. Finally goes down. Yuma still looking for a target. Will chase down Saika, but he's just too fast on the troll. They just kite out the Ursa. So they'll lose Gunner. They'll lose Fly. They lost Copy, and he brought back to make matters worse. A pretty big fight here for BBT.
Yeah, it works out in their favor. Get perfect target to start on. Finding Copy in that smoke. it's the big target you really need to take care of. You can counteract 2 of your cores. It makes it very uncomfy for Saika and for GPK to try to play their games if the Razor is just alive. So then just take that out of the picture, force the buyback, stall out this butterfly timing as well for Copy, just a little bit. And it's going to make things a little bit tougher in terms of trying to scale up. And for the side of Nouns, again, they've been the ones posturing, trying to play across the river, find these pickoffs. They might be a little bit concerned about scaling, especially since you're not going for like a refresh Razor, right? Like the butterfly will allow you to man up against a lot of these hits from BBT. And again, physical output of the troll and the monkey aren't necessarily going to always hammer in onto the Razor at that point. But it feels like the late game Razor threats from like refresh, double BKB, double static link, and just running around being a maniac, sapping away your core damage from that point. The butterfly is not that same play. I think this is much more tempo heavy on Copy, trying to utilize this early advantage, mid-game advantage they've built up off and try to win a couple fights into endgame. If it falls flat here, that could give BBT a much better chance in scaling up, knowing that refresh is not going to be up for a long time with his build.
Another big smoke up here. BBT running right towards Copy. This will be a dieback on Copy if he does get caught out. It seems like they will avoid him instead, rather looking at Gunner now down to that bottom lane, and they're going to find Fly instead. A little bit unfortunate. Oh no, they found both. Save will spot out Gunner as well. That'll be a double. The 2-for-1 special. BBT, I mean, it's just kind of back to the farm game, I suppose, right? It's just no need to rush.
No.
They know what they're doing.
And they can keep that build up. Again, it feels like with the double core of Monkey Troll, you're kind of banking on your Razor to nullify these cores. Again, Copy going for the butterfly somewhat counteracts them. At the same time, it only allows you to really focus one down. It gives a lot of leeway for either GPK or for Saika, depending on who's not static linked, to actually just play the game. You do have the full Abyssal Blade up on Yuma, so you can just stun up whoever's left alone and just try to focus one target at a time at that point, or just split the fight up. That kind of utility while the other core is trying to break static link. You have that kind of setup for yourself now in Nouns, but BBT have taken over on net worth, 4K advantage. Not the biggest lead at 35 minutes in. Nouns certainly not behind by too much of a margin here at the very least. Most of this net worth differential is coming from how underfarmed Gunner is. Like, he has been a little bit more of the sacrificial off lane. Again, going for a hybrid ore build-up on Tusk. He's got the Dessa with no charges up. With the BKB, perhaps that's when he can start to get more charges in. Maybe even start to consider something like the Ags being picked up to try to reposition these heroes as well. Be one way for Nouns to simplify these fights going forward here.
BBT, they're posturing once again around this top lane. Maybe just getting set up for the next Roshan attempt. You do have Nouns grouped up as well. They are indeed just checking the Roshan pit here, BBT, just in case. The Roshan's still not going to even tell us when it respawns for another 40 seconds. There's your butterfly up on Copy, so we'll see if that does make any form of difference here in this next fight. So they are going to smoke up. The Naga illusions to come in. Copy will make it pretty obvious they are smoked though. Does BBT want this fight is the question. Fly will move forward. Miro gonna break the smoke on Yuma. I don't believe Yuma actually saw him. They'll try to get some D wards off here. Miro though still frontlining for his side. Neither side wants to pull the trigger. We're just having a bit of a standoff here at this top lane, it seems. More wards placed here by BBT. Lasso, it's on an illusion. Unfortunate. It's alright, I mean, there's just so many illusions, you've got to try one of them. In goes Fly. Yuma, he's going to make the jump in. They'll try for Miero on the Primal Beast, but the BKB is already out, and now the Pulverize has been committed. Still Yuma having a decent old time as now the song has been committed from Toronto, Tokyo, looking to try and move in onto Copy, who's getting annihilated by Saika. There goes Gunner to boot. Both of them just destroyed. As everybody else from now is just trying to dissipate, but save, continuing to chase Yuma, who does end up killing him off, but Yuma is certainly just set to fall. There is no help around. And an unfortunate fight for Nouns now as BBT finding a very good fight, and Roshan, it's up in 30 seconds.
It's a big timing for BBT, and that's probably the best way for that fight to go out for BBT. Right? They use lasso and an illusion, and I feel like that's Nouns' opportunity. Instead, it falls flat. Yeah, you get this big song to bail out. You get the isolation, but pulverize out onto the Ursa while he's BKB'd and committing. You static link the Prowl Beast instead of any of the two cores, so Saika and GPK just don't care. And again, because Saika shoved in bot, it's going to be a really easy process to take care of these tier 3s. One fort already used up. Doesn't take too long for the troll to just clear these objectives by himself.
Max, Saika doing it himself. They'll jump in with the kick, or rather the punch. The battle trance was already there from Saika, is now, well, it's looking pretty rough for Nouns. They've already looking to lose Gunner, and they do. Saika barely survives all of them. The battle trance just in the nick of time here from Saika as Lelis is being hunted in his fountain, forced to back off. Bottom racks is gone, and that's going to be enough for BBT.
Yep, can go back, just take Roshan. They should know the spawn time is relatively soon. Saika's going to go back up top, check it out after clearing out some camps.
Oh, Yuma does clean up save. It's a nice little kind of pick off onto a straggler on his way out. It's just not changing the game though, is it? Like, you're 11k behind now as Nouns. You've lost to Rax. You're losing Roshan as we speak. And even though BBT just played a very, very slow game, it really has felt like they've been in control.
And it has. See if Nouns can find an angle in. They did smoke up here, but the smoke breaks under the Watcher.
Copy. Gonna get pulverized here by Miero, and it looks like his team was not really prepared for the fight, though he did at least get his BKB off. Still running. Saika, he's popped the battle trance, chasing very, very deep, but he's got the Aegis up. Not anymore though, it is down. Has Saika gone too far? Miero will try to jump in, but Yuma, he's right on the troll. Saika pops the BKB and tries to run. Even the song being committed, he'll survive, and now they're all locked down. The onslaught in, the Ursa in huge trouble. Gunner indeed also in trouble. They both drop.
Oh god.
A double kill for Miero. Copy to drop to boot. Miero getting tipped throughout all of this as they've even found themselves an Ench. And I believe I just saw Yuma buy back.
Yes.
A little bit unfortunate.
Very unfortunate for the side of Nouns. BBT, I mean, it almost looked like they were just losing their minds for a moment. Saika running forward, popping battle trance early, losing the Aegis just like that. You know, looking like he was getting impatient with this game, but it works out. Toronto, Tokyo saves the day. Great song. You gotta love that. Naga Siren shards that, you know, when it was fresh, I was like, oh, it's a very fun shard. And, well, we've been seeing a lot of it over the years now as well. And that's just going to be straightforward high ground again. Saika's got the damage to dig through all of the objectives for the MKB. Last fort fight to kick in here. At the least, mega creeps aren't going to be coming in, and respawns are relatively short. You should still be able to hold up with one lane to yourself here on Nouns. But BBT blow this game wide open, 11-19, 2TK lead up for themselves. And the side of Nouns, well, it's really rough for Copy, right? Like, he's running in, he's always static linking Miero, and he's not really able to focus down and try to find Saika, try to find GPK to static link to take out one of these cores from the equation. And that's where all these issues come in. Like, once they see that commitment onto Miero, GPK and Saika are just like, all right, we'll go in. We've got damage. We don't need to care about Razor. He's not even, you know, dealing with us. Well, what worries do they have if they're not static link targets?
That's a fair point, John. It has been pretty rough here for Copy. Not the ideal Razor game, that's for sure. Now a Swift Blink available on Saika, so things got even worse here for Nouns as Copy's just being watched at the moment. They'll even beat. I say Swift Blink. Save just picked up an Aghanim Scepter. Double Lasso available. Up towards the top lane they'll go. Smoke on smoke scenario, but this could be Nouns' last team fight. If they can't make this one work, the game is basically as good as done. Lasso is out. Who have they caught? It's gonna be Lilith. Snapfire down. Miero, he's in. Copy. He'll be alright for now. The Pulverize was cancelled. Copy though, where's he going? The Razor, he'll head up north, but it's not the way to go. He is dead. Meanwhile, Gunner's just trapped in the tree line by the looks of it, as Yuma's going to try and force another fight, but really gets nothing out of it. BKB's being forced out, but it's not doing anything. Meanwhile, Gunner has been spotted on the tree line. Chase on. He'll blink away back towards the south, but Toronto's right behind him. Here comes Save to boot, and Gunner is gone. There's 2 down without buyback here for now.
Yeah. And that should just be the last hit Rex to go here for BBT to take. Again, Yuma could not afford to die. He bought back a while ago. He's going to have to try to just hold out here as Tree. I don't see the angle. I think without that...
So again, it's a double lasso. A double lasso from Save, and that'll about do it. GG is called. Nouns have seen enough. Positive is game 2 was a lot closer, but at the end of the day, BBT certainly proving to be the much better team here today, at least in their series up against Nouns Esports. I'm sure they'll be leaving their room very, very happy after that one.
That they will be. Game 1, a little bit more, of course, of a complete stop, a complete shutout from BBT. Game 2 being a lot more even now to correct and draft. They had supports that could play the lanes a little bit better. Their lanes weren't completely washed out up against BBT. They weren't getting run down early on. You had the Snapfire on your end. You had this Enchantress buying space on Fly, getting that space out for Yuma to farm up. It's just... they were looking for the aggression. They couldn't find the openings. And again, it was a tough game for Copy. He had 2 cores to worry about. Couldn't find either one. Just forced to kind of try to link up on Miera and hope for the best.
Absolutely. Props to BBT, of course. And we do have a lovely panel we can head over to see what they have to say about this game too.
A nice clean 2-0 there in our best of 2 for the group stage. BB team coming in, and for Nouns, it was looking like that could have been a win on the cards for them. I thought, hey, maybe this is another series that we're going to see get tied up. I really liked what that offlane Tusk for Gunner was doing compared to the Sand King. And you talked about this comfort over meta, if you're able to just squeeze out 1 or 2 more percentages out of a hero that you're playing, Jenkins, like maybe that's something you go for, and you could definitely feel the difference when it came to laning phase between the 2.
I liked the comfort, but Fear was mentioning it as we were watching the draft, just like what the hell is going on? Like this is
true.
One of the worst Tusk games you can imagine. Playing into a potential monkey carry and then eventually a troll carry, which arguably is even worse. Maybe a Naga carry, which is also miserable. Batrider can do well against a Tusk in lane as well with some sort of rotation. So it's...
in fact, those are probably his 3 worst matchups.
Yeah, he did his best, and I do like seeing the comfort. I do like how he played in this game, but it just was a bad hero. Like, there's a reason this hero's not picked in the offlane. I wanted to be proven wrong about that, but that's also kind of why I wasn't hyping it up too much in the draft.
Like they had a moment in the game where they were hitting a really strong timing. At 18 minutes, 17 minutes, they got Roshan, and Tusk kind of almost had he already had his pipe at that point, and I just felt like they needed to use that momentum to kind of take the fight. Because instead, what happens is they got Roshan, and Razor had Manta at that point, but he chose to continue farming his BKB instead of like just playing around. So they didn't really use the first A-Gaze to do anything at all.
I fully agree. And then what happened was Copy was taking safe farm as well. Okay, this Razor was in his own try, and then you had the Tusk and the Enchantress and sometimes the Ursa in this more dangerous space. And BB team were able to get the pick off. They had the numbers advantage, and then you felt them just have to retreat. The Razor not joining to help try and defend and at least take some part of a fight. And so it was always a numbers advantage for BB team, and they slowly built up a lead to, okay, now the Monkey King is ahead of the Razor in net worth, and we're not really sure what else we can do.
I mean, from the Razor's point of view, he thinks that he needs Manta plus BKB to join the fights. But at the same time, when you're playing the game, you're not the only one in the game. And you need to look at, is someone else hitting their timing? I think with the pipe on the Tusk and the Aegis on the Ursa, they're hitting a really, really strong timing, and he's kind of wasting it by trying to get to his own later timing.
Yeah.
When they could have just taken control of the game at that point. Because their lineup, the longer the game goes, it's going to get harder and harder for them to deal with the troll and the monkey.
Right. That's what when it eventually started going the other way, that's what we saw in the fights. Even when Yuma had Aegis on Ursa, he was just getting kited by the troll, constantly dispelling his stuff. He was getting also broken by the primal beast, so he's not doing any damage in the fights. There was just a lot that was able to kite him. Whereas on the flip side, in the early game, Copy on Razor was countering the troll. Like, he was not doing any damage. He was getting fully linked for the entire battle trance. Like, the troll looked, it's like funny when you see a troll versus Razor, because he's just sitting there slamming and nothing is happening. Razor is just stealing all of his damage, but then that flips the other way when you get to the late game and the troll has burst, and when you have troll versus Ursa. So I completely agree. I think Nouns needs to go back to their fundamentals and work on those a bit. There's really nice glimpses of hope for them. Like, the game was very close against BB Team, a very strong team, consistently like top 4 team. So there's glimpses of great hope, but they definitely need to, like, how do we close out a game, you know? How do we sync these timings up? They need to go to the fundamentals.
I wanted to highlight this real quick as well, the Troll versus Razor matchup. This is a matchup that's pretty good for the Razor, right? But this is 31 minutes in the game, and you have 2 items on this Razor, right? While the Troll is completely free farming, and you need more on the Razor to be able to counter him. So I feel like the Troll overcame his bad matchup just by having more items, right? And he's good versus the Ursa already, whereas Yuma, unfortunately, he's playing versus 2, in my opinion, hard counters. I feel like Primal Beast is incredibly good versus Ursa because his pulverize goes through status resist. So even if you're enraged BKB'd, he's still going to control you that entire time. And then later on, he's going to get the Ags, which is going to break you, which makes you useless as well. So it was just a very difficult game for Yuma there, and you only had one bad matchup for Nightfall in this particular game, and they did a good job making sure this Razor didn't get too much farm. They got all the farm they needed on the Troll, and once Troll no longer cared about the Razor, it was a free game, where Yuma, he had still so many obstacles to overcome, and there's only so much an offlane Tusk can do.
I want to do one special shout out to Toronto Tokyo. There was a really great play that I think helped the Troll, was Toronto Tokyo essentially sacrificing his life for the Troll. He songed, and he made sure that the Troll got his TP off first, and then he TP'd himself. Unfortunately, the song ended, and so he ended up dying, but that was really clutch, because not only did it heal up the Troll back up so he wasn't dying to the Razor ult, but I think that was enough for him to be able to reset, heal up a little bit, and just go straight out to farming again.
Yeah, not only that, in the team fights, I think he was really doing a really good job sending the illusions out, and he was kind of initiating with Deluge. He slows the target, and his team gets to the target, and that is why the hero is actually so difficult to deal with in the mid game.
Yeah, and I think that's also why we're seeing Naga getting banned out in every game so far that we've been able to see. Like, her contest rate right now is through the roof, and she gets let through, and we realize how much you're able to do in this impact from a position 5 there. So massive props to Toronto Tokyo, but also just BB Team. I think getting off to a nice start for themselves, getting a 2-0. Now it's going to be a little bit more difficult for themselves, but we've got to keep the day moving. There's a lot going on, 3 streams at once, 5 best of 2s for our day 1 of group stage. So we're going to be looking at our next matchup. It's Aurora up against Team Liquid, and we actually got to sit down with one of their players. I believe it was 23 Savage.
Possibly the strongest SEA team, Aurora, is battling it out, trying to make a name for themselves. They've had some good results throughout the season, but have struggled to break into the top spots. But can they change that at the International? I'm going to find out with 23. 23, how's it going? How's your International?
It's been great. Denmark is really chill, and the weather is nice compared to my home, Bangkok, obviously.
Yeah, a bit cooler over here, I guess. So from your vlogs, it seems like Jabs and Sunby are kind of the leaders of Aurora. You know, they're very serious and analytical.
Yeah, graphics on our screen. We've already kind of waffled on a little bit. We're yapping away. Seen a couple of these bands already come out. The Tinker you mentioned, Doom, Nature's Prophet, another.
Так, друзья, ну что, мы дождались. У нас первый матч Спиритов на The International 13, 2024 год. Спирит против Beastcoast. Их первый матч. Видимо, у нас есть уже некоторые баны, есть некоторые пики. Так, что по банам? Спирит забанили Дума, Тинкера, Фуриона и Снайпера. Ждем 5-й бан. Beastcoast, в свою очередь, убрали из карты Shadow Demon, Enchantress, Таксиста, да, Магнуса забрали и забрали Рики. Так, для Beastcoast появился Primal Beast, для Team Spirit есть Omni Knight. Spirit одни из немногих, кто очень часто играет через Омника, это Омник 5, вероятнее всего. А Primal Beast, видимо, у нас хардовый. Хардовый для как раз таки Beastcoast. Ждем, друзья, ждем следующих пиков. Так, вы не обессудьте, я так время от времени отвлекаюсь, там видео заливаю, но если что, я здесь смотрю.
Yes, we talk about the underdogs of Beastcoast and Team Spirit, the big dogs, and you said it's not a time to relax or be lax. They're definitely showing there that they've put the work in.
I mean, you can tell, right? Like with those type of caliber players, when at some point you just understand that it doesn't matter who you're playing against. You need to be on point, on form, be prepared. They also have a great coach in Silent. Like there's no time to slack, really, especially in Dota. Like everyone is on their game. If you're not on yours, it doesn't matter who the hell you are. You are very likely going to lose.
What was it? Techies and Rubik's their most picked as Beastcoast. Just looking back at some of their stats.
Лина появилась в Beastcoast. Пока непонятно, куда это Лина. Мид Лина или это Керри Лина. Посмотрим.
All these heroes and what have you. So I do like that Beastcoast are going for it. I will say that I have not yet seen the best answers to like these range carries. They generally suffer when there's multiple heroes that can get on you. So maybe like a...
Видим какие-то там заготовки у парней из Beastcoast.
Also threaten the Lina within the mid game, because if Lina gets to stand her ground from high range with frontliners, she will destroy you. So it's kind of on you to find a way in the draft.
Интересно, очень интересно. Не знаю, вроде как заработало. Сейчас чекнем, но нужно еще позаливать видео.
It always used to be like, oh, pick Spectre against these ranged heroes. You've got Lina, Drow Ranger, pick Spectre. But it's felt to me that over time, like, Sven was another one. Like, carry heroes that can jump are no longer picked to jump. You want some kind of Clockwork or Tusk, some, like, meaningless support hero, little pos 5 who's gonna go in and die.
I mean, another problem with, like, Spectres is that, like, if I can put it in, like, a simple term, is that net worth can fix a lot of things. Generally, Spectre has low net worth and loses her lane, whereas Lina is, like, an insane laner. So, yeah, your matchup is good, but if you lack 2 items, it doesn't really matter who you are, so she will just stand her ground. But I like this answer here from Spirit. You need heroes that jump and, like, get in. Also, when you have Omni, you lack catch, like all these Tusks, these bad riders, they kind of give that for you. And perhaps you can even take, like, a melee, like, offlaner as well then for Spirit later, like adding another layer on top of it. So I really like this double pick.
Да, еще ДК сверху появился. Интересненько, очень интересненько. Видимо, это ДК либо керри, либо мид. А бэтрайдер у нас 4, скорее всего.
You can always stun when he tramples, you're never really in threat, you're very tanky, and they can just match it all the time too, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, then you've got the Batrider who has like Flame Break and stuff to deal with it as well. So the answer coming out of Beastcoast, currently the Naga Siren. What does this tell us?
Нага появилась у Beastcoast, офигеть. Но это, видимо, саппорт Нага, 5, либо 4, и Лешрак. Лешрак, друзья. Лешрак появился в Beastcoast. Интересно. Видимо, это мидовый Лешрак.
It's just a similar story where range carry, you have the body plus 5 with the Naga, you can stack some camps. The Lesh I'm a little more intrigued by. It could be a flex, like a 2-4 flex, and then you see later what's up. But I will say Lesh could be pretty dicey in this game. He also does not enjoy playing against a bad rider.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I asked if Lena was moving away from carry and Naga was becoming the carry was because of the Lesh pick. Because it used to be, you know, you block pick or you ban Lesh because we've got Naga carry.
Right. I mean, I guess there's maybe some flex going on, but
Лардар появился. Лардар для коллапса 100%. Это более чем уверен, что селедка для коллапса. Пойдет он в хард разваливать на этой селедке. Пока что очень неплохо даже смотрится. Но непонятно, что там придумали Beastcoast. Реально непонятно, что они будут делать. Так, друзья, если что, я здесь. Просто я еще видео заливаю на YouTube. Так что могу чуть отвлекаться. Так.
I don't know, can we add in some pure damage or something here? Because you got Dragonite, Slardar, Omni. It's ridiculous.
I mean, that's probably one of the reasons why they did want this Lesh. Like, he has a lot of pure damage, especially if you take the facet where you don't push towers, but you have like insane damage on your Edict and your ult. Like, also you have a lot of like magic damage, so that's one thing they want. But like, if I'm looking at, I would love to be Omni Knight in this game. Everyone goes in for me. Everyone has catch. I can literally repel anyone, and I'm happy, and they will just keep going in. So yeah, I do think it is gonna be on Beastcoast to find like a really clutch last pick to bring it together in the draft.
Так, ну что, ждем последние баны и посмотрим последние пики. Чуть отвлекаюсь, видео заливаю.
I assume it's just gonna be a Lesh 4 laning with Primal. You do have, I could see this lane like being able to definitely kill like through an Omni Knight, like with the Edict early on, with a Trample, like Primal Lesh. I'm not sure you can get much more damage on like level 2, 3, 4 on your hero. So maybe there's something there. And the good thing for Beastcoast is they have last pick. They will know where does the Slaughter go, where does the DK go. Like maybe there's like some weird, I don't know, like, you know, some Huskars you can bust out to like really punish Spirit if their last pick can't like go mid.
But with Spirit, we're kind of locked into Omni 5, Bat 4.
Yeah, and I mean, DK is 1 or 2 at this point, so it's gonna be up to them to kind of like show where that's gonna go.
And that's because the Slardar is 3 or 2, right?
Yeah, Slardar is most likely just their off lane. I think like bad Slardar is just, it's a good lane. You have good move speed as well to like try to like run away from some Lina, dodge some stun.
What was Miposhka's arms just disappeared? I know it's you know, the Ringmaster and Circus TI, but having a contortionist player as well. Miposhka's showing off some flexibility there.
He has been, I don't know why, you know, because Ringmaster...
Вот там забанили. Инвокера подзабанили Beastcoast. Плюс Миранку. Спирит думает, что Beastcoast осталось добрать мидера, что ли? Что если лишь рак пойдет в мид? Не знаю, Омник 100% пятерка, Бэтрайдер 4, ДК у нас мид, селедка хард, и получается кого-то нужно для керри, да? Кого-то в легкую взять. Шторм Спирит, нет, ДК это керри. А Шторм Спирит для Ларла. Не знаю, если это мидовый лишак, тогда большие проблемы.
Yeah, you've got repellers back up, but you've also got Blink Stun Slardar, Blink Stun DK. I guess triple Blink heroes is what I'm getting at with the bad DK Slardar to maybe hit that big reset button and just save the storm. But yeah, last pick for Beastcoast here is going to round out the draft and do some heavy lifting.
It's potentially not the easiest pick to find because the bans are quite on point. There's no DK already because it's picked. Puck Tiny were taken out. They will go with the Timber, so perhaps it's also a way where they put the Primal into the mid lane and just put... Nope, it will just be the Timber mid. So, all in all, I think it's a really good answer.
Тимбер! Друзья, Тимбер! Офигеть. Тимбер для Лампи. Блин, ну, интересно будет посмотреть.
unless maybe you get like a Yule on the Lash or an Atos on the Timber. But in terms of how it brings your draft together and how it
Блин, даже не знаю. Так, посмотрим, пускает ли у нас там доту, чтобы мы смогли себе посмотреть в доте, да. Да, пускает. Все.
But it's that kind of extended control, that continuation of the team fight that you're going to need here. You've got damage. You've got this Primal Beast and Timber Saw. The Lash Rack, the Lena does an incredible amount of damage. It's just navigating your way.
Yeah. I mean, they have damage for days. They literally have like at least 2 of the cores that I would say deal unlimited damage, depending on how long the fight is with like Timber Primal. The only thing is, lanes are incredibly important. Because all these heroes, like Timber, Primal, Lena, they all want to do their own thing. They need someone else to set up for them to deal damage. So if they fall behind, I can see the game get like pretty tough for them. But they do have good lanes. You have Naga, Lena, you.
Так, ну что, у нас заставочка, и будем смотреть. Вижу, дота работает, это уже хорошо. Посмотрим нормально с доты, сможем сами что-то юзать там. И тут же у нас ставится пауза. Да, видим, что пишут друг другу good luck, have fun, желают хорошей игры, желают удачи. И я вам, друзья, желаю приятного просмотра, желаю удачи. Так, что там у меня... Так, все еще пауза. Если что, я здесь, друзья. То есть я есть. Так, а с чем пауза связана? Пока непонятно. Рассказывай, Витя, ты где был с утра? Пока у нас пауза. Шрак отключается. Ну, пока ждем. Пока что ждем. Так, ну все, отжали паузу. Начинается у нас карта. Начинается у нас игра. Блин, ну вы знаете. Интересно. Очень интересно. И тут же у нас что-то подзалагало. Нет, отлагало. Медовый Тимбер. Блин. Ну не знаю. Не знаю. По делам обычным. Понял. Понял. Интересно посмотреть на медового Тимбера, который будет стоять против Шторм Спирита. Что-то, если честно, у меня веры нету в Тимбера, да, медового. Но посмотрим, посмотрим. Все-таки Ларри, он довольно-таки опытный уже мидер. В принципе, опытный игрок, так что будет очень интересно.
До начала сражения.
Мне кажется, что Beastcoast они что-то сами перемудрили, реально. То есть они не до конца понимают, что произошло или чего. Так, ну что, интересно, будет битва за руны? Пока что нет. Так, пока 2 руны за командой Team Spirit. И а где 3-я руна? Да, по 2 руны забирают. Главное, что коллапс на селедке. Это правда. Это чистая правда. чистой воды правда, потому что коллапс на селедке очень жесткий. И это уже, мне кажется, пол победы. Он там... Хотя, пока непонятно, что он будет себе собирать, да? Будет ли он через ауры, либо будет ли он через ПТшку, там, табельку, что-то в этом роде. А так пока смотрим. Пока что 4-0 против 2-0, но это только первая пачка крипов, вот подошла вторая. Так, через фастботл. Тимбер тоже через фастботл? Ну да, через фастботл. Видимо, обсерверу тоже интересный мид, как здесь противостояние будет Шторма против Тимберсова. Блин, на самом деле у Спирит линия Слардар плюс Бэтрайдер это довольно-таки сильная линия. Хотя, и если смотреть со стороны Beastcoast, то Лина плюс Нага Сайрен тоже сильная линия, если они будут на вас нападать. То есть там сетка, станчик, задувка. Ну, то есть что-то скомбинировать можно. Ятор, он же Радан, должен чувствовать себя хорошо на своей линии. Не знаю, я бы поставил здесь на Спирит.
Курьер сил света был убит.
Так, где-то подрезали курьера керри команды Team Spirit. Ятора теперь без курьерчика. Так, здесь неплохо подразмяли Виталию. Мне не нравится саппорт на Лишак, четверка Лишак, так себе. То есть, если дела все будут очень плохо, Лишак получится слишком бесполезно. Если все хорошо, ну тогда какие-то артефакты выйдет и будет довольно неплохо вносить дэмэдж. Так, друзья, сейчас быстренько нужно кое-что сделать. Так. Секунду, что у нас здесь драка, только хотел кое-что сделать. На мипушку, видимо, нападали, пока что жив цел. Друзья, я сейчас возвращаюсь. Только отошел. Я не отходил, я просто кое-что делал. Да, есть первый кровь для команды Beastcoast. Лишак постарался, забрал он мипошку. Пятую позицию команды Team Spirit. Печально, но ничего страшного. На 4-й минуте было. Только вот что он за ФБшечку деньги получил и нормально так ему насыпало, это, конечно же, плюс. Сейчас купит какие-то расходники или еще что-то. И будет чувствовать себя довольно-таки хорошо на линии. У нас 4-я минута, что движется, вижу, что Лишак движется в сторону мида. Хочет помочь. А, они хотят Ларла без руны оставить, да? Да. Или даже сделать килл. Да, Ларл, получается, без руны сейчас останется. Печально, печально. Ларлу придется либо кому-то лететь абузить ботл, либо еще хуже идти на базу к себе. Вот эта проблема будет. Довольно-таки большая, если честно.
Силы тьмы укрепили свои сооружения.
Так, есть нападение на мипошку. Ятора помог своему саппорту, отстанется, но это, видимо, не спасет мипошку. Есть еще подхил. Нет, не стали дайвить. И правильно сделали, потому что если бы пошли дальше, мне кажется, потерялись бы. С большой вероятностью. Так, давайте подрубим нетворсы, посмотрим, что у нас по нетворсам. Видим, что Тимбер топ-1 нетворс, дальше Лина. И нападение на Лину или что? Но Нага очень жирная. Здесь неплохо провели лишака.
Силы света укрепили свои сооружения.
Хочет коллапс. Жирно хочет. Так, есть танчик. Есть сеточка. И что, заберут миру? Нет, пока что нет. Пока что жив цел. Но, блин, было очень близко. Попали гранаткой, попали задувкой и минус. Коллапс, видимо, будет жить. Хотя есть еще сетка, есть танчик. И что? -2, друзья, -2. Но я вам говорил, что если Beastcoast будут нападать, тогда большие проблемы у Спирит, так как они очень сильные. Так, Мипошка прям с подноса своровал руну иллюзии, не отдал он Тимберу. Ну и, само собой, не отдал Лишаку. Лишак все-таки сейвил для как раз-таки Тимбера. А здесь, кстати, может Ларл умереть. Да, умирает Ларл в размен, видимо, на Лишака. Но так себе размен. 4 на 2-ю позицию. Так еще и Мира может умереть. Неплохо. Лишак здесь стопит иллюзиями. Офигеть, он стопит. Даблкил. Да. Вы знаете, большие проблемы, если в коллапса игра не пойдет, мне кажется, у спиритов может тогда игра не пойти.
Нельзя. Силы тьмы используют сканирование. Центральную башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Так, подстанили здесь Моза, есть сеточка.
Верхнюю башню сил света атакуют.
Обидно.
Так, как там дела у Ятора? Пока что ПТшка. Чувствует себя более-менее в связи с тем, что Beastcoast довольно-таки сильно давят. Мы видим, что топ-3 Networks за командой Beastcoast. Дальше только идут команда Team Spirit. И то с такой большой-большой натяжкой. Да, у Шторм Спирита появилась ПТ. Не знаю, будет ли он через Арчит собираться, либо через Witchblade. Хотя через Арчит, ну, у кого? Кстати, через аспект 8. Так, пошло нападение на Нагу Сайрен. Много. Ну, Нага Сайрен отвалилась, да. И, видимо, продолжения не будет. Да. Пока что без продолжения. Блин, если честно, я вот эти первые игры настолько привык, что у меня в ушах и эти англоязычные комментаторы что-то там теребонькают, что, ну, что-то прям теперь так тихо думаю, блядь, что не так. Если что, Dota там с утра не работала, то есть нельзя было смотреть в Dota TV.
Сил света атакуют. Силы тьмы используют сканирование.
Неплохо, очень даже неплохо, только что сделали вылазку на коллапса, убили коллапса, счет у нас 2-6, 2000 денег есть преимущество у команды Beastcoast. Так, пошло еще, подцепили еще Миру. Блин, ну не знаю, мне кажется, Тимбер, который использует вот эту 8, он не побеждает. Ну жестко пробивает Миру, да, убили Миру. Но в ответ убьют Муза, если хотите. Получается 1 в 1. Ну, плюс-минус нормально. Интересно, что по бабкам.
Нижнюю башню сил света
Нам почему-то посчитали только последние фраги. Сколько матчей сегодня? Бля, да дофига там. По-моему, если не считать эту серию, еще 2 серии. Там, ну, блин, ближе к ночи. Конец у нас. Так. Поймал здесь Primal Beast Миру. Ультанул, но не до конца. А вот если подтянется Тимбер, который, кстати, подтянулся, Мира улетит. Улетит в таверну, да, покидает этот мир.
Центральную башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Волшебство для Мипошки. Жаль, конечно, что не для Шторм Спирита, потому что с этой руной Шторм может наделать больших проблем, больших делов.
Нижняя башня
Так,
сил
минус
света
один табор.
разрушена.
Первый тавер отвалился у команды Team Spirit на нижней линии. У Лины появился Майлштром. Неплохо так. Очень даже неплохо. В Тимбера есть Ротофотос. Так, поймали здесь Мипошку. Есть ультимейт от Премел Биста. Стучится, но пока что Мипошка выживает, да. Все-таки сильнее вам не найт. Есть подхил, есть репел, так что тяжело. А здесь есть фокус по Нага Сайрен. Через танчик Ятора убили довольно-таки быстро. У Ятора есть уже армлет. Дальше хочет себе сделать и Яшу, и Сенж. Да, Сенж и Яшу хочет сделать. Возможно, после Саши Яши это делает себе БКБ. Хотя, может, уже пора. Все-таки там много дизейблов. Ну, относительно много. Сетка ведь работает сквозь БКБ. Если ты уже у БКБ, и тогда на тебя накинули сетку, работает или нет? Нет, нет. Не работает. Так. Опять нападение на Мипошку. Мипошка, кстати, под ДД. Неплохо так его пробил Тимбер. Но Тимбер жестко режет. Так, поймали здесь Миру через сетку, через стан Лины. Минус Миром. Блин, как будто бы по всей карте у нас какие-то замесы.
Центральную башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Так, Ятора видит, что ворует Тимбер стаки. Есть нападение по Тимберу. Ну а здесь рядом оказалась Нага Сайрен, которая была на подстраховке. И своим сном спасает жизнь Тимберу. А Team Spirit остались без своих стаков. Блэдмейт появился в Премелбиста. Есть Ротофотос по селедке. Это минус коллапс, друзья. Ротофотос от Тимбера. В Лины все еще нету Ротофотос. Ну, есть Майлштром, будет Ротофотос через там 10 голды, но он будет тут же апнут в угле Пнир. Что встретился здесь Ларл с Нагой Сайрен. Убивают Нагу Сайрен, а вот Primal Beast'а, к сожалению, убить не удастся. Нападение на Мипошку. Мипошка пока что держит удар. Есть репел, есть ультимейт от Primal Beast'а. И что? Видимо, достаточно урона, да.
Центральную башню сил света атакуют. Силы тьмы используют сканирование. Центральную башню сил света атакуют. Нижнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Так, я здесь, если что. Отходил.
Силы света используют сканирование.
Так, счет у нас 6-11. 4К преимущество есть за командой Beastcoast. Так, поймали здесь Нагу через Шторма и Коллапса. В Коллапсе, кстати, Шторм, вижу, нафармил себе Вижблейд, а в Коллапса что? Есть Блинк. Через Блинк. Так, пошел фокус по как раз таки Коллапсу. Через ультимейт и станчик Лины убивают. Плюс он всадил в него лагуну. Да, всадил. Фейк показывает неудержимость. весьма неплохо. Очень даже неплохо. Счет по-прежнему 7-12. 4К. В плюсе команда Beastcoast. Посмотрим, что у нас здесь по артефактам. Так. ДК есть ПТшка, армлет, делает себе БКБ. Омнинайт только аркан бутсы, Шторм Спирит, ПТшка, Вичблейд, Бэтрайдер. Пока что только сапог, 200 голды не хватает до блинка. И в селедке есть ПТ, Блиндагер делает себе БКБ. Что там Primal Beast? Пойзы, Блейдмейл, есть Солринг, делает себе Аганим. Тимбер, аркан бутсы, Ротофотос, Нагас Айрен, аркан бутсы. Лишрак имеет аркан бутсы плюс пивас, и Лина имеет аркан бутсы плюс Глейпнир. Ну, пока неплохо. Пока неплохо, в принципе, все более-менее нормально. Интересный пик у Beastcoast. И тем более, что они этим пиком еще и умудряются каким-то образом играть. Так, Блиндагер появился у Бэтрайдера.
Пыло с жару. Верхнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют. Силы света используют сканирование.
Так, в смоках здесь Beastcoast видят они команду своего противника. Есть фокус по мипошке, если успеет убить, да. Убивает, нету ни ультимейта, ни репейла, также убивает и шторма. Это уже 0-2, друзья. Двоих потеряли команда Team Spirit. Размен на 0. У мира, если что, блинк уже есть. Возможно, стоит купить какие-то смоки и под этот блинк сделать какую-то вылазку, да? Почему бы и нет, правда?
Силы тьмы используют сканирование.
Так, поймали, кстати, Ларла. Но Ларл, к большому счастью, пока что выживает. Блин, ну жестко давит. Все-таки набирает обороты Beastcoast. Нужно срочно БКБ на Слардаре. В принципе, и на Шторм Спирите нужно БКБ. Да, Шторм Спирит это понимает, и также себе делает БКБ. Бэтрайдер хочет сделать ветра. Передумал, решил барабаны. Сенжняша есть в ДК, дальше будет БКБ. До БКБ еще нужно пофармить. Но в принципе ДК, да, Ятора, он хорошо себя держит по нетворсу. Так что деньги есть. Уровень в принципе есть. Пока нормально. Так, Глейпнир по Шторм Спириту плюс танчик. Тут же от мипошки получает репел и жив-здоров. Пока что. Ох, нихера себе в мире эрекция, да, неплохо так. Очень даже неплохо. Так, в Наге мека появилась. Хорошо. Что готовят команда Team Spirit какую-то вылазку. Смотрю, Мипошка купил смока. Возможно, будет какой-то выход. Возможно, как раз будет выход под Рошана, кто его знает. Возможно, все может быть.
Верхнюю башню сил света атакуют.
Как тебе Интернешнл? Да, пока никак. То есть это всего лишь групповая стадия, из которой никто не вылетает. Так что, как она мне может быть? Так, Beastcoast забирает вражеский терзатель. Нагасайрен получает Аганим Шард. И что? Хотят Спирит подраться. Так, прыгает у нас Бэтрайдер, ловит в лассо. Пайка и успеет ли он под репелом? Нет, не успевает. Не успевает. Но шторм до конца, да, убивает керри команды Beastcoast. Нашли еще Нагу, минус Нага и подцепили еще лишрака. Блин, какая же хорошая вылазка получилась у команды Team Spirit. Минус 3 сделали очень быстро. Все четко сделали. Молодцы, большие молодцы. И смока появились в Омнинайта. Еще одни. Видимо, еще он хочет что-то придумать. Да, ну как будто бы чуть отыгрались. Неплохо. 2500 денег заработали. Если учитывать, что команда Beastcoast потеряла еще 600 денег, то получается, что команда Спиритов в плюсе на 300. Неплохо. Так, барабаны есть у Бэтрайдера. Все-таки он передумал по поводу ветров. Ну, не передумал, просто решил попозже сделать. И что, Спирит из-за удачной последней драки имеет возможность пойти на Рошана и, в принципе, его забрать без каких-либо проблем. Так как Beastcoast не успевает, хотя непонятно, знает ли об этом Beastcoast или нет, они решили забрать свой терзатель, да, удвоить, так сказать, денежку. Тимберу достался Аганим Шард.
Центральную башню сил тьмы атакуют. Центральная башня сил тьмы разрушена.
Невероятно!
Двадцать 23-я минута, друзья. Счет 10-14. По-прежнему. В смоках есть коллапс плюс Бэтрайдер. Спалили вылазку. Как раз таки Мира спалил, он понял, что там готовится вылазка. Но не всех спалили только Primal Beast'а, и что? Они решили развернуться и куда? Пойти в сторону центральной линии или во вражеский лес? У Омнинайта появился Пивас. Хорошо.
Силы света используют сканирование. Центральную башню сил света атакуют.
Да нет, я этого не говорил. Ты что? Я напротив, я верю в Спирит. Я считаю, что Спирит вполне могут забрать себе эту карту. Ну и я думаю, что Спириты здесь фавориты. Да, заюзал Штор Спирит руну регенерации, теперь имеет возможность пофармить. Нету проблем с маной. И что, стягивается противник. Подцепил здесь Ларл Лишрака. Лишрак пока что жив, но недолго жив. А руна регенерации все еще работает. Такие дела.
Башню сил света атакуют. Верхнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Так, есть Рутофотос. Паятора, еще Глейпнир полетел от Пайка. Станчик мимо, так как далеко был. И отходит. И что мы имеем? Мы имеем по нетворсу в нуле, по фрагам плюс-минус ровно, по игре плюс-минус ровно. Только вот в плюс для кого? Вот это очень интересно. Какой команде более выгодно затягивать игру? Даже не знаю. Все-таки Лина жесткий. Керри в лейте. В принципе, как и ДК. Селедка тоже жесткая в лейте. И Тимбер жесткий в лейте. Ну, блин, ну такое. Мне кажется, все-таки посильнее бы должны были чуть быть Спирит. Да? На пол шишечки буквально.
Башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Так, сломали-то один тавр, команда Team Spirit. Прожимает Ятора у нас.
Силы света
Форму.
используют сканирование. Силы
Есть у него
тьмы
уже кристаллис
используют
после
сканирование.
БКБ, еще тащит себе Дейдалус или что?
Силы тьмы
Паразма
используют
появилась у
сканирование.
Шторм Спирита.
Нижнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Так, пошла погоня. Будет сон, да, есть сон. И что, какое действие будут принимать? Будут сваливать. Нет, будут драться. Пошел фокус по как раз таки Ларлу, и Ларл умирает. Но это был только Егис, это была только первая жизнь, друзья. Так, пошел фокус от Ларла. Ларл прожимает БКБ, попался он в ультимейт Primal Beast'а, но тут же Мира его хватает в лассо и, да, убивает Primal Beast'а. У ДК я видел, есть уже Дейдалус, так что нужно быть очень осторожным, Beastcoast. Ну, Beastcoast дают бой, неплохой весьма бой, да, показывает уровень.
Центральную башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Я напомню, что команды из групповой стадии не покидают турнир.
Центральная башня сил тьмы.
Ну, это не играет, а зачем играют, куда играют, что играют, без понятия. Это как, ну, никто не вылетает, никто не покидает. У Бэтрайдера появился форстап. Так, пошел Ротов Атос. ДК прожимает БКБ. Primal Beast ультует по ДК, и ДК просто делает тэп-аут. Хорошее, правильное решение. Сдержанное, быстрое. Все четко сделал. Да не знаю, ну скорее всего бы убили, там никого нету из команды, кто бы там подсейвил. Бэтрайдер разве? И то не факт. Агадим появился в Тимбера, но это уже неплохо на самом деле. Возможно, нас ждет довольно-таки длительная карта.
Верхнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют. Нижнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют. Силы тьмы укрепили свои сооружения. Силы тьмы используют сканирование.
В смыках команда Beastcoast.
Нижнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Так, Ятора хочет доломать Т2 Тавер на нижней линии. У него это удается. Так, поймали в лассо Primal Beast'а, очень быстро убили. Также Ларл продолжил фокус по Лишаку. Лишак спрятался в Госкипетр. Из-за этого он, как, кстати, и выживает. Так, а там кого-то подцепили. Нагу Сайрен, что ли? Да, Нагу подцепили. Она поражала свой сон, но Ларл был под БКБ, Ятора был под репелом, так что без шансов. И, видимо, Спирит все-таки захватили полную инициацию, так как... Что по байбекам? Байбека у Primal Beast'а нету, у Наги Сайрен байбек есть. Но потеряет ли сторону? Думаю, что нет, так как этого времени слишком мало. Его, в принципе, недостаточно. Вот если бы был сейчас Рошан, да, второй, это было бы круто. Но, к сожалению, у нас до Рошана еще чуть поменьше минуты. Так что нужно чуть потерпеть.
От пожара не убежишь.
Минус терзатель. Для Спирит Мипошка получила ганимшарт. Тура, офигеть, как дофига урона. Просто. Простите за тавтологию. Мейлшторм у него появился после Дейдалуса. Не Мейлшторм, а Мелнир. Да. Дейдалус, Мелнир. Блин, я не знаю, как они собрались убивать этого ДК. Так, есть Егис. Успеют ли? Ну, думаю, что нет, потому что урона слишком мало.
Нижнюю башню сил света атакуют.
Так, что увидели здесь Тимбера? Есть погоня или на разворот. Тимбер поймал в роту Фатос, как раз таки Миру. И до конца. Прыгают на Лину, убьют, убивают. Нет, не убивают, друзья. Убивают Лину, убили еще прямо Биста. -2, но на этом все, нужно сваливать. И Рошан еще в копилку для команды Шторм Спирит. Так, прямо Биста. Байбека нет, у Лины байбека нет. Печалька. А Егис для команды Team Spirit. Так, поймали в роту Фатос. Здесь Шторм Спирита, есть танчик от Лишака и хватает дэмэджа, вы знаете, хватает. Я думал, что будет недостаточно, что все-таки выживет у нас Шторм Спирит, но нет. Тем более, что БКБ была в КД. Это значит, что Спириты не пойдут без своего мидера, да, на ХГ, так что нужно будет подождать. Что говорит Dota Plus, очень интересно посмотреть. 53% на команду Team Spirit. Но я бы сказал где-то 70/30. Потому что 60 это мало. Это очень мало. Ветра у Бэтрайдера появились. Сатаник в ДК, офигеть. Блин, как же много фармит я Тора. Просто ужас.
Верхнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют. Верхняя башня сил тьмы разрушена. Силы света используют сканирование.
Кераска. Кераска для Слардара. Ну все артефакты есть. Открою, посмотрим.
Силы света укрепили свои сооружения.
Видимо, хотят Спириты пойти зайти на ХГ. Попытать удачу, так сказать. 30-я минута. Счет 16-15. По счету, по фрагам все очень ровно. Десятка за командой Спирит. Так, ну что, пошел я Тора. Прожимает они глиф, чтобы спасти как раз таки крипов. Выцепил здесь мира Тимбера и хватает дэмэджа, убивает. Сон никак не помог. Был ультимейт от Primal Beast'а в Ятора, но Ятора просто пофигу. То есть он вообще не чувствует. Сломал Т3 Тавер, сейчас сломает милишный барак. Напомню, что у Тимбера нету байбека. Просто без шансов. Да.
Верхние казармы сил тьмы разрушены. Центральная башня сил тьмы.
Минус опять. Т3 Тавер, только на этот раз уже в центре.
Казармы сил тьмы разрушены.
Минус 2 стороны за форму. Так, есть сетка, есть стан от Лины. Стан от Лины не самый точный. Пошел фокус по Primal Beast'у. Блин, если убьет Primal Beast'а... Да, убивает Primal Beast'а. Прожимает у нас ультимейт Omni Knight. И что? Так, не нужно уходить, нужно ломать третью сторону. Там Primal Beast без байбека. А байбекается лишь рак, но... Отойдут, что ли? Так, сейчас будет форма. Зачем отходить? А, там кончается Егис, понял. Но не успеют за форму забрать. Почему нет? Ну ладно, хотят более осторожно сыграть. 20-ка, друзья, 20-ка денег. Так, пошел фокус по Этору, на него навешали Репел и Тимберсоу, минус Тимберсоу, в Тимберсоу нету байбека. Это гейм. Good game, да. Умер Тимбер без байбека и... Печально. Печально, но имеем, что имеем, друзья. Первая карта за командой Team Спирит. Beastcoast проигрывают. Но ничего, бывает. Большие молодцы Team Спирит. Не сказать, что это легкая прогулка. То есть довольно-таки сложно удалось. Ну, победа есть победа, как говорится, о победителях не судят. Так что мы подождем вторую карту, друзья. И скоро возвращаемся.
The game, and then the next fights around Roshan, etc. But it was always we see Lina, we catch Lina, we kill Lina, the fight is over.
Yeah, it's like it's one fight, and then you pair it with. I will have to talk about the itemization a little bit. As here we see the fight, like you're up 6k, but if your Lina gets jumped, haste, and this happens, your fight is just straight up gone. So it's just really hard for Beastcoast from this stage now, if they don't itemize properly, to come back, because it's just gonna become easier and easier for Spirit to do exactly what we saw here.
Yeah, I mean, what Lina has 1600 mana pool and used like 80 of it, and you cast one spell and then it's that's not a good feel. And this is the next one you see.
This is just so nice. Like Mira goes in, drags them out. Pike has to show himself, because I'm sure there's a lot of Twitch viewers who are like, "Oh, this Lina's so bad. If I play Lina, I 1v5." No, they honestly got outplayed as a team, and in the next game they just, if they can redo what they did in the early game, they're still fine. It's just more about this mid game. Like, what do you do from there?
Definitely something to shore up. Yeah, I think draft play in that early game, I think you're right. It was pretty spot on from Beastcoast. Maybe it is that hesitation, that uncertainty heading into mid to late game against Team Spirit, where the nerves kick in, a little mistake. It's like the little mistakes add up, and then you're thinking, well, we've made this many little mistakes. We can't afford to make any more. We've got to go for some kind of overwhelming big play. Yeah. Always going to be a problem here, though, for Beastcoast to kind of break high ground, it felt like.
Yeah, it's just about the thing, and I don't want to like sound like a broken record, but eventually you need to talk about what you need to do to win. And I think in mid game it is not defensiveness that will make you win, because there's not enough defensiveness for you to build or do on the primal or on the timber to stop them from going on the Lina. You will just delay it. You need to create your own condition to start the fight to go on them. And I'm really looking like at the Primal Beast. Eventually he tried building a Crimson Guard. I don't think it was going to make a difference. They needed an aggressive way to engage. And I hope now between the games, Beast Coast can take all the good things, the early game, the laning, the mid game, like the early parts of it, and now work on the things that didn't work and just do it in the second game. Because they look better than I thought they would coming into this game. That's at least like my honest feeling about it.
Yeah, I mean, it was honestly quite surprising and quite refreshing, you know, to see Team Spirit down 6k lead, Beastcoast running at their towers. But this man here, 9-0-5, untouched on the Dragon Knight, you know, for all the reasons we were talking about, this hero through the draft, through the laning stage, it's difficult to keep him down, and he farms faster than a lot of other carries because he just has an innate built-in battle fury.
Yeah, now this hero is just really strong, and I feel like it was actually the perfect pick. When you play Omni Knight, you kind of want to play with like you want to play with a carry that is self-sustainable, that you can leave alone, but they're also ranged to like make use of what you have. Like DK is all of those things. He's strong in the lane, he can body for you, then he free farms, he turns into a range carry. He can even initiate, he didn't have to, but he could. So like, it's just a great draft and great gameplay.
Yeah, and then having, scaling cores to kind of go into that mid game. Storm, Laurel had quite an understated game. It felt like he was out on those dangerous spots on the map, dying a couple of times. But that was, good job by Beastcoast to find those openings. Otherwise, it was just a Storm Spirit doing whatever he wanted, balling in the middle of a team fight, kind of untouched. And yeah, maybe we go back to that draft and we think, hey, Beastcoast didn't have quite enough AoE team fight lockdown, etc. And that forced, you made that point, right, of the itemization, buying Blink and Atos on Timbersaw.
Right.
Maybe this is something they've practiced and they felt good doing, but that's something that they could have, like, a last pick that changes things. Maybe something could have been added there, another element.
Yeah, it could have maybe been made a bit easier. It just depends kind of what they've practiced, because I don't mind them bringing what they have practiced, but then other things need to come in as well. Like the mid game, it doesn't matter how good your draft is if you're going to lack in the gameplay. So it's up to them now to get the right pieces of the puzzle, do it properly, talk about it, and then game 2, show what you got.
All right, we'll see if they can do that. Game 2 coming your way after this break.
Team Spirit, the legendary Team Spirit, the team that has won TI twice, the second team to do so, and the second CIS team to win the International. But can they become the first team to win the International 3 times? I'm going to find out with Collapse. Collapse, firstly, welcome back to another International. How are you doing?
Fine. I'm just sleeping.
You're a big showstopper, you're a playmaker, that's what you love to do. But the meta at the moment, a lot of teams are moving more towards auras, but we've also seen you do that as well. But which style do you prefer playing, and which style do you think you're going to have to play at this International?
I mean, the styles now, it's like the 50-50, because ours got nerfed with the 2 patches, and I think ours is just boring. You need to buy 3 items every game just to win the game. Random situations when you need the item to win the game, but not just 3 items. I mean, you need to buy any item to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, you're always looking to be kind of that, difference-making player, right? Like, when you're looking at a draft and, they're asking you what you want to pick and, you see the opportunity for a Magnus or an Axe or something, is this like a gut read, or are you like looking at the heroes and like, you have like a mental checklist or something? What's your decision-making process?
I mean, for the last time I didn't choose the hero, they choose it for me. They just asking me, is it good or no? And I say, yeah, it's good or no. But sometimes, I see, like, I'm looking for the heroes, and if I see some of my signature heroes are good, I just telling them, the Axe is good this game, we can try it. If they say yes, we can. If they no, no.
So it's like a team decision. Well, I mean, you guys are always really exciting, and I think the reason you're so exciting to watch is because you're always able to come back, like 20k, 30k down, it doesn't matter for Team Spirit, there's always ways back. How are you guys able to do that when other teams can't?
If we see the opportunities in the game, how could we come back? We just say it, and like, if you need some big items or timings that we can use, like random stuff like DD on Morphling.
Yeah, so you guys are always discussing ways back into the game. You're never like, oh, let's just wait for an opportunity.
Yeah.
Do you think facets changed the game in a big way, and do you think there's still some strategies hiding in the facets?
I mean, yes, facets changes the game, and the heroes, their counter picks, their gameplay.
So, is there any hero which you really want to play at this TI?
I guess Bounty Hunter.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why do you want to play Bounty Hunter?
Just to steal money.
Just money?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, it's a good hero because the example he has faced it on the Shuriken Splash, so he can like farm faster than he was farming like 2 years ago, because you just clear the waves with 2 Shurikens.
Yeah.
And it's good.
It's good.
You can farm now. Yeah, you can farm creeps, but your hero just historically your hero was like he's not farming at all.
Yeah.
He needs to kill or get assists with the track. So right now it's just hero just changed.
Yeah. So you want to earn some money. What would it mean? You know, you guys were the second CIS team to win TI. You're the second team to win TI twice. But what would it mean to be the first team to win 3 Aegises? Have you thought about that?
I don't know.
Haven't thought about it?
I can tell you the answer in 2 weeks.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. That's the kind of confidence I'm looking for. Collapse, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck at the International.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, nice to hear some confidence out of Collapse there. You know, obviously keeping some of the stuff under wraps, don't want to reveal any strats. But heading into game 2, I don't know, after the 15-minute mark, it felt very comfortable for Team Spirit.
I mean, absolutely. Like, especially because they know beforehand that we're kind of losing, but I mean, they're just good. They know like their power spikes, and they know that if they like halfway win a fight, that the heroes will scale like very well, because as we touched on, Beastcoast use a lot of like items and net worth early on to like kind of push their lead. So their moment kind of one thing collapses, the entire game will as well. So yeah, Spirit, of course, they know what their draft kind of has to do and how to come back in the game. But my focus is going to be more on Beastcoast, because yeah, they are the underdogs, but what they showed was very good in like the first 15 minutes. It's just they need to be clean and try to stop Spirit from getting this comeback play in the game.
Yeah, it makes me think a bit about playing poker, you know, playing Texas Hold'em. Beastcoast very all in this kind of situation, right? You're literally just every hand is all in.
I'm shoving.
I'm shoving, right? And Team Spirit are like, okay, well, that's your pot, until they were like, I've got pocket aces, I've got pocket rockets right here, and they just, you know, slammed them with it.
And I think that's also just a thing, like, even if you have a plan, because I have to commend Spirit on what they did, you could very clearly tell from what was happening on the map that they just wanted to wait. 2 BKBs, maybe 3 BKBs, but because of what happened on the map, they saw something occur that allowed them to make a smoke and go take the fight. And it's like a very high skill thing to just take things as they come, even when you have a plan. Like, just because you have a plan doesn't mean you have to close your eyes, keep farming creeps, and then eventually follow it. Like, things change, Dota changes. Like, because you're playing against humans, they're also making choices, and maybe they do something wrong. You need to capitalize on it, and yeah, I'm just amazed that they did go for that play, because it was great. Why are you laughing, Gary?
Just when you said you're playing against humans, and the way you smiled when you said that, like, you're thinking something different.
I'm serious.
In your pubs, like, are you playing against humans in your pubs, Kezu?
That is very debatable, Gary, but something we should not get into.
But yeah, I think you're right. It's one of those things where you don't want to be railroaded, right? You don't want to be just on tracks the whole time. You want to have that freedom of mobility to do what you want to, and that's what Team Spirit really showed off there in game 1. We've talked about, you know, what maybe Beastcoast thinking about changing strategic, you know, move in that mid game to kind of tighten things up and maybe fight back against Team Spirit. But you know, again, coming back to early day of group stage, every victory matters. Team Spirit are now kind of marking their territory and saying there's no messing around. Yes, you were underdogs, but this is still our full force, getting every victory we possibly can. Is, you know, in a best of 2 or 2-game series, is there wiggle room for like cheese strat, Huskar last pick, this kind of thing? Is Beastcoast able to go that route?
I mean, if it presents itself, I think you will definitely go for it. I do feel like there's maybe they don't have to like do a complete overhaul of their draft. Maybe showing Lina on 13 that early wasn't amazing, because I feel like it made the follow-up picks for Spirit very good. I don't know if it was more of like they have Omni Knight, they probably want Lina, let's take it ourselves, because I think their response like later on to protect it was maybe not ideal. So I'm just looking for like a small swap up. Like, you want your draft to make the gameplay as easy as possible. I don't think they need to fully change it, but I'm sure there's 1 or 2 small things they can do to just simplify their gameplay.
And I guess that Timbersaw last pick also, we need damage. We need someone who can deal with this Slardar, this Timbersaw. It definitely felt like a necessity. Yeah, I don't. That's the thing, right? I don't really have any like problems or qualms with the Beastcoast draft in general. Maybe just like the Lashrak was a bit of a question mark in that slot. You mentioned the Lina being so early picked, but there are reasons for everything that they did.
Yeah, and honestly, like, even if you kind of question it, they were up a lot in the game. Like, El Micho on the Lash got first blood, he got some kills here, did good rotations, they had good item builds, so at the end of the day, they had a draft that was playable enough to be up 6k gold. So if they could keep up, like, more clutch gameplay, obviously they could still win. So it's more up to them now to realize, what do we want to change that the next time we're up 6k gold, that it's easier to win from that position.
I was thinking, like, maybe Vital is the one that I should be looking at here. You know, maybe if he was on a Darkseer or an Underlord, an Aura carrier, right? You talked about that late Crimson Guard and the Primal Beast not really remedying anything, not really feeling too good. But you know, maybe if he was another hero that had Greaves and Crimson Guard, like his last 10 games, I'm looking at all his heroes. You know, it's Underlord, Doom, Brewmaster, even Greaves, Crimson, Assault Cuirass.
Yeah, I mean, at least I think they had like Mech on their Naga. I do feel like his hero was picked very early, of course, in the response to the Omni, which it was good. I will say that the biggest thing that I didn't like about his, like, what he was doing is like the second item Aghanims. I feel like we already touched on, they have infinite damage. I don't think they needed to itemize for it. They needed to itemize for a way for them to be able to deal damage. So like, that's just a different route, but I think enough about the first draft. They'll just have to show us now what's up in game 2, because they have a complete repeat of what happened in game 1. Draft starts, same bands, first pick Omni Knight.
Is it exactly the same bands?
It's absolutely the same 7 bands in this game.
And it's the same order as well?
It's also the same order.
And it's the same side as well?
Yeah.
Team Spirit have Radiant as well?
Deja vu, baby. We're back. We're actually, this is a replay of game 1.
Groundhog Day, Dota style.
Guys, could you put on the live feed, please?
A rerun?
Not the replay.
Yeah,
I'm watching a rerun.
Wait, this used to be pretty common, where you'd get these repeat drafts, just go back at it against each other, maybe with, you know, like one hero changed. But it feels like in recent Dota, there's, you know, so many viable heroes that we don't see that often anymore.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's also just like, I will say that people have gotten smarter about it. Like, you don't have to be stubborn to think that. I think it's fine to be confident to think that your draft was good enough to win, but you don't need to be stubborn enough to rerun the same 5 heroes. Because I'm sure that if you now had time to think about it, that at some point there was a different hero that you could consider. But perhaps it's just more like our draft was good, we messed up the itemization or this gameplay, then it's fine. So to me, it depends a lot on, like, what's the actual reasoning behind running back the absolute same thing? Because at least with the follow bans, it's also the same.
Yeah, it's like, what's the reason for picking Primal Beast against the Omni Knight?
Well, I will say that it at least gives you, like, a lot of damage, and the lane seemed to go well. Like, I would hope that if Beastcoast run back the same thing, where I will say that this is good. Instead of banning the Wind Ranger, you ban the DK. I feel like DK just addresses the Lina, like, just more actively. You can go through the gate, you can build this blink and, like, try to get on her. So I like the swap up of the ban, but I still wouldn't be surprised if Spirit, like, run back a Tusk or a Bad Rider on the 4. Like, it's the same story. You're playing against a range carry, you want to be able to jump her in the backline.
Marana and Kunkka. Completely different stuff.
A weird-looking Bad Rider on my screen here, Gary.
What is the humanoid strat? Like, is Marana an elf? True. She's not a human. Omni Knight and Kunkka can be brothers there.
Yeah, I mean, at least you've got some more. Of course, again, they have got some more combos going on. You've got the X Mark arrow. I'm not sure how much they're able to, like, flex the Kunkka. I would assume that it's just straight up a collapse hero, unless it presents itself for Larl to play it mid, because I know he can, but this hero seems best fitted for the offlane right now.
And then Marana, I feel like I've seen primarily as a carry nowadays.
That's true, actually. I mean, this hero is very good as a carry. I will say that I do also like it on the 4 position. I mean, you get Solar Flare either way if you're 1 or 4, at least in most games, which is very strong. And with them double picking it here, I feel more inclined to think that it's a support Marana, just because you have the X mark and, like, you can play through it.
And they've seen in the previous game, Beastcoast a little slow off the mark to get BKBs, so you're going to have X mark into arrow no matter what in that early to mid game.
Very true. He also made a off the mark with X mark pun. Very well played there, Gary.
Did I? Oh, very good.
Yeah, you said they were off the mark while talking about like X mark, so that was funny.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This is a very high IQ cast for all of you guys tuning in, of course.
See, I'm glad you listen to what I'm saying because nobody else does, myself included.
I mean, you at least have one person, so that's good. But okay, let's see. You have.
Not
so
even my mum watches my cast.
I mean, she ain't listening. So you have Tusklina, which is of course a very good lane. Similar story. You have the body that's in front for your range carry. They will run back the Lesh. I will say Kanka is very annoying for this hero because first of all he has the rum for himself with the innate. If there's a boat coming out, you may not be able to kill heroes. If you ever get pulled in by like a tidal wave, you're very susceptible. But yeah, Spirit kind of need to figure out what they want here. I would assume that this is just Yatoro's pick coming out. At least if the Mirana is to be a 4, which is what I'm leaning towards.
And it's not Dragon Knight this time. He's in the bin. This is very much Beastcoast hitting the go button again, though, right? Same hero, same style. I mean, arguably Tusk is even more aggressive than Naga Siren. Just go.
I think so. Yeah, like you have eye shards. We've got the tag team. I will definitely say it's a.
Так, ну что, я здесь, давайте смотреть. Так, Спирит Beastcoast, вторая карта. Первую Спирит отжали, не без труда. Реально не без труда, тяжело. Тяжело было, но, как говорится, победители не судят. Так, кто-то подписался, да. Большое спасибо тебе, друг, за твою подписку. Мне очень приятно. Так, смотрим, друзья. Давайте пройдемся быстро по пикам, по банам. Что там у Спирит? Омник, Мирана, Кунка, Шторм. Получается у нас опять Омник 5. Возможно, Мирана Керри, друзья, возможно. Скорее всего, Керри, потому что Мирана не сильно стакается с... Нет, Мирана как раз стакается с Омником, да, на линии. Как Омник 5, Мирана Керри. Кунка, видимо, здесь для коллапса, да, и Шторм Спирит для Ларла. Это 100%. Что там у Beastcoast? У Beastcoast у нас Primal Beast, Лина, Тускар или Шрак. Так, опять Лина, опять Керри, не знаю, скорее всего. Primal Beast 100% пойдет в хард. Туск у нас 4 или Шрак 5, или наоборот. Получается, что нужно добрать мидера, а там добрать саппорта. Но я более чем уверен, что это Мирана Керри. То есть здесь без вариантов, друзья, без вариантов.
I was thinking, what's a lumpy hero to send mid? Because he's the kind of guy that, you know, can play anything under the sun, it feels like, from like...
Так, ну ждем последние баны. Да, команда Beastcoast также думает об этом, что Спиритам нужно добрать 4. Забанили они как раз таки Миверка. Не знаю, а вот... Ну, Спирит также думает, что команде Beastcoast нужно добрать мидера, с чем я, в принципе, согласен. Да, появилась снэпка. Но это снэпка 4, да, у нас Мирана Керри. Снэпка для Миры, Омни Найт, Мипошка, Ятора на Миранке, коллапс на Кунке и Ларл на Шторме. Блин, хороший пик у Спирита, даже больше мне нравится, нежели на первой карте. Подождем и посмотрим на last pick команды Beastcoast.
Ember, which I've already mentioned. I'm looking for other ones. Maybe, like, how about a Death Prophet? You're fine against Storm, their damage is slow, your TP can, your Tusk can save you, I don't know, something like this.
Would be pretty cool, yeah. I like the Ember more because you've got heroes that are enabled by it as well, right? Like this Tusk. I guess you're like looking for fringe picks that's not Ember, right?
Так, ну что, вы будете пикать, а? То мы ждем. Кого же они пикнут?
Turn to pick. Into mid, and then also having a hero that can play into side lanes is nice when you've got Primal Beast and Lina, who are big damage dealers.
Because I feel like the best thing you can do is find a hero that doesn't allow Spirit to play through Storm. By like being good against him in lane and also not dying to it. And I think all the heroes
Осталось 10 секунд.
kind of do that, at least in some way. 4 seconds.
Очень приятно.
Выберите своего героя.
Это Monkey King, друзья. Это Monkey King. Макака для... Для лампи. Медовый макака. Да, у нас все еще Beastcoast верит в Керрилину, верит в Primal Beast'а на третьей позиции. И у нас получается лишь рак. Так. Ладно, давайте переключимся в доту, друзья. Так.
Like early on, I don't really see the Monkey King dying at least. Like even if they bring the Snap mid or the Omni mid, they don't deal the most threat or like the most pressure. But like after the lane.
Интересно. Очень интересно будет посмотреть на все это противостояние, кто как, кто кого. Мне очень нравится пик, сразу скажу. Очень нравится пик команды Team Спирит. А вот сказать про команду Beastcoast, что-то нет уверенности в их пике, реально. То есть пока не знаю, как оно все должно работать. То есть Макака хорошо постоит против Шторма.
Приготовьтесь к битве.
Это понятно. Также Мирана плюс Omni-Knight на самом деле сильная линия. Они будут стоять против кого? Против Primal Beast'а и Тускара, правильно? Ой, против Primal Beast'а и Лешрака. Ждем. Что-то Beastcoast придумали, обходят сильно с стороны нижней линии. Я так понимаю, это замануха на First, да, на первую кровь или что? Или нет?
Битва начинается.
Так, ну что, здесь было небольшое нападение на Ятора, но Ятора до конца, видимо, не хотел качать лип, но все же пришлось прокачать, потому что было опасно. Было опасно, что все-таки подцепят и, возможно, убьют на ФБшку. И принимает решение у нас Ятора с мипошкой пойти на базу, отхилиться и потом на ТП прилететь. Насколько правильное решение? Ну, наверное, правильное решение. Интересно будет понаблюдать противостояние Шторм Спирита против Макаки, да? Кто кого, кто зачем. Макака через ботл не будет играть. Это Макак. Играем, смотрим. Смотрим, друзья. Так, что мы имеем? Коллапс с снэпкой против Лины и Тускара. Ну, блин, на самом деле, что одна, что вторая, да, связка очень жирная, на самом деле. И если нападают Лина с Тускаром, допустим, на снэпку, да, и у снэпки нету печенька, да, тогда могут убить. Или если Кунка через крест и тотем нападают, также могут убить. Ну, вот видим. Ну, здесь Туска не убить. Плюс Туска еще есть этот шар, да. Но пробили так неплохо. Тотемом еще попадает. Офигеть. Даже Тускар пересрал и поражал Fairy Fire, так как подумал, что, блин, сейчас могут реально подцепить и убить. Но есть фласочка, отпивается он флаской, так что будет жить, так сказать. Что есть хорошо. Так, ну а здесь Мипошка не выживает. Да. ПБшка сможет ли разменяться? Нету больше крипов? Да, нет. Нет, там был Fairy Fire, так что не получилось, друзья. Не повезло, не фартануло. 0-1 в пользу Beastcoast. Да, First Blood для Лишрака всегда говорил и не устану говорить, что для саппорта более приятно получить ФБ, так как много денег насыпало, ты имеешь возможность купить какие-то расходники, либо купить себе сапог. Да, сапог на линии, быстрый сапог, это всегда плюс, это всегда преимущество. Тотемом коллапс, к сожалению, не попадает. Так, борьба за Лотус. Эту борьбу выигрывает Туск. Да, Лотус у него в кармане. И что? 0-1. 0-1, друзья. 4-я минута.
Силы тьмы укрепили свои сооружения.
Опять здесь Omni Knight против Лишрака. Ну, тяжело Омнику. Тем более, что у него до сих пор нету репела. Все, еще 4-я минута. На кого ставил? На команду Team Спирит. Ну...
Курьер сил света был убит.
Думаю, да. Так, кого поймали здесь? Никого не поймали. Это просто Ларн подтянул лампи, так сказать. Ну а здесь Туск плюс Лина. Видимо, он спасал Лину, так как Пайк сильно битый. Отбивается фласка. Офигеть, блядь. Забивает ему фласку. Ну все, Пайк домой. Пайк домой, потому что у него 40 хп и без шансов. Или будет ждать что? Чего он будет ждать? Если не уйдет, сейчас умрет. Да. Туск хочет все-таки разменяться, да? Ну прям хочет, но без шансов. Хотел отдаться нейтральным крипам, но не получилось. 1-1. И Пайк там сидит, нюхает крипов, потому что... Ну, понятно, что сейчас Туск прилетит, отопьет его флаской, и в принципе он продолжит стоять на линии. Но мне кажется, этого недостаточно. Давайте подрубим нетворсы. Чё там по нетворсам? Коллапс топ-1 нетворс, Мирана топ-2 нетворса. Как и говорилось, у коллапса и Мирана все будет отлично. Дальше идут игроки команды Beastcoast, ну и там уже по упадающей. 6-я минута у нас. Счет 1-1. Но можно сказать про Beastcoast, неплохая команда. Не помню, с Перу они или из Филиппинов. Не помню. Ну, неплохая команда, по-моему, всегда топ-1 в своем регионе. Ну, а здесь Виталия нападает на Ятора. Ятора, кстати, больше липов нету. Ятора все еще нету сапога. Так это минус Ятора сейчас будет. Да. Ну, это минус, без шансов. Еще одна тычка и...
Удачный выстрел.
Да, такие дела. Такие дела, друзья. Сколько стрим идет? Уже 6 часов.
Поспешим.
Так, ну а здесь опять убивает Пайка. Еще тычка, да. Приходит, правда, Лампи на хосте. Ну ладно, на хосте убьет коллапса. Сейчас зарядит. Да, есть палка. Так, тотемом, правда, попал. Попал, но... Все-таки хоста есть хоста, друзья. 1-1, получается, разменялись. Так, еще и миру заберут. Да, зарядил палку. Ну, это минус. Двойное убийство. Неплохо так только что бустанули Макаку, да. Неплохо поднял денег. Получается, у него уже есть ПТшка. И на 7-й минуте, знаете что? Они сейчас пойдут и заберут руну мудрости, да. Без шансов. Просто без шансов. Получается, 2 руны мудрости за командой Beastcoast. Ну, последние 2 минуты очень круто провели команды справа. Много работы проделали. Мирана видим, что имеет 2 брейсбенда, имеет аркан Буцы. И после этого всего Primal Beast плюс Макака неплохо так поднялись, друзья. Очень даже неплохо. А, я хотел ультимейтом убить мипошку, да, Primal Beast, но тут же словил стрелу, но к большому сожалению для нас, для... Все-таки он убил мипошку.
Нижнюю башню сил света атакуют. Верхнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Ларел ищет здесь Пайка. Ищет, но не нашел. Пока что не нашел.
Верхнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Ну и здесь нападение на мипошку. Мипошка здесь один. К большому сожалению, он будет умирать без шансов там. Да. Я Тора прыгает.
Верхнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Понял?
Центральную башню сил тьмы атакуют. Верхнюю башню сил света атакуют. С пылу с жаром. Нижнюю башню сил света атакуют.
О, это я люблю.
Верхнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Так, нападение было на коллапса, друзья. Отходил, но все видел. Я видел. Я здесь. Я смотрю с вами. Правда, спать хочу ужасно. Реально.
Нижнюю башню
У нас
сил
11
света
минута.
атакуют.
Пока что.
Ах ты! Силы света укрепили свои сооружения. Нижнюю башню сил света атакуют.
Ну что, у нас есть нападение на Т1 Tower.
Центральную башню сил тьмы атакуют. Нижняя башня сил света разрушена. Верхнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Счет 4-6. 12-я минута. Пока плюс-минус ровно. И вы знаете, Beastcoast реально молодцы. Ну, реально молодцы. То есть я понял теперь, зачем им нужно было эта макака, которая не просто сидит там, что-то фармит, а постоянно давит по всей карте. Прыгает туда, прыгает сюда, делает какие-то фраги, какие-то вылазки. Молодец, молодец, молодец. Так, на крест посадили здесь пайка. Есть тотем, есть корабль, еще и бабка порыгала. Ну, хороший фраг. Хороший фраг. Счет 5-6. Очень хороший фраг. Молодцы, Спирит четко делают, четко. Слаженно.
Силы света укрепили свои сооружения. Центральную башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Так, очень сильно хочет Ларл забрать Т1 табор, но не хотят отдавать без боя команда Beastcoast. Прилетел даже по этому поводу Primal Beast в центр. Ну что там у Кункевича? Есть уже Блэдмейл, делает себе Гадим. У Мирана есть Аркан Буцы плюс Мейл Штром. Primal Beast есть ФЗ, по-моему, Блэдмейл и делает себе то ли Пайп, то ли Крипсон, не увидел я. А Макака есть ПТшка, делает себе Мейл Штром. Да, пайп будет делать. Так, Шторм Спирит. Я так понимаю, дофармил себе Вичблейд, да?
Укрепили свои сооружения.
Так, полетел корабль по коллапсу. Там на себя, так сказать. Ну, такой чисто защитный, выживает. Ай, как же они поймали. Как же они хорошо поймали. Как раз таки Шторм Спирита. Блин, ну круто, реально круто поймали. Это был мувик. 100%. Так, что там? Primal Beast. Есть пайп. Будет жизнь попроще с пайпом. И от Тора хочет себе Глейпнир, потом Манта Стайл. Я думаю, что будет, но сильно позже. Поминает Аркан Буцы. Пологонима есть у Кункевича. И Шрак, что там? Еще даже Пиваса нету. Ну, Лина уже имеет Мейлштром. Верят, очень сильно верят Beastcoast в Керри Лину. Так, пошло нападение на Primal Beast'а, одного из самых жирных персонажей команды Beastcoast. Плюс еще и Пайп, еще рядом Туск спрятал в шар. Ну, без шансов, без шансов. Они его там, ну, пробили 35% хп. На этом все.
Силы тьмы используют сканирование.
Глядни, появился Мираны. Хороший выбор. Так, есть ультимейт плюс арена от Макаки. Убивает Кункевича. Да, видимо, Кунка даже не смог ни корабль дать, ничего. Не выпустили из дизайбла. Ну, доделает уже свой Аганим. После Аганима срочно нужно делать БКБ. Здесь в ответ хотели напасть на Лишрака, но рядом оказался Primal Beast, прожал как раз таки свой пайп и, в принципе, жив цел у нас. Лишрачок, так сказать. Тот самый Лишрак. Так, пивас появился в Лишрака. Глейпнир появился в Лине. Ну, такие обзаводятся хорошими артефактами. Промежуточными, так сказать. Команда Beastcoast. И, в принципе, с этими артефактами могут неплохо так подраться. Пока что все есть. В смоках команда Team Spirit, но они в топе. А вот вся команда Beastcoast на нижней линии. Там нашли как раз таки бабулю. Есть ультимейт от Primal Beast'а по бабуле. И это минус. В ответ хотели убить Макаку, но Макаку подсейвил Туск своим шариком. Прожимается пайп от Primal Beast'а. Ставится арена от Макаки. И что, Ларл улетел, а улетит ли? Пошел корабль, не самый точный, но для своей команды пойдет. Primal Beast'а заберут? Да, забирает Primal Beast'а. Размен пока что 1-2, если считать предыдущий. Счет 7-9, у нас 19-я минута. Так, подцепили кого? Подцепили у нас Лишрачка. К сожалению, не смогли попасть 5-секундной стрелой. Еще Глейпнир. Так, это минус Лишрак, да. Ну, не попали. Зато сделали фраг. Весьма неплохо. 20-я минута, счет 8-9.
Десятина. Человек за бортом! Человек за бортом! Неплохо. До меня далеко.
Спыло с жаром. Центральную башню сил света атакуют.
Ровная, очень ровная игра, друзья. Прям предельно ровная. Что Dota Plus думает? Даже Dota Plus думает, что у нас 50/50. Это правда. Двадцатая минута. Осторожно играет. Очень осторожно. Команды.
Нижнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Так, ладно, давайте смотреть. Продолжим. Что у нас в смоках команд? Боже, прошу прощения. В смоках хотели поймать Ларла, но Ларл на эрекции, так сказать, уходит, и смоки коту под хвост. Получается, правильно? Ну, получается, что так. За кем лейт? Блин, хороший вопрос. Не знаю даже. Мне кажется, что плюс-минус ровно, может чуть посильнее. За командой Спирит все-таки Мирана в лейте очень жесткая. И тот же Шторм Спирит жесткий. Хотя там Лина, Макака. Не знаю, посмотрим. Нападение здесь на Пайка, там что-то бабка порыгала туда-сюда, да, Пайка все-таки забрали, это минус керри. Герой команды Beastcoast, вкатился Туск на шарике, ну, вкатился и умер, уже 0-2, также заберут еще Лишрака, 0-3. Хорошая работа от команды Team Spirit, так поймали еще здесь макаку через кораблик. Да, не точная стрела, но там есть Глейпнир, и макака также будет умирать. Да, после этой драки силы, соотношение силы сильно изменится. Это прям заметно. 3 косаря заработали команда Team Spirit. Говорю сразу почему 3, потому что еще почти 700 денег потеряли Beastcoast. Ну, получается, там даже больше. 3300, ну и это так. Округлим. Еще забрали Т1 тавр в боте. Получается, чуть вперед. Чуть вперед у нас выехали команда Team Spirit, да. Остались они теперь впереди. У Снэпки появился. Как раз таки появились механизм. Посмотрим, что там по артефактам. Мера, Аркан Бутсы, Глейпнир плюс Мантастайл. Здесь нападение на 4 Лишрака. От Ларла плюс помогал ему в этом деле непростой коллапс. Они сделали хороший фраг. Давайте, что там Омника. Омника тащит себе Меку и Спивас. Шторм Спирит имеет Вичблейд, ПТшка Кая делает БКБ. Снэпка Мека. Кунка. Аганим у него уже есть. Блэдмейл. Так, что там про Мелбиста? Фейзе Кримсон. Пайп такой аурный. Кого подцепили? Подцепили Пайка. Ну, раз подцепили, так это минус. Без шанса. Пока не будет БКБ, он всегда будет так умирать. Возможно, даже стоило сделать себе какие-то ветра. Или линку, или хрен его знает. Потому что, ну, это смерти по КД. Так, что там Макака? ПТшка Майлшторм. И видите, как Макака потерялся. Реально потерялся. Здесь Ларл очередной раз находит Туска. Туз пока что живет за счет своего шарика. Дал пинок под зад Ларлу. Но у Ларла мана еще какая-то есть. Плюс бабка рыгает. И это фраг. Лешака только один Солар Крест. Хочет себе сильно блинк. Но до блинка еще как раком до Китая.
Нижнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Спирит зашли на Рошана. Довольно-таки быстро убьют этого Рошанчика. Мирана жестко наваливает. Боже, как она жестко наваливает. Это офигеть. За своей скорости атаки. Ну что, 25-я минута, друзья. 25-я минута. На карте у нас. И что мы видим по этому поводу? Что? Команда Team Spirit ведет 5 денег. Счет у нас 15-9. Beastcoast. Ну, нельзя сказать, что что-то там сильно проигрывает, но Спирит играет первым номером. Последних минут так 6-7. Реально давят, идут вперед, хотят драться. И вот забирают они вражеский терзатель. Кто получит? Получает Мипошка. Пайк где-то там нашел ДДшку. Молодец, Пайк. Поможет ли ему эта ДДшка, не знаю.
Нижнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют. Силы света используют сканирование. Силы тьмы используют сканирование. Верхнюю башню сил света атакуют.
Так, пошло нападение у нас на Лишрачка через аганимный уже корабль и Солянова. Да. На самом деле долго жил Лишрак, реально долго. 10к за командой Team Spirit, 26-я минута. Счет 16-9. Так, кого там поймали? Поймали у нас Макаку. Макака был вынужден прожимать БКБ. Благо у него это БКБ уже есть, а то раньше даже БКБ не было. Блин, тотемом по двоих прожимает Лард БКБ, чтобы его никто не убил. Пайк под конец ультует, долго пожил, неплохо так внес Нетворса, друзья, очень даже неплохо, но это все равно -3, если считать еще фраг Лишрака. Primal Beast что-то там живет, подошел еще Мипошка, там еще рядом Мира, ну без шансов, без шансов. Аятора просто толкает крипов по центральной линии, и, кстати, можно пойти с этим Аегисом попытаться сломать Т2 табор в центре, Т2 табор снизу, и почему бы не попытаться зайти на хайграунд к своему противнику. В принципе, там серьезных каких-то артефактов пока что нету, пока что.
Нижнюю башню сил тьмы атакуют.
Так, коллапс кого-то там нашел. За 1,5 минуты дважды убил Псола Лишрака. Хорошая работа. Ну, блин, коллапс. Ну, Кункевич. Ну, жесткий. Жесткий, реально. И полетел Ларел у нас на Туска. Не хватает дэмэджа. Пока что не хватает дэмэджа.
Центральную башню сил тьмы атакуют. Центральная башня сил тьмы разрушена.
Так, нашел здесь коллапс Макаку или наоборот. Пока что жив цел. Макака сейчас кончится. БКБ что тогда делать? Но, к сожалению, коллапса все-таки убили. Ларл здесь летает. Минус уже Макака, минус Primal Beast. Поймали еще Туска. Рядом есть еще Лишрак, который, блин, как же, ну, хорош. Лишрак хорош, но этого недостаточно. Это -5. В размен на одного коллапса, друзья. Но это попахивает. Попахивает, знаете, 2 заветными буквами, если что. Прям жестко попахивает. Даже не знаю, что сказать в поддержку команды Beastcoast, потому что, ну, тяжело. Видимо, тяжело им. Предстоит сложный бой. Последний, видимо. Успеют ли они резнуться, я не знаю. Но успеют. Пока что только 29-я минута. Нужно найти, сколько там Аегиса еще. А там уже нету. Кстати, могут и развернуться Спирит. Но я бы, конечно же, не стал. То есть надо идти до конца. Да, кончается Аегис у Миранки. Миранка фуловая, есть Дейдалус. Хочет себе БКБ. Паразма появилась у Шторм Спирита.
Силы света используют сканирование.
Ой, неплохая палочка по двоим. Но туда влетает Лар, двоих стянул, туда же корабль по 3. Боже, это просто развал кабин. Тут же пишет после этой провальной драки Лампи ГГ, потому что понимает, зачем позориться на весь мир. А лучше пойти готовиться к следующей. Молодцы, Спирит. Большие молодцы, четко сделали, четко сыграли, красавчики. Блин, реально круто.
there's a disbalance, and I hope that they can try to look at that and learn from this series.
I mean, who needs Torrent Storm on Kunkka when you have Collapse playing it? With the amount of just really nicely placed torrents he landed here, even without X Mark.
That was nasty. This guy set up his own boat with his body. Tell me anyone who's gonna do that, Gary V.
Yeah, I don't know. And then this one where he tanked, you know, just short of 4,000 damage. Blade
So
mail
that's a
up.
full BK beat Monkey, plus Primal Beast, Wukong Ring, and Alina kind of hitting you. I mean, I would love to be Arturo in this fight. Hands off keyboard, press one leap, and right click.
Yeah.
What's up, brothers?
Attack move. You got the smart attack move turned on. You just press it once, and off you go. Gorgeous stuff out of Team Spirit. Good attempt from Beastcoast, but it, you know, going into this series, always felt like they were going to be the underdog. They were the ones that had to pull out something magical. And again, game one, they had a bit of that magic about them, a bit of that early aggression, a bit of chaos. Just like you say, that transition period into mid game, into late game, decision making around objectives, not quite as sharp. No, nowhere near as sharp as Team Spirit.
No, definitely not. I will say that for Beastcoast, they're showing me a lot of high individual skill, right? Like the fact that they can lane against them, be up early, and make good moves is very good. And it's easier to fix how you play as a team as opposed to your individual skill. Like either you skill today or you're not, right? So at least they have that to mesh up, but they're going to have to look at these replays and figure out how to combine the skill with team play to then fight into the tier 1 teams. Because this is really night and day difference when they played against Spirit as opposed to maybe some other teams.
Right. I mean, you brought up, you know, Gaming Gladiators, OG, earlier on, and this type of, you know, this arena of gameplay, or this style of gameplay. And they very often just bring 5 heroes, right? Something we didn't see here from Beastcoast was that commitment to the bit. If you're going for a bit where you are all out aggression, you have to bring that aggression non-stop. You know, every smoke gank was a 3-man smoke, or every move was, you know, 2-3-man move. They never had that. I guess it's also down to synchronization and itemization that you touched on too, right? You don't have that connection of we're all ready now.
No, it's just Dota is just all about the small things. Like maybe if they do like some small swap up, they can still kind of make it happen. But it just goes to show, you know, this is a young team that needs these games to like try and improve. Whereas for Spirit, it's, you know, it's another day in the park. I'm playing my DK, I'm playing my Marana. Like Miposhka knows who he needs to go with his Omni Knight, who to enable. They're just very chill. But yeah, you know, Beastcoast, they're a young team. They need to learn from these victories to then like keep moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, again, like super short group stage. What, we've got 4 groups. They've lost the Team Spirit now, so they've got to go up against Team Liquid and Aurora later down the lines. And definitely no easy matchups at TI. Every single series, every single game is going to be a very close fought battle, a difficult uphill battle for some of these teams. Now, maybe you could argue that they'll do okay against Aurora, but you know, against Team Liquid and Aurora, I just don't see Beastcoast like getting 2-0s for sure and struggling to get a single game.
That's the thing is like it's really hard to tell. I will say that they have the skill to make it happen, but it's always like TI is weird. Like you need things to kind of just like fall into place. Like think of like OG TI8. Everyone thinks they're like garbage, and then you know Thompson does some weird stuff. You have some other guy doing weird stuff. It's like herp derp where monkeys run around, do some stuff. You know, sometimes it just works. So hopefully Gaben, Jeff Bezos, Taylor Swift, they're all gonna bless Beastcoast and give us a banger.
Yeah, they find that Tiny or that Enchantress or whatever it is, the Pugna that they're going to pull out and make some big plays. But yeah, that wraps up our series here between Team Spirit and Beastcoast. Coming up next, going to be Talent against XIII, so we'll catch you around the corner.
Talent Esports are a promising mix of fresh talent under the experienced leadership of Pai Lai Dai, but how are they going to do? I'm sitting here with Makoto to find out. Makoto, welcome to the International. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Good, good. So obviously, you're somewhat new to this team. You've come in somewhat recently, and yet you're also the only player on the team that has done the International before. So how does that kind of work within the team?
It's very different than before because I'm used to be like a junior, like compared to my other teammates, but then now I become like maybe like the second oldest in the team, and then it's just like a new experience also for me.
So how have you kind of adapted to that? You know, are you kind of more of a teacher, a leader than you were in your previous teams?
Not really. I'm just like a quiet guy, and then like I didn't talk that much either in the game, and then but also the also I think they are all very chill. They are very friendly, so it's not hard for me to adjust to them.
So the vibes in the team, you know, what are they like? Is it good?
They're good. They're very good kid. I mean, like, I mean, they just being, you know, like a normal human.
Normal humans. That's good to hear. So obviously in the past you've been coached by Sunby, who's a big coach in the region. Now you're under the coaching of Pylai Dice. So what's Pi like as a coach, and how does he compare to Sunby?
I feel like they are quite similar, but also different in the same way. Like, I would say Pylai is more chill than Sunby, but the Sunby, he know what he want in the game, so he just like directly say it to the player. He say it like in the very friendly way.
So what's the kind of vibe like between you and Aurora? Because obviously you know the players very well. So what's your relationship with them like?
We're very close with them. Like, I still talk with 23 or even Jabs, like, or even Q. Like, we are very close. We still friends at all.
Very nice, very nice. So what would it be like if you were to have to play them in the playoffs?
It was gonna be, I think it was, for me, it's gonna be fun. Like, especially meeting your ex-teammate and then just meeting your friend in the tournament. It looks fun.
Absolutely. And who would win?
Talent.
That's good. That's good. So how does this TI compare to your last TI? You know, how does it feel coming into it?
I think I would say I'm more relaxed compared to the last two TI. Like, maybe I just like having more experience, and then like and also like the vibe in the roster now quite different than the last year, because last year we have so many expectations, so I feel like we pressure ourselves. But now I feel like we just gonna play our best and then like do hope for the best.
I see. So you're feeling a bit more free this time.
Yeah,
that's nice. So what's your biggest strength as a team, and what's your biggest weakness as a team?
Biggest strength on the team, I'm very good at laning phase maybe, and then but my weakest probably I don't talk that much either. I don't communicate like openly. Yeah.
Looking at the other teams in the tournament then, who do you think is the strongest?
For now, I would say GG or Team Liquid.
Okay, that's interesting. So, I mean, obviously they both did very well in the last tournament, but you know, Falcons were stronger throughout the year. So why do you think Falcons have been overtaken?
Maybe just like they're very different team compared to like GG or Liquid. Their playstyle quite different. They focusing more on like Marine, and then like also the Skitter, he's like a very aggressive carry player. So I think people are just not used to it. Like, it's hard to like adapt to them.
All right. So obviously, as a mid laner, who are you most looking forward to playing against at mid?
I think Marine, because I never meet him like in. Oh, actually, I met him in Tundra, but last year. But it was so long time ago. But
yeah.
I don't have much experience playing against him, so it's quite interesting, I think.
All right, we're looking forward to that one for sure. And finally, Mikoto, what would it be like if you did end up being the first SEA team to hold the Aegis and win the International? How would that feel for you?
Obviously, gonna feel great, and then maybe just feel happy, and then yeah.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck at the International, Mikoto.
Thank you.
the road to the International here as we kick off our second series of the day, but we're already, 3-4 series deep for day one in the group stage, joined by Kezu as we get ourselves prepped for G2IG against Talon.
Yeah, and actually, so these two teams have already played today, and it looks like Talon 1-1 Tundra, and I feel like Tundra are actually like a really strong team. Yeah, they have a stand-in with Saksa because 9 class couldn't make it, and G2IG, they actually dropped both their games to Cloud9, and we are always like, we have to remember that these series, they mean a lot, because it's very easy after you lose a game or you lose a series 2-0 that you like overcorrect what is happening. I mean, in the instance of G2IG, they probably need to swap up something small because like they did go 0-2. Whereas Talon, they looked very competitive against Tundra. They look very good. So it's more about, again, bring your style, adjust as you go, and just trust that it's the correct thing to do.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to call Tundra the favorites, but they were a favorite going into TI, right? They looked very good through the previous events, top 3ing some of the big events that we've had in recent history. And then even with a stand-in, it's still a high-level stand-in, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure you can get, like, out of the people who aren't, already at TI playing, right? Like, I'm not sure there's much better stuff going on. But, Talon is just a team that I think we don't know, like, too much about. They have a lot of, like, younger players on the scene, newer players on the scene, too. Like, their offlaner is someone that I've played pubs with. His name is WS. I think he was the first one to hit 15K.
Yeah.
This guy's good. When you hit like the new benchmark of MMR from, I will say, like not carry or mid, you were pretty damn good at the Dota 2 video game.
You're cracked. Yeah, you're straight up cracked in Dota 2. Yeah. But yeah, like these are some players who have been around a little bit. Joe Kamakoto, seen them on a couple of teams here and there, but never to super high levels of success. They'd maybe make a run or take a series off of someone, but going deep in tournaments is something that's quite new to them. And then you got kind of newer players as well, like Akashi kind of popping in here and just being a very solid position 1 player for Talon, especially when you compare it to like the old Talon roster, right, who were a star-studded roster, and you bring in these new guys. It kind of felt like that changing of the guard that OG had, where it's like, okay, these are the best of the region, this was the best of C, and now you're bringing in the new guys, and the new guys have like almost replaced the old ones, right? Talon has gone from being the underdogs, the new dogs, to being these are the guys. These are the dudes.
No, and I think this is just definitely what you need to do. Like you take some experience and like you pair it up with like the new kids on the block. The people that pop up in your pubs that are like owning on the heroes. As Makoto, he was on like the old Talon with like 23 Savage. Like he got 3rd place with Riyadh. Like this guy knows what's going on and he looks very good in his game. So it's like kind of on him. Like maybe he can drive the team forward. You also have coach and like Pilai Dai. And sometimes it's like very vague what the coach does, but I think with a team that's like newer and you have more inexperienced players, like just having another voice that like helps, like facilitate the ideas and how people feel, and just the communication like helps you improve. It's like really like invaluable. So it's just something that has to be mentioned because they're young players who are performing very well.
Yeah, it's like it can be a bottleneck for better teams, right? If you look at like the S tier teams, I guess Liquid is a good example of this, where they start off with one coach and Blitz is that that one point of contact where everything goes through him. Then they add Jabs. Now they've got KP as well. So initially, having that coach where it's one point of contact, everyone's on the same page. So everyone's doing the same thing correctly. But then once you get to that next level, that next echelon of Dota, right, you need people to be thinking for themselves and like adding layers to it, which Talon haven't quite reached, but they're definitely on the way there.
Yeah, and I think like now here is just about. Again, like obviously all these teams were boot camping, they're practicing because they know we're going to TI. These are going to be the heroes we bring to the group stage. Like in the series they just played, they played 2 games of DK. Pretty sure Makoto was playing at both times. It looked good. So it's just like about G2IG. What are they going to take away from the series they've played before? Because it didn't look too hot. How do they want to adjust? How much do they respect Talon as opposed to like how much are we just going to focus on ourselves? So we'll just have to see what's really going to happen in the draft.
It was one DK. Makoto played DK once, and he played Ricky in the second game because they picked the Ricky to go against the mid Nature's Prophet, which was kind of an interesting one. That was a game they won. Looked pretty decent. So yeah, there's the heroes like that mid Ricky that they could pull out and just be like, hey, you didn't expect that, did you?
That's all these new things because I feel like this is the TI with the most changes.
Oh no, they lost with Ricky. Sorry, they lost with Ricky.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Like when it comes to like the TI patch, I don't think we've ever had a patch where you still had like a gameplay patch come out like what, a week before TI started. That's also very unusual. So I will say that there has to be a lot of stuff that is still like unexplored or like very new. Like, you know,
For
the Tinker,
sure.
people are like slowly catching up on it. Like Sand King looks really good, but I've also seen like different builds. Like I've seen Malrine try some Ags with Satanic in like the latest pub. So, you know, everything is very open, which is why it's important for teams to also stick to what they think is good.
Yeah, it's like usually even day one of groups, you go to that Liquipedia stats page and you're like, okay, these are, you see the top 10 heroes immediately. You're like, okay,
Right.
these are the guys all being picked. These are the heroes that are winning. Right now, there's, you know, Dragon Knight and Ench have 6 picks each, and then like every other hero has, you know, 1 or 2 games played. The spread of heroes is ridiculous.
No, I do think we're in like a very good state of Dota, which is, I will say, kind of impressive shortly after bringing in like, or well, not maybe shortly, but, you know, after introducing something as facets and innates like together and having talents and all the other stuff where a lot of heroes feel playable. Sure, there are some that maybe don't feel insane, but the fact that everything is so open and people can still experiment and like bring it, I think just kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like you're necessarily like pigeonholing yourself in the draft when you pick a hero. We're having these facets. It's like, oh, I could go this way or that way. And if the draft develops enough, then I can think about this second option that may not be meta, but may fit the draft better.
Yeah. So when we look at the draft here, I mean, these are both like very safe picks in terms of they're just very good. They seem hard to shut down. Sanking can go mid off lane, and he has many different item builds. The Dust Devil facet where the Sandstorm follows you is just really strong. You can farm Ancients, you can go your Bloodstone. So I think it's more like G2IG if they can maybe find a way to shut him down in both lanes. Like if he goes mid that he doesn't have a good matchup, but also if he goes off lane. And another thing that is like really important in this meta right now is like stacking. Can you stack and like take them yourselves, or do you have a hero that can like go and contest theirs? Because Sand King, he does both. He can farm his own stacks, but he also very easily can just invade yours.
Yeah, go and contest it super quickly. So would Monkey King be one of those heroes that deals with him in the lane?
I feel like range heroes seem to do it better because melee heroes he can kind of I mean Monkey of course he does address him kind of, but it's also it becomes volatile again later where it's like if I'm looking for like a GG matchup, I mean I guess it's like some Viper and Huskars and whatnot, but then you have to know he's going mid, so we'll have to wait a bit in the draft.
Yeah, because that's why I was looking at Monkey King, because he's like you could follow the Sand King around potentially, but yeah, if it's not as straight a game as you'd want. We're already coming out with a sniper now. We'll see where this all ends up going. Could be mid sniper, offlane Sand King.
Yeah, it's most likely. I think G2IG were the ones to play mid sniper in the last series, but it's definitely most common right now to play it as a support because your shrapnel is insane with your facet. Like you just have it does all the slow and all the damage in like 1 second, and also you can stack your triangle. You have really high range level 1. Like just again, it's like a new support in the meta as of like maybe 2 weeks ago.
The pos 4 one, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Baboka for sure can play. I don't know if he played it in the previous one, but we've seen him love these kind of weird pos 4 heroes, and Sniper was definitely in his repertoire for a long while.
Okay, so you have Talon are definitely presenting like a lot of team fight and like long range and like area control, right? Like Shrapnel, there's gonna be an egg, there's a Sandstorm plays down. But I will say that they have both their supports suffer from the same thing. They're backline heroes that suffer if they get jumped or ran at. So I wonder if G2IG like kind of want to look into that, like some more jumpy type heroes like in the backline, like Storms and whatnot, something that we saw Spirit do. Primal Beast kind of also fits the bill.
Yeah.
Probably does it even better because he can do it, but also build pipe. This is a goated pipe game. SK, Shrapnel, Phoenix. Hello, Pipe of Insight.
It's super good. Yeah, Rush Pipe, you are now the initiator to set up the Snapfire and the Wind Ranger. And we didn't really talk about the Naga Siren here, but similar to game 1 we saw in the previous series, right? Just going to be that position 5, stacking, scouting with illusions.
Absolutely. I guess it's just solid, right? It just seems like it seems good. Also, Song has so many different usages, and yeah, you can stop the stacking from sanking, or at least you can put eyes on it to kind of see what's happening. I will say that I really like this Alchemist pick from Talon. I think when you have these supports like Phoenix, they give you a lot in the game, but not so much early on. Like you need to help them get out of the laning stage. So generally you need like a strong melee carry like some CK or Alchemist. So this fits very well. He can also gate and like maybe go bottom, help offside the lane. So I'm a big fan of the Alchemist here.
Yeah, it's like you want like you said, right? Phoenix and Sniper kind of fog heroes, sit behind, wait for their moment to shine.
Right.
So you need heroes to play through, right? You need to be
absolutely
kind of piloting the draft with the Sand King and the Alchemist. Like, maybe not necessarily the Sand King, even just the Alchemist playing forward. You know, that classic Alchemist, Medusa, whoever it is, sit on a tower, go press into a tier 1, and we've got your back with team fight.
And I think also it feels really nice if you're playing offlaners right now and you don't have to rush Blink Dagger. Like Alchemist will naturally go like Radiance, Blink, BKB, most likely. Because if I'm already thinking ahead to like 15 minutes and G2IG have a pipe on the Primal and Talon have like 2 Blink Daggers, like one on SK, one on Alk, their team fight is pretty weak. But instead, if Alk can go Radiance, Blink, and your SK just mirrors the Primal and he like goes his own pipe, and suddenly now it allows you to actually fight into them instead of like just straight up losing.
And we're kind of sold here on Talon being offlane Sand King, the 4/5 in the Sniper Phoenix, and the carry Alk?
I guess it could be mid still.
The Alk,
okay, no, the Sand King. Yeah, I think the Alk is definitely the carry. Let me see if I feel like Sand King Sniper is just a good enough lane for you to just like default it into the off lane. Like if they're laning Naga Windranger into Sniper Sand King, I think both lanes are they're chilling.
Yeah, it's just Dota is just one of those games where, like, if this was Entity, if Talon was Entity here, we'd also have the conversation about position 4 Alchemist.
Yeah,
with Kataomi playing it, right? Like that slipped into my head, and I was like,
Phoenix
is this
off lane or some shit like that.
Yeah, right. It's like that's something that Talon could do theoretically, but like the chances are so low, we're kind of not touching on it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about Mikoto's last pick. Well, I know that his pool is, of course, very high.
And they've got to kind of pick blind into this. G2IG have the ultimate last pick there for themselves. And right now, looking like
it would be nice if your mid laner can like go to the side lanes, because if you think like all these heroes, they're actually very static. Phoenix, Sniper don't move very much. Sand King, Alk also want to be in their lane, so if you have a mid hero that does the same, literally you have no moving pieces on the map. I think like you need some dude that is gonna, take some runes or like, maybe like some Storm Spirit, this type of stuff. You just go around. Pango doesn't seem great just because there's like a Primal.
Does Ember fit in here again? It was a hero you were looking at in the
Could have been okay,
series.
but he also got banned. Okay, so they banned Storm themselves.
Oh yeah, he did get banned. Whoa. Who's that fella?
Okay. Probably just a little Earthshaker in the mid lane. I will say that with also the changes he got, like with the Slugger facet where you bowling the corpses away that you kill, it's
the baseball.
Really, yeah, it's really, really strong.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, I guess they must feel like that there aren't like too many bad matchups, which I will agree with. Shake your lanes very well, especially melees, but also against most range heroes. I don't really see any super cheesy pick. Okay, we'll just be a Pango.
So like what was the pick there? Like Earthshaker does very well against these kind of Puck, whoever ranged heroes. But if that's banned out, like is it because it just feels strong on the Earthshaker, I guess?
I think he probably just feels good on this type of hero. There could also be something like that the two supports actually they lack a lot of damage. Like if the Naga and Snap go mid, if you're like a strength hero, you probably won't die at all. Like at least early on, right? You get netted, Cookie, that's like, okay, I don't care. So they probably feel like it's just very safe and chill. And then if he gets an early blink, he can also threaten the Windranger. So yeah, I feel like it's pretty good.
Okay, I guess the direction my brain was trying to go there as I stumbled over all my words as soup and spaghetti fell out everywhere. Why not Dragon Knight?
I guess DK is just, I will say that DK is the more susceptible version just because there's like Primal and Snap. I think you prefer playing more into like physical damage as opposed to this kind of stupid Mortimer's Kiss says every time it's up you might die. Whereas Shaker, I think he just lanes a bit better and he likes to play. He doesn't put himself like into harm's way as often to like be susceptible.
Okay, we'll see how it all goes. Pretty tasty draft from Talon. So like Hashi, Alchemist, Mikoto, Earthshaker, and then we've got that Ponyo and Joe Cam support duo in the Phoenix Sniper, WS Sand King with the Dust Devil facet as well. Man, it's alchemist seed money. Just free gold. Give me the extra items. What does he buy early on?
It's generally just, I think, more stats is what I mean, some people have tried like going level 1 bracer, which I think you can do, but I don't think it's, I think you just go like 2-3 gauntlets, stick, and tango, and then you turn it into like a bracer. Just a lot of stats, so you can sit in your lane, so if primal goes on you, you're like fine and you're chilling, so that's what I would expect.
No free bottles for anyone then.
Yeah, not if you do that as a carry, I think, wow, you better have the best mid laner in the world.
Ah, yeah, he's pretty good. This Makoto fella. We'll see how it all
He
goes,
is pretty
though.
good.
Yeah,
But
he's pretty
then,
incredible.
how do I feel if my carry gives his gold away to the mid laner? Then I just feel like my carry thinks he's bad. Right? I want my carry to think that I'm gonna own these clowns.
Or your carry thinks he's so good he doesn't need it. He's an alchemist.
See, you just reverse-minded me. That's
Yeah.
true. Maybe that is how it goes.
Just take the script and flip it.
Yeah, it's easy.
Find a table and turn it. Very easy. A pretty aggressive smoke here. I've seen this in a little while. The dire smoke into Radiant Ancients. Hold the staircase, and now the delayed smoke from G2IG.
So where do they want to go? I mean, this is like some of the more, I guess, common smokes where you try to end up with like the enemy triangle because it's nighttime. Maybe they didn't take some watchers. So they just wanted to smoke late, at least for now, to like get a ward out. I think I'm pretty okay with that. You can also see that both teams plays like pretty safe mid wards. Like they're not going to get scouted out very easily. So just a chill setup to the game.
Yeah, also an interesting ward down in that bottom jungle. We'll come to in a second. As it looks like bounty runes contested here at the bottom spot at least. Ponyo and WS step up into X-Nova, Monet, and nothing to say. X-Nova, the one to grab the bounty, so 3 for G2IG.
Okay. On top of that, they also use Spirit. It's like Spirits are actually a pretty long cooldown, which means on the first wave in the top lane, they will not have those available. But yeah, we'll have to see how the lanes kind of end up going. There's definitely a lot of farm going. On mid lane is slightly shaker favored. I don't really see like too much stuff happening there until there's like either support rotations or we get closer to the ultis.
Okay. So X-Nova down. Bottom blocked. So he had observer ward watching the two camps and then he sentry blocked the large camp here. Stopping the sniper from doing any pulling whatsoever. But the observer ward there, what's he like looking for?
I think it's just one of the like nicer wards to put early as well to like see if they're doing some shenanigans on the bounty runes, and it's usually nice to like see the outskirts of the lane just to keep like tabs on the 4. It's like, oh, okay, he's going to stack the ancients. So also it's more like just a nice little info ward in like the laning stage.
Okay. And then they'll know if this Sand King is left alone, if they can go for kills on it. Baboka getting chased back in that top lane. Full of health. Akashi, check the stun of the Primal Beast now.